Hello, you bunch of freaking crazy crypto heads. Thank you for watching online. Thank you for joining. If the algorithm recommended you to come here and watch this, then I'm going to sit here for the next few minutes and bore you again, because you will over time realize this is my style. So you either have to have the patience to wait, and it's a live stream. Like, what kind of person jumps on a live stream randomly when the algorithm recommends it and then expects the person to just dive into it? This is for our humans and our people who are filtering in now, and we shall wait for our humans, because they're worth waiting for. You hear me? They're worth it. You're worth it, my two humans. Thank you for being here. We're waiting here, and I'm wasting this ADD generation's time in the meantime to make sure they leave before we actually deliver wisdom that is worth gold and diamonds put together into one. I guess so. Okay. How are we doing, guys? You guys ready for this 60K stream? Hi, all. I have 30 minutes to hang out. Well, that's great. Fantastic. What a perfect alignment of 30 minutes. You know, it's funny. Once you're in Bali, you'll just be like, hey, I only have 30 years to hang out. You know, I have to go over there and do nothing, right? I have to go not to my job. So welcome. Well, this price action is looking delicious. You can taste it. It has a je ne sais quoi to it. You know, there's the undertones of money, undertones of wealth and richness. And off camera, we have one of our sexiest Excellency members. Would you like to see him? Is literally. Can you come here, sir? Can you just stand up for a second and show yourself? Jesus fucking Christ. Were you made in the lab or something? Or are you like, are you just like this all the time? There you go. Listen, we didn't say we weren't going to be OnlyFansing this thing, so you're welcome, guys. We're having our elixir with potassium, sodium, lemon vinegar, creatine, because creatine is necessary to make the brain work sharply, especially at nighttime when your brain no worky, no sharpie, right? Animar, hello, welcome. All right, let's get right to the point, guys. Let's go. No more sexy time. Okay, no more sexy time. Okay, you just stay over there and be sexy. 60K watch, 60K watch. It's happening. I mean, it's not really happening, but it's like so close. It's so close. You know where you can feel it? We're like right next to 60K. It's not even that we're close to 60K. It's, again, the bouncing ball bouncing along, right? We've been watching it bounce, weakness. And now it has broken through that 62 level that it was fighting in a way that feels big, right? Like, look at the size of that dog, Mom. That dog is a big dog. And that when a big dog, this big candle, breaks through that level, that's movement with strength, right? And then it went up and it is fighting with that same level. I'm surprised ETH is dropping faster than most else. Yeah. This is, see, we've been talking about how there are things that are going to happen that are going to be totally unique during these times, right? The same way Bitcoin ran and most other things didn't run. That's totally unique. Bitcoin went below its previous all-time high. That's unique enough, right? 2020, sure, we went below, but it's a new dynamic, let's say, right? Stocks are going in one direction, Bitcoin's going in another. That's unique, right? So there's all these unique things happening. Now, Ethereum is not having a good Tuesday or whatever day it is, Friday, right? It's falling much harder and much worse. Partially, in this time, the coins that drop the hardest are the ones I want to buy, right? Because if they're all of a sudden on and I don't mean like, you know, when we say coins, you know which coins we mean. When I think of coins, I only mean the coins that we mean, right? But out of, let's say, the top solid coins, top 30 solid coins, right? The ones that drop the hardest individually and kind of in a surprising manner are the ones worth buying, because somebody somewhere is dumping them. Like as if Wall Street first just built their rails on Ethereum and have been incorporating it into so many different aspects of finance and the systems. And then they just gave up and they just decided, oh no, this thing now sucks, we're just going to dump it. That's just not how it works. But what the kind of stuff they do is they will dump it on purpose because they know their institutions are going to need to pick it up, that they have such high demand for it. Like Bitcoin dropping against others, that's also a perspective to take on what's happening. Is it happening? Who fucking knows? Like, I don't know. But it's a way of thinking about it, that the things that are made cheap, just like Solana was made to go to $8 with the FTX crash on purpose to scare people. But they knew Solana was one of the chosen ones that they're gonna build on, right? So, dump time. Let's go. Let's go. Time for the market to take a poopy. Because now we got movements. We got bowel movements. And we are teetering on the edge on this side. Excellency Index had already broken below, but it's right. It broke below, and it never even went back to that level to test. That tells you a lot. That there's so much selling pressure cumulatively on the coins that we want that it doesn't even go back and test the cumulative level. It just barely goes up, and there's somebody who just wants to get out and run. Somebody's smart. So Ethereum is down 10% effectively. Bitcoin's 5%. XRP is 5%. So it's relatively holding up strong enough. But XRP is also known to be a very strong coin, right? It's known to be there's a lot of liquidity that backs XRP. So it fighting this level, it's still fighting that similar level. Whereas Ethereum never even looked back at the level. Bitcoin, the 62 level, it fought around for a decent bit, put up a decent fight. The 60 level it's going to go down, and there's going to be a lot of fisticuffs down there. Solana smashed through the second level. Like this one's the weakest one. Solana is the weakest one. So is it that I don't want to buy Solana? I'm not falling for that trick. It's been half a decade me falling, me watching this thing or whatever amount. So it hasn't been half a decade, just less than half a decade. Actually, I think it has been a half a decade for Solana, now that I think about it. But Solana is the weakest. Solana also pumped one of the hardest in the pumps, but Solana is also one of the weakest. Uh-oh, we got trees falling. We got the demons in the back. The devil demons. Huh? Greetings, Katana Squad. Welcome, legend. Welcome to the party. So yeah, Solana's dropping pretty hard. The hardest out of the coins that we're looking at. That's a great sign. I love it. Not just because, we're sitting on cash. Of course, we love any crash, anything going down at any level, any amount of downness. We're like, party time. But actually, even if I was hodling Solana, even if I was a believer in Solana, I want it to dump as hard as possible because I'm not selling it today. And the harder it dumps, the harder it pumps. Right? That's two sides of the same coin. Doge is way stronger than Solana, Bitcoin, XRP, and Ethereum. The dog is better. Just saying, everybody talks shit about the dog, but the dog's got a point. I mean, also because it was already bottomed out, so it's not exactly win-win scenario for people who hold it. But the dog is still above that bottom level, kind of like Bitcoin. It's very close, almost exactly the same actually. Well, no, Bitcoin's just a little smidgen closer to the actual level itself. But the dog is the dog. Never doubt the dog, right? And others, now, it's still strong. It's moving. That kind of move usually is the beginning of something much, much worse. This momentum down here is just starting to go negative. Of course, it's on the daily. So let's see on the hourly. Yeah, negative momentum is kicking off. 2 hour, you can see it consolidating. You see that negative momentum consolidating. 4 hour, it's just zooming out more and more, right? But it has started. It hasn't finished. It's well above its support levels, and there's a bunch of trading here that there's people who want to exit. But this is artificial. It should be much, much closer. It should be actually well below this level, because logically speaking, the riskier stuff should be dropping much harder. And the VIX, I mean the Bitcoin VIX, the crypto VIX, not the crypto VIX, the Bitcoin volatility index. We got a 30% move on Ethereum. We got a 28% move on Bitcoin. Now we're moving. Now this train's moving. But you see how it's, again, pushing its way up. Like I said, it was going to tap this, it tapped that. But now it's not about the tapping. It's about the smashing. It's about the cutting. It's the chopping. It's the surpassing. So, boom. Ethereum is arguably worse off. I mean, better off for us, but worse off for those poor souls who have dared to hold on to it with hopes that I have no idea what hopes they had. But the stock market VIX, total just crickets, like more crickets than I can hear in the background. Stock market volatility showing nothing. So this is what I was saying. You can't just use the VIX to do stuff. Maybe the VIX gives us a signal, a pre-signal, if it's something correlated between the markets. Maybe the VIX is the one to follow because it's a yen panic crash, and then the VIX tells the true story, and the other ones follow. In this situation, the VIX, the stocks, and crypto have gone in two completely separate directions. So it doesn't make sense for us to just follow the VIX. Okay. In the middle of this conversation, I'm going to text, which is so rude. So rude. You know, it's like, you're talking to me, punk. Don't look at your fucking phone. Sexy man alert. Is this the Catan Knight? Oh, I like that. I really love that. That's great. That's a good... is this a Catan Knight? Probably not. This is the breaking 60K night. But, you know, right now, what's happening is this kind of slow bleed. And slow, like, is much more painful for people, actually, because it has that... Right? Look at that. We're at 61 again. It's just, it fights with 62, then it fights with 61, then it's going to fight with 60, and that 60 level is like, it's a really, really, really important level, right? So I would imagine that there's going to be a pretty serious fight that's going to happen at that time. So you're already seeing it. We had a big drop on the 15, and now we're seeing some resurgence. That kind of price action takes a while to bleed through. And right now we are on the 5th of June, and we got 7 days left. So could it go on for another week? Could. Right? If it's going to go to like 40 something and it's doing this. Yesterday was 62, or 62, 61, 60, blah, blah, blah. Then it could easily take that. It could take 12 days if it goes percent at a time, but it speeds up as it goes anyway. So, but also the flip side of that argument is, yeah, but maybe they're just bleeding it now so they can put it into the SpaceX launch, right? That also makes sense. So maybe this is a Catan Knight. Hopefully this is a Catan Knight. Olas. When you buy, do you use stop loss immediately or give it some time before considering it? So stop loss, first of all, is for stopping losses, which means you're already in the market, right? I think you mean a buy order, like a limit order. the answer to your question is there is no answer to your question. Like, there's no, I do it like this, right? Like Yen Panic, I was in front of the computer, things fell off of a cliff. It was a 40-minute moment. Things just fell in a way where I was like, what the fuck? What is this? So I had to sit there and watch it. I didn't go search. One of the mistakes you can make is, why is this happening? Nobody cares. It's happening is the only thing that matters. Focus on the happening, not why it's happening. I'll figure out why it's happening afterwards. Somebody will tell me. So the moment it happened, I was like, bam, there it is. Let it play out. It's not about catching it immediately. That's what I was saying earlier. You don't want to catch it immediately, right? Like, throw a sword in the air. Do you want to catch it immediately? Right? You want to wait until the handle flips and it flips into your hand, right? The sword spinners, that's what they're doing. So it's exactly the same thing. We have to let the sword fall. You have to let it flip. You have to let it turn right side up. And then, it's a very fluid motion. So the orders are already set. The orders are already set. And it's not even an order, right? This is where it's a little difficult to translate what we're doing to what you would do on your account, but it's like, we already have the system in place to trigger whenever we like. The amounts are already set. The bots are already set. The triggers are already set. I can move that trigger wherever I like and I can trigger it. But it's not, I don't have to go in somewhere to like type in something and go this price, limit order, log into my exchange. Like, during a Katana, you're not going to log into your exchange. You won't be able to log in. Like, you'll be able to log in after the Katana. But during the Katana, you're going to face technical difficulties. We don't have any of that. We just have systems are all set. And if I move the trigger to hit the price, it all triggers. And then a limit order gets, like, within 100 milliseconds, a signal reaches everybody's exchange. The exchange creates a limit order, right? The bot creates a limit order within that 100 milliseconds at the price. And it's not even a price. It's a market trigger order. It isn't a limit order that says buy at this price. Because it's like, Katana's dropping, buy at this price. No. Or Katana's dropping and it's already returning, buy at this price. No, goodbye. Right? So our bots are set so that the moment the trigger hits, it's like, buy at market price right now. And buy at market price means it's okay, I'll pay slightly higher fees, I don't care, but do not stop until I have that much of whatever I'm buying in my account. At market price, not this penny pinching shit that most people do, right? Like, trigger hits, orders go instantly activate on everybody's accounts. It's basically at this point 450, 500 orders instantly get created on 500 account, or 100 and how many we got now? 170 something people, I guess. 170 something people, 3 assets per person. You get the idea. Within the 100 milliseconds, orders instantly get created and filled. Well, created, and then the bot sits there for a few more 100 milliseconds if necessary, and it goes buy at market price. And if the exchange says freaking out, and it goes buy at market price, and it does this in like millisecond speed. It goes right before I can blink. All of this happens, and then the bot manually in the chaos makes sure a third of XRP's bot, a third of Solana's bot, a third of Doge's bot, and it won't stop until it buys it. And once the condition is met, then it stops. Then there's a minute's wait, and there's a little bit of cash left on the side, like I was explaining before. Then the same thing triggers again. It goes, now, whatever's left, buy a third of this, buy a third of this, buy a third of this, or 32.5% of each, right? So it's, hopefully that answers your question. But if you're planning on executing it the way I'm executing it, good luck. You're not institutional, right? So wait, go back. So then what happens? What you would do is you would wait, because you're not trying to catch the tip of the sword. You're just trying to make sure you get in at a stupid low price. It doesn't have to be the very bottom. You would actually, I mean, even if you log into your exchange, they'll still kick you out, a lot of times. Or they'll just say technical difficulties when you try to make an order. So what you would do is just wait until the systems come back online, right? You're not going to catch the wickety wick, the tippity tip of the wickety wick. But then when things kind of cool off and things recover a little bit and the markets, relax a second, the selling relaxes, then all systems come online. Then you log in, then you go in and buy. Bitcoin's at 48, we catch it at 48, you catch it at 49 and a half, you catch it at 50, you catch it at 52, 53, who cares, right? But you now have waited for the panic to end, verified that we've done it, confirmed, right? Been able to log in, and while everybody's sitting there like in this shell shock mode after what just happened, you're the one calmly walking in and going, I'll take that, please. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Goodbye. And you can do that in peace. Oh, this guy again. Fuck, man. Who keeps letting this guy in? Hey. That's not even funny, bro. That's not even fun. I expect so much more from you. You have disappointed me. Like, go to your room and think about what you've done. Come back with something funnier. Better not write it with AI. You hear me, Bernardo? Don't fucking write it with AI. What I was saying is, assuming the assets are already bought, do you consider a sort of safety net down? No. Like, if the assets are bought, I exit 100%. Close to the top. Why do I need a stop loss? Our stop loss is a tradies. You want to stop loss when it says to get out, right? So I don't think like that. I'm not plan Bing it. There's only plan A. We either execute plan A or we fuck up plan A, right? But there's no plan B beyond that. Like, sure, if I really wanted to and something was happening, I could just go in and hit another button and get everybody out. I would manually do that. But I don't set stop losses. And I'll tell you why. Stop losses are one of the things that, first of all, are visible to the market makers, right? When we set a stop loss, we set it on a exchange. That exchange data is only accessible to the market makers of the exchange and the exchange itself. This is where Binance fucks a lot of people over. The market makers can see all the orders, right? Because they're the ones who are going to fill them. So they can see the order book. They can see where your order is. And they can see that right now, so many people have stop losses set at exactly this red line that I'm looking at right now. They have stop losses set at the thing that is being covered up at $59,930, at least on Bitstamp. They know that. So the reason why this keeps happening, where it goes down and it smashes a level and then it runs away, is because they know there were orders at 62. So they went down, they knocked out those orders, took those people's Bitcoin, crypto in general, and ran the market up. And then those people get FOMO. Fuck, I think I fucked up. The market's going to run away. They go back and buy at 64. Then they dump the market. And the person's like, okay, I'm buying at 64, but I'm only willing to lose down to 62. If it goes below 62, then it's going lower, right? So then I should sell it. I should take a loss. And then it goes down. And they go, okay, 62.3, I'm selling it. They sell it, and then they sell it to them, and the market runs up. And they go, fuck, I knew the market was going to run away. And then they get back in again. When the market's actually going to run, like, let's take a real example. XRP, massive coin, hundreds of billions of dollars of market cap, hundreds of billions of dollars, right? When it was here, absolutely nobody, including yours truly, thought that it could instantaneously, within seconds, go down to $1.59 on Bitstamp. It went to 162 on Kraken, right? Nobody expected that. So people had orders set right here, right? This is the pivot low. Logically, I should set a stop loss there, because if it turns around from there, that means the market's done. And then they just did something. The price came down, knocked out all of those orders, took all of their XRP, and then instantaneously returned to $2.61. Like within minutes, right? And those people felt duped. Like, I never expected that this could happen. Nobody expected that. Hedge funds didn't expect that this could happen, but it happened. But those people were still in the mindset, hey, this is still in the price structure. Bull run is still going to continue. Fuck, I fucked this up. I sold it at $1.60. I'm just going to buy it back at whenever I can, whenever my exchange works. I'm just going to buy it back at 236 and never sell it again because that was a fuck up. I don't want to be left behind while the market runs. Well, that person is either shell shocked into holding, which is exactly what they want you to do, or whatever, right? It's just that game it's a very, very rigged game. Now, if you're a trader and you're a risk-balanced trader and you put in 1% of your portfolio and you have calculated the amount of risk you're taking with a risk calculator sheet or system or something with exact numbers, and you have you have a stop where you exit and that's the maximum you're willing to take, and you're a shorter term trader or you're a swing trader, okay, then that's not who I'm talking to. But the average person who comes in and thinks I'm going to stop my loss usually ends up losing because there's this whole game being played in the background. Good, you're offended. Snowflake. Mo, 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 mo. Okay. Come on, Bitcoin. Just do it. We all know you're going to do it. Like, why you teasing? You know, why you acting like, oh no, look at me, I'm at 60. I'm not going to 60. I'm at 60,500. I'm not. I'm at 61. I'm at, I might touch 62 if I want to. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to. I don't like 60. Like it's this bipolar asset. But that's the forming of a katana, right? It's just going on a daily. It's just going straight down. It's going more straight down than it did before in the February crash. That's what we expected, right? That crashes will get worse and worse and worse. Of course, 1010 was the worst, but yeah, this is a slow motion 1010 that's happening. Some people are asking, they're like, hey, are things cheap? Should I buy now? Should I this and that? First of all, it's always funny when people send me that message because I'm like, I don't know. You're like I'm sorry, but you're a Telegram username with not even a photo next to it. I don't know you. I have no idea what you should do. I don't know why you're asking me. I know why you're asking me, but you should not be doing that. You should not be just asking random Indian dudes on Telegram, hey, should I make a life-changing decision, right? You should make your own moves. If you're somebody who has worked with me and I know your life and we're friends and I understand your situation, those DMs I get privately. Those guys and girls don't ask in the group. When people are like, should I buy this? Should I not? And I'm like, I don't know. Right? But if I had to give you a perspective, it would be this. The RSI heat map from CoinGlass. And here I set it to weekly and top 100 just to clean up some of the noise. And here you can, on a very zoomed out perspective, see which things are cheap and see which things are expensive. So is XRP cheap? Yes. On a very zoomed out perspective, it's really cheap right now. Could it get cheaper? Yeah. Is it going to get cheaper? Oh, yeah. Remember, there's all this left. Just because it's here doesn't mean it can't go here. And this line tells you how far it's moved recently. Like, look at the Zcash. It was overbought. And then there was a flaw discovered inside. And instantaneously this week, it went from 90 all the way down to 50 on this RSI. Bitcoin is cheap enough. It's in the green zone. Could it get cheaper? Yeah, everything can always get cheaper. Ethereum is entering the really cheap zone, but rinse and repeat what I just said, right? Trump is cheap. Who wants to buy Trump? World Liberty Financial is cheap, right? Buy away. Pick it up. All good, right? But things are still moving down towards a certain direction. Now, when you look at the things that are expensive, do you know what DEXI is? Do you know what Home is? Do you know what this Chinese symbols are? I didn't even know there's a coin that only has its name in Chinese or Japanese or whatever the fuck, racistanese, whatever that is, right? Is VVV? Anybody know what VVV is, or just H? The fuck is H? How is it in the top 100? I've never heard of H. You know a coin named H? Just H? I didn't even know you could do that. How come there's no A, B, C, D, all the other ones? I think this is a missed fucking opportunity, right? So, okay, these things are all expensive. Why? The fuck out. Oh, and then look at Hype. Hype is in that same zone. Just randomly, expensive. And hanging out with Japanese characters and single characters, right? That should tell you something. The valuable market, the real market, is all down here being dumped. And all of a sudden, one coin is just an outlier sitting somewhere. That's not how markets work. Something weird's going on. Somebody's fucking with it. And you can now see its precipitous drop from that 80 level. I mean, maybe I should just point it here instead of like pointing with my hand. You know the 80 level? The level, it was this high, then it's going this high, then it's going up. But it's moving down now. Do I buy things when they're down here or up here? Do I buy things when they're overbought on the weekly or when they're oversold on the weekly? Right? So if you ever want to ask the question, Sim, should I buy Hype? You tell me, coach. Right? You tell me if we should buy Hype. I'm happy to buy Ching Chong over here, whatever this is. Relax, it's a joke, okay? I'm not mentioning your grandfather's name. Come on. It's the middle of the night. Cancel me. Hey, Sim, I have a question you might not have answered before. I believe you will appreciate it. In which levels are you planning to... That, now you're holding true to who you are, bro. Nailed it. You know that belly laugh is a good laugh. Solid. I know what VVV and home is. Yeah, because you're a D-gen. Like, you're not normal. Okay? There's nothing normal about you. You're an elite, first of all. You're the 1%. You're the problem. You're the one pumping all these things. Stop it. Stop taking everybody's money, you billionaire. All right? But what is it? What the fuck is it? What's VVV? What's home? Seriously, like... my watch list doesn't. I don't even look at the 100 watch list. I just have a watch list. So like I have everything else is on the ignore list, right? What is that stuff? And then there's a ton of other really, really like valuable perspectives on this website. And it's free too. So this is also what I wanted to show it to you guys. Because like this one, Pure multiple. I think I'm saying that right. Pure multiple. Just feels weird to say that I'm Pure, right? This is, I don't know what this is. Bitcoin miners and their revenue. Oh yeah, this is the minor one. Yeah. So when it's in the red, it's too expensive, and I mean sell it, dump it. But then here, 2020, we did not go into the red. 2021, we did not go into the red. But still, you can see that it's elevated, right? That's expensive. Down here in the green is cheap. We are now entering the zone of cheapness. We're entering the Indian zone, which is the cheapest zone you will ever find. Always looking for a good deal, good deal, good deal. Brother, give me good deal. It's like, bro, it's free. I can't give you any more good deal. Please give me a firstborn brother, please. We family brother, you Indian brother. And I'm like, bro, I don't even have babies. Big brother, have one for me, please. I want a good deal. I'm like, bro, I don't have a wife. He's like, I give you a good deal. Take my wife. Just make baby. And I'm like, bro, like, I'm not even Indian, okay? Like, I'm speaking English. Like, I remember when I used to sell cell phones, right? They would walk in and they would see my name is Sim in a cell phone store. First of all, instant joke. Best joke ever, right? We start by talking about, they were like, what is your name? I'm like, Sim. They're like, no, what is your full name? I go, Sim Killa. And they go, no, brother. And they'd speak Punjabi. And I'd be like, they're like, come on. What is your full name? Simran? Fuck. Bro, my name is Sim. I sell SIM cards. Let's just do that. Brother, give me a good deal. No, brother. There's no deal. I already gave you $500 that I'm not even supposed to give you, that I got arrested for afterwards because I gave away $2 million of the company's money against, like, I wasn't supposed to click a button to give people $500 every time. I didn't care. I just kept giving it to everybody I could. And then I almost got arrested and went to jail. They're like, we're going to charge you because you gave away $2 million of the company's money. Okay. So, brother, I've already clicked the 500 button that I'm not supposed to click. I give you good deal. And they're like, brother. And then they start speaking Punjabi again. And I'm like, English. So they're like, They can clearly see I'm Punjabi. They're like, I'm like, yeah, bro. I know Punjabis. We finished the entire deal. They get their phone, 2 hours. It takes a while to give somebody a phone. And then they're walking out of the door, and then in Punjabi, in proper villager Punjabi, I'll be like, "Chal theek hai, baad mein milte hain." And they just be like, "You motherfucker, you didn't speak to me. Give me a good deal, brother." Oh, so good. Okay, what is this? VVV, privacy first. Okay, forget about it then. Whatever you said after that, privacy first, scam. Okay? Privacy first AI coin. What's a privacy first AI coin? An AI coin's going to take all your data and give it to the AI. That's privacy first? What a oxymoron. It's basically an AI token. Perfect. Buy it. Buy it. Sim on Portuguese is yes. Exactly. That's why I say yes to life. Except for all those times that I say no, which is almost every single time. LOL, Roland, welcome, bro. Okay. Sim is yes in Portuguese. Love, I your messages reached me, right? Saw the first one. But what is sim in Portuguese? It's yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so enough wasting of time. Let's drink from a tiny cup. By the way, most people have an imbalance of potassium and magnesium and sodium. Heart problems and blood pressure problems are not caused by salt. They are not caused by sodium. High blood pressure is not from high sodium. It's from a lack of potassium and magnesium. When you are balanced, when you have 500 milligrams of magnesium a day, when you have 5 grams of potassium a day, when you have about 5 grams of salt a day, good salt like Celtic salt, your body is balanced. You do not want to eat too much salt. Statistically, when you look at the people who eat high levels of salt, really high levels of salt, my people included, and have high levels of magnesium and have high levels of potassium, they have the lowest blood pressure. Not lowest, but they don't have instances of high blood pressure. Just like heartburn is not caused by the stomach acid. And a doctor goes and gives you antacids to reduce the stomach acid. No. The sphincter on top of your stomach is controlled by the acidity inside of your stomach. The higher the acidity, the tighter the sphincter. When your acidity gets lowered, the sphincter opens. And then the acid comes out and irritates your sphincter, right? But you lower the acidity and now you're dependent on the doctor. So everything they tell you is a fucking lie. Okay? So what you do is you get potassium salt. You get some Celtic salt. You get some magnesium, but magnesium doesn't taste very good. So you should, not get the salts. You can actually get the pills. Or coconut water, if you're lucky enough like us, where you have infinite amounts of coconuts. Or you can take magnesium glycinate or magnesium glycinate for the body and magnesium threonate for the mind. And then watch what happens. You won't eat any of the excess salt. Your body won't even want it. And you will have DNA repair from the magnesium, and your potassium pumps will function well, which is 40% of your body's energy. And the potassium pumps allow the nutrition to pass in and out of a cell. There you go. Bitcoin, who cares about Bitcoin? We're just here to talk about potassium. Okay? 60,900. Hilarious. Okay, so what I was going to show you was a bunch of this other data that we're looking at while we're just waiting for this thing. Power law. Power law is another good one to look at. So power law, I don't know what it is, to be honest. This is line. I don't know how it's calculated. There's some fundamentals behind it. I don't know what. Google it, please. But above this blue line is, we're on a run. Below this blue line, we're not really on a run. So look at this. Did we have a run this time? No. According to the power law. Let's just look at it right here. Sure, we had an increase in prices, but we didn't have an actual bull run above the power law. We're just tracking along inside of this range. But below this green line, first of all, it's never gone below this green line. That's beautiful. But below this green line is like a ridiculous discount. But the power law floor right now is like 58K. So this is probably going to be the first time where it breaks below the power law. And that means it's cheap, right? This thing saying below 58K is cheap. Bitcoin's thermal cap, which is another, no, but this doesn't really give you a signal. Okay, I'll come back to you. Meantime, let's watch this. Oh yeah, all these, like here, you can get the MBRV ratio, the same one that I was pulling up from, what's that other one? Glassnode, right? This should actually, the MBRV Z-score actually does a little bit better. I don't know if these guys have it. No, it doesn't show up on here. But that Z-score is the one that paints it and normalizes the information. That's not how mirror multiple is supposed to look. That's the wrong data. Rainbow chart. Oh, that means Bitcoin's gay. Bitcoin's gay. So it goes below, like you can see it's been riding this trend perfectly, but right here during the FTX collapse, it actually went below that. And if you really pay attention to this, you can see the weakness. It used to go way above, then follow it, and come down to the green, whatever this color is that you ladies would know better than me. And then it would go a little bit above, and then it came down to the blue, and then it went all the way to the red and didn't go outside, and then it came back to the blue in COVID. Then it only went up to the orange, and then it went below the blue. This time it only went up to the green, and it's breaking well below the blue. So this is where you can see the slowing down, the maturing of the growth of Bitcoin. It's a very beautiful representation of it, but I don't think it's going to continue to work for very long, because the expectation is, we'll always keep going up here, which means, the top of this is 1.4 million. No. Just because something worked in the past does not mean it'll work in the future. So, but it's been a good reflection. The bottom of this right now would say, hilarious. Are you kidding me? Fire sale is at $96,000. What a discount. So there you go. There's another model that has now basically been made worthless. Bitcoin bubble index. This is what bull runs look like, right? With bubble index going up. This is what this bull run was like. So nothing really happened. I'm sure you've noticed the inverse cup and handle pattern on the right. I thought I was reaching, might actually play out. Target is at 48. I don't really look at cups and handles and stuff, to be honest. I wait for one of you guys to actually show me, but like I don't do pattern analysis on Bitcoin very much, other than like flags, right? So I don't know which cup and handle you're talking about. On which time frame? This, I guess. Yeah, this cup and handle, or the upside down cup and handle right here. Yeah, this cup and handle where somebody dried the cup.
We can't see.
Oh, right. Thank you. This is what we need. We need some support. This cup and handle right here, and like this is the handle, this is the cup right here. I imagine that's what you're talking about. Let's see. So if we go from here to the top, and then we take it from there down to the bottom. Yeah. 52-ish K-ish. Ish. I love listening to Dr. Sam. Listen, I'm here to do so much more than crypto. Like this whole crypto thing is it's my Trojan horse. I just wanted to get you guys in the door. Like, you want to get rich? Come with me. Okay, have a seat. Here you go. Here's how to get rich. And you go, wow, we got to listen to this guy. He knows what he's talking about. And I go, great. Now, do you have enough potassium? Do you have enough neuroenhancers? Are you having too many frequencies? Are you, How's your health? How's your relationship? How's your community? How's your blah, 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 self-worth, all that stuff. That's where the real value lies. So that's why Dr. Sim jumps on and starts talking about random shit. The rainbow was a joke originally. Yeah, of course. It's always a joke, right? But, okay. 52. See, this is what I was saying. We should have just let it break, which means the stream wouldn't even happen today. But then again, how would I see you in the, how would we get to hang out? Oh, this is a really good. I didn't know they had this here. Bitcoin Google Trends. 2017, we had the most amount of Bitcoin searches. Still, this is what a bull run looks like, where retail comes in. Like, how do you know retail is there? Right? How do you know retail is there? You can't look at small transactions because the whales make small transactions and traders make small transactions, and there's a whole bunch of things that happens. Well, you can look at the Google Trends and see what the average person is doing when they Google Bitcoin, when they Google buy Bitcoin. Because the average person is going to, like, when they don't know what to do and they just heard about Bitcoin because their fourth nephew is richer than them now, they're just going to go into Google and go buy Bitcoin. How to buy Bitcoin. Most people just go into Google and go buy Bitcoin, like as if Google's just going to go buy your Bitcoin for you, right? Like, buy it. Like, it's okay, bro, buy it. They're like, wallet. They just take out the wallet and they're like, where do I put? I literally had this message. It was like, Sim, my phone's saying there's not enough gas. Where do I put the gas? And I was like the cheeky part of me wanted to be like, you actually pour it on your phone and light it on fire. I thought about that for just a second. The devil on my shoulder was like, let's get them to burn the phone. That's the best thing you can do for her. Save her now by getting her to burn a phone. She'll actually make way more money by burning a $1,200 phone. But then the angel on my shoulder was like, oh my God. And I was like, love, stop everything you're doing. Joanna, cancel my meetings, book my meetings with her. Jumped on a call with her. I was like, what are you doing? She's like, I don't know. Like, they told me I need to do this thing with the wallet and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, who told you this? Like, some guy, he told me there's this coin. He's my advisor now. And I was like, and then what? He's like, then I needed gas. And I can't figure, there's no port for gas on my phone. Right? So, like, that actually happens. The average person is going to go in there and do that. And I'm the guy who has to, like, I'm the one like, no, please don't burn your phone. Right? But point is, at some point, you're going to see the Bitcoin trends go up here and go well beyond that. This time around, the number of people that are coming, it's going to smash through this trend for sure. Should, right? Because trends are numbered. They're not just about pricing or stuff like that. The Google search trends are about the number of searches. So the number of searches, that's why this was a stunted bull run. This should have been significantly higher than this. But also, this was the highest search because the prices had gone up so much instantaneously then. So, of course, they come in at the top. So that's a great topping signal, isn't it? The Google Trends called the first top. And from the Google Trends declining, you could tell that this wasn't the top. I also looked at this, right? RSI was weakening, all this stuff. That's why right here, by like that 58K mark, which was like somewhere in between these two, was the data painted a clear enough picture, and you could see, okay, retail's not searching it anymore, blah, blah, blah. We should go down. This bull run was not a bull run. Like, that's not a bull run. That's just little micro pumps to pump the asset. Okay, man. Others BTC is doing what it's doing, but it's still holding on really, really strong. Oil hasn't really made any kind of significant move, so this is not oil driven. Oh yeah, MicroStrategy. We got to check on these guys regularly because this is the real, like, watching Bitcoin levels, cool, but watching MicroStrategy's levels, when Strategy's level breaks that 104 level, that's when the real shit show starts, because all the institutions are watching Strategy. Many of them only have exposure to Strategy, and for them, when the cascade from Strategy starts, they know, hey, he already sold a little bit, he's going to have to dump more. And then they go, we're going to preemptively dump because this is our level, our break level, right? And so they're going to dump, which is going to dump the price, which means all the longs, if some crazy people are longing right now, the longs are going to have to dump, and then Strategy has to dump, and that cascade causes like this flush out waterfall style. It's literally called a waterfall sell-off, and in that waterfall we swim, we bathe, we hike the waterfall, we like enjoy it. You know, it is so good. The last time the daily was so low on the RSI was in November of 2018. Yeah. This price action that's happening right now, I have never seen. But go back to what I said before. This price action I have never seen. These correlations I have never seen. Things moving the way, like, I have never seen this. Like, 2018 was a completely different beast. 2018 was this pure, beautiful, perfect run up and perfect, it was the perfect chart that you would paint for a bull run. But this time around, completely different shit's happening, right? So MicroStrategy, watch this level. When it breaks below 104, that's when the katana really starts. This whole thing that's happening right now is just a pre-katana. This is preparing for the katana, right? It's like this right here is like this right here, this first part right here, right? It was clear it was going to dump there. Signal to you guys goes out there. Then we have this like multi-day move where it moves significantly, then it tries to save it, then it moves significantly, then it fights around a level, fights around a level, fights around a level, and then break below, waterfall, right? Because you have to wait for the waterfall. Otherwise, you can really fuck this up. So here, same thing. Signal came through, clear that it's going to break and drop. I even saw this early, so I think I put it out somewhere around here. I was like, okay, cool. This should be the moment. I wisened up, so I didn't wait until here. But this was actually the final. Like we just had the last person that we just had join Excellency. You know, he came in, and right here was the final moment where I was like, guy, you got to get out. Like, this is the signal, you got to get out. And then so, remember, first few days, going down, tries to fight, then further, then fights a level. So this is going down. There's more days of going down. Then tries to fight, then goes down a little further. Now it'll probably chop solidate here, which is just go sideways here, try to fight this level, this support that they try to hold on to from there. And then once it breaks through this level, when Strategy breaks through this level, that's when the waterfall really starts. And then the waterfall should just instantaneously enough go down to that 48 level. And then we see if it goes lower, but probably not. Right? And that waterfall is the entire moment. 8 months, 9 months of waiting, it's for the waterfall, right? But that's also why this trading strategy, when followed correctly, is easy, because you can feel the waterfall, right? You can now see what I'm seeing. It's like, is now the time to buy? No. Why? Because the chart's not sliding up my screen. When the chart slides up my screen so fast that I can see it sliding up my screen, which means the candle's going down my screen. That sounds dirty. The candle's going down my screen, babe. You know, but when the candle's going down and it's moving so fast that the whole chart moves up, you know, that is the highest probability that that's the moment. And also, I would love to get your guys' help on a katana signal. Can you guys please tell me the moment you can't log into your exchange? Like, this is an honest, serious request. If a candle happens where you try to go log into your exchange and it doesn't work, and then you try another exchange and it doesn't work, that is literally the moment that we need to buy. Like, please signal that to us and go, hey, my exchange is not letting me log in. Hey, my exchange, if even one person can tell me when the exchange is not logging in, then I blindly know that is the moment to buy, because the exchange is not letting you log in because they would get liquidated if they let everybody log in and catch this kind of stuff. So that is literally the moment that we want to do it. Right? That'll be huge. Actually, let's add this to the katana catching checklist. That one of the checks that we're going to do, just as one of the confirmations we're going to do, is we will all try to log into our exchanges, or at least you guys try to log into your exchanges. And if we have even a single failure, that's a good sign. And if we have multiple failures of logging into our personal exchanges, then we know that's the moment. That's actually a really, really good signal. This is a historical move. Not really, not the one right now, but don't go chasing waterfalls. I use Hyperliquid. There's no login required, so let's see if it stays working fine. Hyperliquid will continue to work until one day even the website won't work because it'll steal all your money. Then the login will stop working. Until then, keep logging in, my friend. Just de-risk yourself. Get your money away. Put it somewhere else. Don't keep it exposed there. At least don't keep it exposed in, do whatever you want. I don't know your situation well enough. You might be a smart trader and you know how to figure it out. But for all the rest of the people, keep your money with you and not in the places where they can just lose it again, right? 2 people I know couldn't log into Binance earlier today, and about an hour later, it went back on. Binance is not the one we're talking about. Binance is just like that. Binance fucks over their users even on a sunny day. Kraken, Bybit, OKX, and Coinbase. When Kraken and Coinbase you can't log into, then you know there's real trouble. When you can't log into Binance, you just know that you're on the wrong exchange, right? Like when you can't log into Kraken and Coinbase, that means they legitimately are having so much trouble that they had to play this game. They're very, very reputable exchanges. They work with institutions. They're not whatever hidden in some jurisdiction that we don't know. They also don't play the game of Wix and trying to fuck with their users. But when they're forced to pull the emergency fuse, that's when you know the shit has really, really hit. The poop has hit the fan, and it is spinning and it is flying. All right, this is probably going to go below 60K a little bit and then bounce around and just fight this level. What happened here, right here, is what should happen right here. And that should give it a few days of delay to get closer to that SpaceX launch. And then I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks. If it happens before, I'm not saying it happens after, but for it to come here to 60K and not fight this level, I hope that happens, but it's not how the game works, right? You can see the momentum has, like we said before, has gone negative. Money flow is going negative now. That wave kind of slows down a bit for a little bit of time, and then a new wave comes, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if now we print a daily. Let's see if it's on the 4-hour. Yeah, on the 4-hour, the momentum's already slowing down. 8-hour, again, slowing down, which means on the daily, it'll slow down soon enough. 12-hour, it's already slowing down. Negative momentum is already slowing down, which means on the daily, it should already start to slow down as well, right? You can kind of already see that too. This is a big candle. It's a pretty decent sized candle, but still not as big as this one. This one's relatively the size of this one. Then it slowed down and went up, and now it's gone down. So like you can see the movement downwards isn't this like straight sharp move. It's now kind of bouncing because there's so much support there. Okay. Yeah, planning to transfer all spot to wallet anyway, not planning to keep on Hyperliquid. Yeah, exactly. Just, Hyperliquid's great. It's fantastic. It's like the best technology that's ever been created in finance, bar none. Like it doesn't, like traditional finances technology doesn't even compete with Hyperliquid. That's why they don't like it. And it is single-handedly capable of handling all the volume of all the assets and all this kind of stuff. It's very scalable. But when you keep exposure on there, then you are part of a liquidity pool, and that liquidity pool is hackable. And at some point, it will be hacked. Doesn't mean it'll die, but it will be hacked. I wouldn't be surprised if Hyperliquid gets Solana, where at some point they crash it and do all this stuff, only to go in and buy it for pennies and then create new regulations and take control of it and then let it run, because they don't let a good technology go to waste. OKX is draconian in EU, in UE. Well, that's a new place. To prove they're more than willing to conform to MiCA. Yeah, everybody's willing to conform to MiCA. Look, these exchanges are there to make money, right? And I think any exchange that doesn't comply with the new financial system I don't want to use it, because we can't have this, like, I want freedom and I want all this stuff, but also the same money is used to like ship children inside of furniture. Like, no, sorry. I'd rather make sure criminal activity doesn't happen more than you have some kind of like autonomy and freedom or whatever. You want autonomy and freedom? Pull out a bunch of cash, go to the middle of the jungle, live by yourself. So much autonomy, so much freedom. Do whatever you want. I walk around naked. I was just sitting here naked. This guy walks up. He's like, brother. I was like, bro, autonomy, right? But to expect any of that old, like, yes, we come from a world that was much more free. Yes, it ended a long time ago. Like a long time ago, it ended. Privacy ended like 2006 was probably the last year that we had any semblance of privacy. 20 years ago, right? AIs are going to run the world. You're 20 years too late. They've been doing that. So, like, get with the times, guys. Let's go. Right? And yes, I know. Still, they're going to use it to put us in a prison, stuff like that. If you let them, right? Some of us are using those digital IDs to actually be able to build prosperity. We are going to bring digital ID to people, not their kind of digital ID, just like Billions. There's a Billions network from Polygon style digital ID, which is just people scan their ID, and then it disappears completely. It's never stored. And then there's just this zero knowledge proof token that gets created, so you can prove that you're you, but there's no information in there. It doesn't know anything about you. It never saves anything about you. It's just this proof token to say, I've been vetted. Okay, somebody said I'm not a criminal. Now let me use this thing, but I'm not going to tell you who I am. The ID we have today is way more invasive, right? It knows what I had for breakfast and the color of my poop, because I took a photo and sent it to my friend. Not that I did, but there's ways of doing ID in the future which is like way less invasive, verifiably on the blockchain, less invasive. No, you don't have to scan your orb or like with your eye with an orb, but we have to get with those times, or we have to choose to just move to the jungle and do whatever. Yours truly is doing both and building it. So see, now the vol is coming down. So the same way that the price action is starting to slow down, the volatility of Bitcoin is starting to slow down. It's down to 26% today. It was just at 30. Ethereum's volatility is still elevated, but it should kind of follow Bitcoin. I don't know what, I'm just going to delete this. This is just not the right data. Something's all wrong with that index. I'll have to find a new one. But does it today just smash through this level? Probably not. You can also see the ball bouncing upwards, slowing down, right? Throw the ball, it hits something, bounces, hits something, bounces, hits something pretty solid, it bounces. Well, let's count this as a bounce. And now it's hitting something pretty solid, and it'll probably just start to slow down a bit, at least if you have to just carry this forward. So smashing through this level of volatility, unless they just decide that they want to smash through 60K, it doesn't naturally happen. That's also why Bitcoin is hanging around that zone and literally, shunning this stream, the title of the stream. Because it breaks through 60K, it's like, yeah, I'm not going to break through shit, bud. Who do you think I am? You're not my dad. So, but right now this flag is forming on the hourly. So going down, if if this goes down and then it goes up and then it goes down and then it goes up and then it goes down, then it's much more likely that it continues sideways. But if it goes down and it stays here and the fight just continues in this little spot, if the fight just continues right here between, they bulls try to push it up here, bears try to push it all the way down here. But if it just finishes in the middle of this, and then the next hour it finishes in the middle of this, and the next hour it finishes in the middle of this, that's much more dangerous. That's saying, okay, there's no, price isn't going up or down, but there's a level that is being fought over. And because of the bigger picture and the momentum and the way that it's going, eventually it's going to go down. But also because there's a flag, right? There's a whole bunch of price action. After that, if this was not so strong, it should just come back up. But this is so strong that it's keeping price here, and it creates this flagging process. 2 candles doesn't make a flag. I think it's 4 that you would want to start. 3 is, I think, the minimum. 4 is like more likely. If it goes to 5, it's great. If it goes to 36, then something is wrong, right? With all things considered, as far as we're concerned, the katana has begun. From our perspective, our index, the katana has become. Oh, you got a business question? A serious business question? Well, why are you holding out on me? What's the serious business question? I love serious business. I don't like any of this jokey business, this non-serious business. Only do serious business. And I like questions about serious business. So please, tell me. Are we moving 1 billion tons of Colombian black coffee? What's going on? Ship it to me. I have a serious answer. Okay, now you're going to think in Spanish, then you're going to translate into English, then you're going to put it into an AI and autocorrect it. So, I'll see you tomorrow. Just text it to me. Because I'm super tired. Oh, baby, it's daytime. How are you super tired in the daytime? Oh, you didn't go to sleep. Yeah, me too, bro. Welcome to our times. It's a rough life. You have to sit here in front of computers and just look at things and once in a while click things, man. People don't understand. The labor we have to do is just next level, right? What do you light? A cigarette like a crack pipe. How do you know this is a cigarette? Maybe I'm just a recovering crackhead. Maybe. Who knows? They make pretty good, they do really well in finance, apparently. It's basically how hard it is to make an MVP of RWA assets. That's actually an actual serious, real good question. RWAs are complex if you don't understand the regulatory framework. Because RWAs, most real world assets are considered securities because they're physical, right? Stocks, real estate, bonds, stuff like that. And real assets, real world assets, have centralized share depositories, which is where a track record is kept of who's buying and who's selling. Who owns it currently is kept in that record. There's also a whitelisting function to make sure the wrong people aren't allowed to buy. Is this person from Iran? Then they're not allowed to buy. Is this person not a high net worth investor? Then they're not allowed to buy. Right? This is how they've kept the average person from most of the prosperity, because you're not an accredited investor, right? So when you try to take real world assets and tokenize them, the mistake that I saw 1,000 projects make is they go, oh, we don't have to follow regulations. I was like, excuse me, you're going to tokenize buildings and you don't have to follow regulations? Show me this magical land you live in, right? Like we had one here. They scammed a bunch of people scammed a bunch of our people that now are part of FarmSend. Before they met me, they were part of that thing. People who were part of our community, I kept them away. And they were like, we're going to tokenize. They bought a bunch of islands. It was called EKTA blockchain, EKTA. And they're like, we're buying real estate, we're buying islands, we're tokenizing all this stuff. And one of my people came and they were like, hey, Sim, they're telling me all this stuff. Can you vet this? And I looked at it for like 40 seconds and I was like, yeah, red flag, red flag, red flag. But then there was a party here and the founder was here and they invited me. I wanted to go hang out there. And then I asked him, I was like, hey, how are you, following the RWA compliance regulations? And they're like, oh, we don't have to. We have this XYZ minister or something helping us. And I was like, yeah, he can't help you just skip security laws. He's the minister of creative content. I don't think you understand how this works. And he was like, no, whatever, bro. His name is Berwin, by the way. He's on the run now because he stole a bunch of money. I'll tell you this whole story. And he was like, don't worry about it. Talk to my guy. And he sends me his like smartest guy. The guy's like, yeah, we're doing this, we're doing that. I'm like, yeah, what about the regulations? Oh, don't worry about that. We don't have to worry about that. We're different. I was like, no, you're not different. You're the same as everybody else. I can see this. What's going on? And I just challenged them a bunch, and they both were like, fuck this guy, right? I came back and told all my people, stay as far away from it as possible. Still, some of the people just blindly walked in, put a bunch of money in. That's their fault, not my fault. Then that guy told everybody, we're buying islands, we're tokenizing islands. And since people have no idea what's going on, they gave him islands worth of money. And in the end, he took $13 million and he ran away. Then he went to Thailand, spent all the money, got a $4 million loan from the mafia, and I haven't seen him after that. Karma, right? So if you want to tokenize RWAs, first become an expert in the regulatory frameworks of the jurisdiction where you are tokenizing. And it literally now today takes less than 8 hours of time spent with Claude, genuine focused time spent with Claude, for you to become an expert better than 99.9% of people in the world. Better than 99.9, did I say it already? Experts that are tokenization experts, because there are no tokenization experts. We're all just kind of making it up, right? But even the securities experts, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about because they don't know tokenization. They can't even understand it, right? Become an expert in that. Then figure out how to tokenize the assets in the regulatory framework of the country that you're tokenizing in. It might be a special purpose vehicle that you set up offshore and you put the assets inside. It might be a company you set up in the country, get a security certification there, and you put it inside. But the vast majority of people will just go to Singapore, Luxembourg, British Virgin Islands, Bahamas, those kind of places that have defined, Switzerland, that have defined regulatory frameworks around this stuff, and then they go there, follow the regulations, and do it. Singapore, Switzerland, Luxembourg, they're super annoying, super expensive, super like European about it. You have to dot all the I's and cross the T's. The Bahamas, British Virgin Island, those kind of places, they're, island people. They're chill. They're like, you want to tokenize? Tokenize. What are you tokenizing? We don't give a shit. Just here, pay 40 cents and you can tokenize whatever you want, right? But then you tokenize it. But the issue is you tokenize it, you can't just sell it to everybody. Because remember, there's regulations that say you can't sell it to everybody. There needs to be a tracking, a digital ID, a central depository that keeps track of who's allowed, who's whitelisted inside of this walled garden, which means you can't list it on Coinbase, which means you can't list it on Kraken, because any person can walk out and be able to buy that thing, or any terrorist from whatever country can buy it according to their perspective. So then you don't gain from the liquidity from these exchanges. Then you list on these security exchanges, which are illiquid. Like, there's not very much money there. Institutional money starting to come now, but RWAs are about 2.5 years away before it becomes very easy to tokenize them. There's regulatory frameworks that are going to tokenize them. That's why we started tokenizing mines way too early, but we like to come early. I work with BNPL, consumer credit, and I want to be able to get stablecoin rails for it to use DeFi eventually. Oh, if you just want stablecoin rails, like, that's easy, right? Nowadays, there's Who was the Bridge? Bridge. Just work with Bridge. Bridge will connect you with. Bridge just got bought out by. Who did it got bought out by? Circle. I think Circle bought Bridge. I don't know. There's platforms which connect all stablecoins together. I wish I could tell you a few things, but I can't. One day you will hear the details around what I can tell you, how we're doing it. But it's very easy. Just connect to one platform, and that platform connects all the different stablecoins to you. And even this IDR stablecoin is going to be there, right? So that's easy peasy. But so then, yeah, like I wouldn't do it now. I definitely would. Like stablecoin rails, fine, just to get it connected, sure. That's a whole different, beast that you have to deal with regulations for capital flows, especially nowadays that countries are worried about capital flight. And if you become one of the methods of capital flight, they might put you in jail. But the tokenization of the assets, all that kind of stuff, strategize it now. Wait until closer to the, let's say, in middle of 2027 into 2028, as this bull run really speeds up in successive waves. The RWA space will heat up. Then too much money, like what always happens at the end of crypto is too much money flows into the new hot thing. And then smart projects just hold on to the money, let the market crash, and then they build. Bear markets are build markets, right? So what's probably going to happen, and we're watching it happen in the background, is RWA has become a serious conversation. It's getting a lot of money. It's getting a lot of interest from institutions. But the building on the ground hasn't really happened. The frameworks don't meet the mandates of the sovereign wealth funds. There's just so many pieces that aren't in place yet. They're getting there, but they're not in place yet. When those pieces get into place within this next, let's say, yearish, then people will go RWA, and then people will just dump too much money at it. VCs, everybody will just throw too much money at it. In that moment, you want to take a bunch of money. Don't build, don't launch, don't do nothing. Hold on. Let the market crash, then build and launch into the next bull run, which is probably going to be 2029 onwards. And we're at fucking $20. You're a tease. You're such a tease. Just do it. Come on. Touch it. Just the tip. Just touch it. Come on. It did touch it, didn't it? No. Fuck you. Look at this. 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 This is teasy. As teasy as it gets. Okay. Look at that. You see that? This red line right here? It's hard to see a little bit, but it's like, let me draw it like this. This is how far away it is from 60,000. It went to $60,008. $60,008. All right. Well, at least it's teasing. Nobody minds foreplay. Listen, we love you. Okay? Do what you want. Well, for all intents and purposes, we have hit $60,000. Right? If I could I'll just make this line a little thicker to make it look like it. God, so many jokes there. So many jokes there. God, I need like another me to like say the funny things as I say the jokes, And I'm so glad you guys can handle these jokes, especially the ladies in the house. Like, guys, this is how it is. Okay, us men, we love saying the thing we're not supposed to say. If you saw how we are when we hang out, like you give us like a couple drinks, and if there's not racist jokes, Nazi jokes, like all kinds of like vile, horrible things that we say to each other in love. Like if you're British, you know what I'm talking about. If you're Irish, you really fucking know what I'm talking about. If you're Ish, you know what I'm talking about. Like we just have a thing. Like I'm going to say the thing that's going to make my friends go, fuck, dude. What the fuck? Right? And it's a joke. It's a joke. Relax. Okay? And now we're not allowed to say it, so we're going to say it. For sure. How about you just allow us to say it? We'll just stop. Then it's no fun, right? Remember when weed was illegal and it was like, wow, oh my God. Gotta hide in a corner and like almost get murdered by some guy and avoid all the other drugs and go get this thing and then hide in the corner and roll it. Like it's that's half the pleasure of it. And then they legalized it. You just walk into a store, I want this, and get it, and get high. They just ruined it, you know? Just leave some things illegal for us. Jesus Christ. All right, next candle's live. Ooh. Now this is important. That's super. Do you see it? It's in between this candle and this candle. Do you see it? Let's see how it closes. Oh, I'm offended. Dude, I'm booting you. That's it. Even the word offended is not allowed around me. Nah. Right? Anybody who takes offense was so much more fun when it was illegal. You're right. 100%, man. Just like crypto. Remember? The good old days of crypto? We were like, oh, man, this is like fucking hacking into a computer. Like, who here had My Ether wallet? Any of you OGs had My Ether wallet? You remember those days? Where it was literally like hacking into your computer to just interact with the blockchain. It was like coding, basically. Those are the good old days. The Silk Road days. Remember those days? When Bitcoin was like Bitcoin, only for drugs. I'm like, where? Send me the link. Why are you hoarding it? How come my guy doesn't take it? I have to go get cash like the rest of the plebs. The fuck? You have digital delivery? Wow. What a feature, you know? But then they're like, yo, you can hire murderers and stuff. Like, whoa, relax, bud. I just want to get high. I don't like my wife, but it's not that bad. Yet. Leave the link. Who knows? Hey, once in a while, you know? See? That's another joke. And it's funny to me. All right. Can you please just do it? Come on. Right here. Just do it. Just come on. You know you're gonna. Like, so what I was saying was, between these two candles, you see how, so this red body means price opened here at the top of the body. And it closed after 15 minutes here. This candle tried to move price up, but closed here. Then it opened here and it reversed that entire move. The entire body of the candle, all the buying that happened here, it reversed all of that. It engulfed it, it's called, right? And then some. It basically doubled. There was double the amount of selling in the body of this candle than there was the buying in this candle. So it tells you less buyers, more sellers, right? But then when it closes here, and then it opens here, and then it continues down further, like literally at the bottom of this, it opens here, continues down further. If within the next 11 and a half minutes, this doesn't turn around and push upwards, then it tells us there's even more selling happening. Because now that it's broken through that 62 level, probably people's levels are triggering and people are dumping, and that cascade seems like it started. So now if it's smashed, if this body of the candle fully moves below this 60K, which it probably won't do, 1111, it would mean that there's a lot of weakness. If it just goes down and it pushes below this level, that's why it came down to 60K, and there's so many buy orders at 60K that, and most people put their buy orders at, they don't put it at 60K, they put it at $60,008. Looks like on average the buy orders were at $60,008, right above 60K. And all those orders triggered, bam. But then the selling is so strong that even with all those orders triggering, it's still continuing downwards. But let's see how this candle closes. Candles tell you stories. Now, let's go to the 1 minute candle. There you go. Went down. Bunch of buy orders triggered. That even, and then that cascade of orders pushed the prices up. But then the sellers came in and continued to push it down and held it here. Now the buyers are coming back in, right? Look at that. So this level, there's going to be this fight. Buyers will push it up. So that bouncy ball that has been bouncing the whole time is now bouncing here. So here, it'll probably continue to bounce. Now look at this. With force, somebody threw the ball up again. It bounced and it's bouncing even higher. As long as it keeps bouncing higher, then buyers are coming in. But it probably doesn't bounce higher than that. If I just had to follow this trend, it probably doesn't bounce higher than that. It's funny, I forget to remove you guys' comments, so it just sits there for a week. But we're definitely now going to watch this because now it's gotten too close. Now this bouncing needs to be watched because when the waterfall starts, it's fast. Does it start at 60K? Who knows? Probably starts well below 60K. But once it goes below 60K, and then it goes down and then it goes up and the bouncy ball goes and hits the bottom of this level and turns around, that's when it's like the real speed up of the process. Okay, MicroStrategy. No, not even close. Somebody out there is protecting it. Ethereum. Yeah. Ethereum has lost the level completely. Like properly. Right? It's smashed today. It's smashed through that level. Hasn't even looked back. Right? Smash. Today's just been, what is this, from right here, right there is where the day started. And it's just bam. You see that? Go and test the level. Like this quick little test tells you a lot. Quick little tap and then further down, that's a lot of negative momentum. Right? You can also see that down here, but it's easier to see on the hourly. Right? Negative momentum. There's not even little waves of positive momentum. It's just negative, 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 negative. Right? This was the little anchor wave before. So then in this case, right? 1, 2, which this also came in threes. 1, 2, 3. At the least, there should be 3. There could always be more of those. So now we're in that third wave. And even that third wave has had its first wave, is going through a second wave, might go through its third wave. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But in this kind of price action, it usually does. Just like back here. First wave, second wave, third wave. Little positive. Even this wave, if I zoomed in, it probably has 3 waves inside. Right? If you want to learn the secrets of the universe, you must learn the secrets of 369. XRP, same thing. Fought a level. Now it's below, fighting from below. But the fight continues on the hourly. But again, it's weaker, right? Wouldn't be surprised if it goes up and taps it again, though, because it's XRP is a fighter. Solana is not a fighter. Normally it is, but in this case, it's already tried this level a lot, gave up, gone down, tried to tap it, didn't even get close. Not got close, but didn't really tap it. But just the way that it smashed through this level, that signals a lot of weakness within Solana. Right, on the daily, we just had a pretty much straight cascade down. So, es bueno for us. Okay. The others drop is accelerating. That's good. It's already down here at the basically final levels that it needs to fight through before it goes down and falls down here. Good thing is once it's below these levels, that should be a pretty quick process. Then there's some minor support here, and then the major support would be down here at the $149 billion market cap. Oh, others dominance we haven't really looked at. This is actually another good perspective. Like Bitcoin dominance, obviously Bitcoin goes up against everything else. Others dominance, they go up against everything else. We have seen this whole process, but this drop that we had before is a great level to watch because that is also 4%. This is basically saying all the 37 million coins other than the top 10 only makes up 4.84% of the market cap. That's crazy. Bitcoin makes up 58% of the market cap. Right? And actually, I had this in that academy that I'm making. We actually have, oh, that's not it. I already made this. It's a good thing to show you guys. Oh, still getting used to this thing. Okay. To explain a page. This one is. I think it's this one. Oh yeah, I forgot I updated that. That's cool. No, that's not it. Yeah, this one's it. Okay, there we go. All right. Oh man, I am in a mess of windows here. Okay. So this is the one that looks at. This was the talk that we did about, why we pick XRP and stuff. This is the Academy page for that. It's going to go live soon. Video will obviously be there. Yeah, this. Right now it's changed a little bit, but this just to give you an idea. 90% now of the market cap is in the top 10 coins, or very recently when I made this is in the top 10 coins. So top 10 has a dominance. If you had a top 10 dominance indicator, it would be at 90%. They dominate 90% of the markets. That's why when people go, hey, I want to take a little bit more risk and I want to go buy things below the top 10. And it's like, okay, but you're fighting for 6% of the market, less than 6% of the market, right? A tiny, tiny amount of the market. So, I mean, in this case, actually, if others' dominance is at 4.8%, you're fighting for 4.8% of the market against 37 million other coins and hundreds of millions of other fools, right? Why you want to take that risk in this environment, I don't understand. But if you do want to take that risk, understand that you're taking the risk of, I guess in this case, 8%, right? The level is at 5%. Right now it's at 8%. Wow. But still, I don't want to be fighting for 8% of the market. I'd much rather take my chances on 90% of the market and make sure that it actually ends up making me money. And if it only makes me a 10x, okay, so sorry, right? I got to get it to fill out all these sections. I'm fast, Sim. I'm on that. Watching like a hawk all day. Exactly. That's the way to do it. You must watch like a hawk. Anything less is unacceptable. Yep. Still pushing lower, still getting closer and closer. Our level is at 59,935. Just a little bit below. But you see, okay, in that previous crash, it didn't go to 60. It went to 59,930. And that's literally just right below 60,000, right? That's because people had orders at 60, thinking that I'm going to protect myself. It came down and hit 60. It hit 60, and then it went a little bit below 60 to make sure it grabbed as many coins as it could. And then it went on a multi-month painful FOMOing process where it said, oh, look at this recovery. You missed it. Sold it. You missed it. And you're like, fuck. You're like, yeah, it's going down. It's going to go down. Nope. You missed it. FOMO. Shit, I shouldn't have sold it. Missed it. It's going higher. Man, I got to get back into this market. That was a mistake. You missed it. It's going to 80. It's going to 85. And then the person who sold at 60, who thought they were being smart, they watched this, which is they sit through February, they sit through March, they sit through it. When you get a human to sit for about 3 months with the thoughts in their own heads, it fucks them up. We beat ourselves up. We're like, oh my God, I shouldn't have done that. I'm so stupid. Why did I set it there? Fuck. I lost all my money. Market's going to run away. I knew it. Just this blah, 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 blah. This internal dialogue happens. And, oh, you guys can't see that? So it's like, it came all the way down here. It went back up. FOMO. Because it's like, wow, I just missed. And people are always counting what they don't make. So it's like, I just missed a 19% move in a day. Fuck. Oh, man, I just missed a 23% move in like a month. Man, fuck. Oh, man, I just missed a 26% move in a month and a half. Fuck, I knew I'm a moron. Me. And then like 3 months down the road, that person breaks. And they're like, okay, I'm going to set a level. I'm going to set an invalidation level because I'm a levels guy. I'm going to set an invalidation level because once it goes above that, then I got to get back in. And guess what? Many people had that level at 80K. And so what did it do? Went above 80K, got them to buy. Same people who sold down there probably. Got them to buy. Convinced them the market's going to run. I started getting messages from you guys. Hey, are you sure? Are we going to get in? Why didn't we catch that right around here? And here they were peeking out. I started to get messages like, what's going on? This is too risky. Like, excellency is risky. Like, market's going to run. I'm reducing my, people started kind of freaking out. So my message to those people was, yeah, you should reduce it. Like, go ahead, do whatever you want. Like, this is your money. I don't recommend it, but you're an adult. Do whatever you want. I really don't recommend it. Right? So that's why I said the orders go a little bit below 60 and a little bit above 80, just to knock out all the orders there and knock out all the orders there. And now the people who bought at 80 are going to be the people who sell at 60 because they're going to go, now I have a line at 60, and now same story. Weren't you bald like a month ago? Bro, I'm Indian. Okay, I was actually bald this morning when I woke up. Yeah, that's why I cut it off. And it's growing back way better, right? It's way thicker, way healthier. I got to repair the dandruff that I had. Also got my barber to check it. I was like, was my hair thinning? And he's like, bro, where? What are you talking about? You got a forest for a head. Like, no, you're good. And it's been so nice. It's like AC for the head. Especially here in Bali, now, by the way, now we have a super El Nino coming. It's already here. We have a super El Nino. And these things are super, 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 super rare. That's why they're super. This one's going to be really brutal. Really brutal. Not that it's naturally brutal. It's being made to be brutal, but it's going to be very, very brutal. So there's going to be massive, like, droughts and storms on the west coast of the Americas. The East Coast should see massive weather phenomenon, hurricanes. Wherever there's typhoons, those get much worse. Here in Bali, the weather gets way nicer. It gets drier for longer. So rainy season, it doesn't rain. Temperature has been great. Like, it actually sucks a lot of the moisture from this side and moves it over into the Pacific. Whatever. Not into the Pacific. The other side. It moves all that moisture over, and it makes it so that here there's this like pocket. Of course, less moisture, but we've had like insane amounts of rain for the last little while. Water table is recovering pretty well. So, but prepare for that El Nino. Wherever you are, prepare for that El Nino. Look up with an AI, what does El Nino mean in my area? And of course, weather calamities are part of the journey. So that's this time around, expect like really serious weather calamities. These super El Ninos, I think there's 2 that happened in recorded history, and this one's going to be the worst one that has ever come along. So I'm sure that will also be added into the list of things that will, pump markets and dump the world. Should, could, would. Getting close. Again, ball is bouncing, right? Ball is bouncing, smaller bounce. We're getting close, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having the patience to sit there and listen to me talk about El Nino and health and all this stuff, right? Because we are at the precipice. We are at the precipice of the precipice. The real line is 59,930. It's not actually 60K. I'm sure it'll smash down below that. Then the ball will bounce higher. The very, very short-term traders will probably lose a bunch of money along the way, like as they always do. Right? That's also why people ask me, "Hey, should I be trading?" I'm like, okay. Statistically, the mindset that's required to be a trader, which is very emotionless, robotic, risk calculated, repetitive execution of a preset strategy and playing the numbers game. That is actual trading. Like the good traders, the few traders out there that are good, are able to execute that emotionlessly. They're not emotional people. They don't get offended. Yeah. They sit there and they execute a strategy. Something like, I take 1%, I risk calculate inside of an actual risk calculator that pops out all the numbers that I need to enter. And then I set the trade with the right stop loss. It's literally repetitive robotic execution, and thousands of trades you have to do that. And you're not trying to take a trade every single day. As a matter of fact, you're trying to miss all of the trades until a checklist of conditions are met to even enter a trade. And if that's not met, then that is not the right entry. It doesn't match my strategy. And then having a probability, then having a strategy that has a probability above 50% success rate. 60% is amazing. 70% is like a unicorn, and 80% is probably a lie, right? Even a percent above 50 executed 1,000 times correctly gets you there. Most people don't have that constitution. First of all, most people are emotional people. Stream is down. And we're back. Did it cut out for a second? Did it disappear for a moment? It disappeared for me. That'd be weird if like you could see me and I can't. I think I'm like crashed over here, you know? All right. Ball is bouncing, even smaller bounce. Yeah, the internet is definitely having a bit of a stutter here. I wonder if you guys can see me or see any of this properly. Can you guys like give me a thumbs up if you can see me, or if it's not working properly, or thumbs down if it's not working properly, or just say it in text? Okay, all right, it's working. It's doing his damn deed. Yeah, on this side things aren't low. All right, we're back. I think we're back. Are we back? Yes, we're back. All right. Okie dokie, silky. Okie dokie. Yep. Working again. That's why we just put up we put up a second Starlink. We got mobile internet as a backup. We got wired internet at the top as a backup. I'm gonna go get another hub as a backup upon a backup upon a backup. Because these are the kind of moments. Great thing is the katana would trigger anyway. And in this case, we're still in the same place as we were before. Nothing's really happened. That is one thing about Indonesia and Bali in general. Like, there's cables running in from the world. There's these Indonesia doesn't have an internet; it has an intranet. So it's like there's specific cables running in, and they control all of the information that comes in and out. That's why there's no porn allowed here. There's none of that stuff. That's how they work. But it also means when there's a little bit of a hiccup, especially with something like Starlink, which routes through those cables, there's a little bit of a hiccup, then that connection cuts out for like sometimes seconds. Right? But in the end, oh, it happened. It just happened.
For the 1 minute chart. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. Exactly what I said, right? We go down below that level, knock out all the orders, and the market runs and gives people FOMO. Right? So now the bounce is starting to smash through the level. So now think about it like this. This level is a sheet of ice. And the more you hit the ice, the more it's going to break. This was a sharp pickaxe that hit the ice. But the ice is so strong that the pickaxe bounces off. The harder you hit it, the harder it bounces off. Okay? First hit, this is a strong level. Second hit, strong level. Third hit, probably still a pretty strong level. Fourth hit, that's a weak level. Weaker level. Fifth hit, I mean, you now, that's the fifth time you smash the ice with an ice pick. Around the fifth time, it starts to break, starts to really smash. Sixth, seventh, if you go to many more hits, then it's going to shatter. Then it's going to crack. We just had, thankfully. You see that? The moment it broke 60, the elite shut the internet down. Can you believe that? Bill Gates literally came over to my house and unplugged my Wi-Fi. Can you believe that? Fucked. Billy, stop it. Go back to your mosquitoes and vaccines. He tried to release the mosquitoes here, by the way. Fuckface. Came here and he was like, whatever, his NGOs or whatever came here and they're like, we're going to release mosquitoes to stop dengue. We're like, bro, we don't like gay mosquitoes. Right? That's good. But we're like, no, fuck no. They're not going to know. They're not going to know. Right? And so they were convincing the villagers to breed the eggs at their house and release them. That was their plan. We heard about it and we're like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? We made a group of the legends that exist in Bali, and there's a lot of power that lives in Bali. Within days, calls went out, messages went out to all the governors and all the people, and they were like, we're going to pull billions of dollars of NGO funding from Indonesia. Billions. Dozens of billions, actually, of funding, not dozens, billions of funding for NGOs if this happens. They were like, what the fuck? We didn't know you guys cared about this so much. That they were paying them something, but billions and billions. And so they're like, okay, sounds good. Okay, come on. Kick them up. Fuck off. Seeing that shit in the house. Getting our people to release it. You crazy? What are we, psychos? I mean, we're not psychos, but there's no way you fucking do that in our house. First smash. Hulk smash first. Unsuccessful. Big bounce. Let's go for a second smash. Coming up. In a heartbeat. It's also getting really chilly right now. So give me a sec. I am going to bundle up. It's actually so nice to be chilly here. Like it's, oof. What are we looking at? What's the temperature at? Oh, 22. Oh, it's, yeah, I got to put something on. Oh. Okay. And we got some raw milk. Some of the rum, boy. I need it for my bones. All right. Now that we're ready for winter, because it is winter right now for us down south people. Bam. I got the 60K alert from TV. 59. Hit 59, get your internet back. Look who's back, huh? It's 59K, bro. Yeah. Oh, we're there now. Yee, we're back. Okay. Yep. Looking good. Looking good. XRP's bouncing. Solana's bouncing. Doge is bouncing. So everybody's going on that same bounce run. But the next thing that should happen is as Bitcoin breaks below its level, Doge should break below its level. As Bitcoin, breaks below that level, Solana probably gets closer or actually ends up smashing through or breaking through that 59 level. Because now that coordinated breaking of the levels happens, XRP is already there, but we got another, I think, 90, 95 level. Yeah. 95 is going to take a minute to get to. Should take a minute to get to. But Dogecoin, this presidential scam coin, I'm going to delete because it's no longer a useful signal. Yeah, others are seeing a bounce, but that's when it should start to make a significant move. The others, this was the level, and it stayed above that level for some time, but now that it broke below, now it's going back and fighting that level, and it's going to go low. So everything is pointing downwards. Volatility, where's the 1 minute? Okay, well, there you go. Now it's basically back at those levels. Now let's see what happens. Does today's candle calm down from here? Does it go through this level? If it goes through, then I'm gonna go get some coffee, cancel the hike for tomorrow, and we just fucking sit here for the rest of the night if it goes through that way. If it goes up and touches it, it just hangs out and cools down, everything slows down, Bitcoin starts fighting the 60 level, starts chopping sideways, the higher probability play. Then it's 12:20 right now. Give it like 1 o'clock-ish. Then we go to sleep. Still we sleep. Still go for a hike. Ethereum's volatility is even higher. What's the trend on the Ethereum? Yeah. Or am. Yeah, ETH still has more legs to drop, it looks like. That's just one line that I've drawn, but ETH looks like it still has a ways for it to be able to drop further. Bitcoin, well, I drew the line on Bitcoin. No, it's not linear. Yeah. I don't even know how I got that. I guess that was what I drew. Okay, sure. I honestly don't even know how I got to that line. I don't know how I ended up being right. But also, like Bitcoin, you could move it like that. That's actually a more accurate drawing of it. I just got lucky there, guys. I know it seems like, but then again, not lucky. I was guided. I was guided by the divine spirit in me that possessed me to draw that line. Now that it has hit, we shall move it. Shall move the line to a new place. Draw a new. Yes, we should draw a secondary line with dashes inside it. Because the Lord has decreed that volatility shall cross this line at some point. Whenever the Lord has decided, whenever it is in his divine plan to break through this line, we shall. Then we shall go up here to the 10-10 crash level. The juicy levels that the Lord only gives to his best children. In times of panic, we go up to these levels. And right now, if it had happened tomorrow, we would be at 103, which is effectively good. A few days later, we will actually get to 111, a divine number. Now let's see. Anything happening anywhere else? Nope. Oh, well, what just happened? Something happened. Something's happening. Something's happening in the stock market. What happened, Sin? I don't fucking know. I don't care. Something just happened. You see that? What you do is I just scan down my list and I go, why did this just move 16%? It did not move 16% before. Why did it just move 16%? The VIX on the stock market. Yes, I just contradicted myself. I feel like, oh, I don't ask why, but then I just said I asked why. It's like I'm saying, like scanning that's an anomaly, right? Pay attention to the anomaly. That kind of anomaly, that's exactly a 10-10 style move. That the market's standing still, nothing's happening, and then all of a sudden, the stock market starts moving. Some kind of activity happens there. That's also what happened during the yen panic. Although the yen panic was still much more kind of successive, like, right? Yeah, this was yen panic. This was like, you could see the vol kind of creeping up, and then from standstill, it just made this move. That was the move I saw right before going to sleep, that I realized, okay, today's the day that I got to stay awake. And whole night I stayed awake, no idea what's going to happen, right? The Trump crash was this one. Yeah. Right. That one was much more, you could see it coming from miles away. No, this one. Yeah. No, this is the most recent. Wait a minute. No. Hold on. This was the Platonic. This was the yeah. It was successive. Things started to move up, and then all of a sudden, this move happens. This was the Trump crash. Successive. You can see it moving, right? It is also stock market related, so you can really see it. This was the yen panic of the fucking 10-10 crash. We're just standing still, nothing's happening. All of a sudden, there's a volatile move. No idea why, but that move took 8 hours, no, like 10 hours to actually show up in crypto. Look at that. Standing still, we're going down, we got to move. It's not earth shattering, it's not the size of this move, but it is a move. Something just happened in the US stock market. This is not the global stock market. The global volatility moved a little bit, only 4.5% right now, but the US stock market just moved, volatility on it just moved 16.8%. It's frozen. No, it's just you. I can see the string. This move means something happened in the US stock market. And it's increasing right now live, as we can see it. Okay, look at that move. That's volatility going parabolic. Why is it doing that? Can one of you people smarter than me figure out why it's doing that? I mean, now that we have like hours to sit here and fuck all to do except for half-smoked cigarettes. Yeah, 17.5%. It's climbing. Oh, this looks juicy. This looks juicy. or as they say in India, this looks juicy. Volatility is increasing, obviously, because volatility is increasing at a high rate, at a significantly higher rate than it normally has. That's basically what volatility means. But the VIX is a fear index. When people get scared, they buy the VIX. Somebody just panicked. Not massively panicked, but significantly increased in fear compared to its recent history. Why? We will find out why tomorrow or the day after. Right now, eyes on the price. 18%. Just that's a percent, 1.7% while I've been just muttering. That's a good sign. Bitcoin's volatility is at 30 levels. Above 60, that's going to take a while to actually play around. Let's give it a sec. Let's focus on 18.7. We're going vertical. So can you do me a favor, please? Can you make a coffee? You should make two at this point. I should actually. Okay. No, I need to get in the rows and stuff too. I'm just now that this is happening, let's take it now before it really goes nuts. Just give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna load up on the shit that's gonna keep me awake for the whole day, all night. This is gonna be a 24-hour day. That kind of move, 19%. Yeah, BRB. 20%. See now, that kind of a move is when you clear your schedule. Including clearing sleep from the schedule. Yeah, that's juicy. We're going vertical. So, since it's a break glass in case of emergency type of situation, I'm taking piracetam, that thing I told you guys about, the neuron enhancer. 1,200 milligrams. Combined with alpha GPC, which is what the neurons are made for. Now, this is going to activate neurogenesis. It's going to allow cross connectivity. It's going to allow creativity. It's going to allow memory recall, but in a non-stimulant way. But wait, there's more. Nupept, which is going to actually stimulate, and again, only taken in times where you really, really need to focus. But then there's the big kahuna, modafinil. That's the one that's going to guarantee that I will be here until, as long as I need to be here until, with focus. This is what fighter pilots take, fly 36-hour missions. It's go time. Engage all jets. Engaging jets. Nothing like coffee with raw milk in it, though, to be honest. Don't even need sugar. %. I'm liking this. Relatively looks small, but again, remember, it's not the size of the boat, it's the motion of the ocean. It's not the size, it's not where volatility, it's the speed of the move of volatility. 21%. Yeah, I lowered the quality of this to make it 720 to see if it would render any better, and it obviously doesn't. So how long till they kick in? Good question. The piracetam and the alpha GPC absorbs pretty quickly. The piracetam is going to probably 15-20 minutes going to start to, but you don't feel it, right? You have to actually take it for some time, but piracetam starts to absorb between about 20 to 40-ish minutes. Alpha GPC, same-ish time, but that's actually literally just material that will turn your bloodstream and your body uses it when it needs it. The Nupept is a little quicker. Starts around 15 and then goes, around that hour mark. It saturates your bloodstream. And the modafinil, it's like a 30 minutes to an hour process. But after that hour, you're awake. It's actually used for narcolepsy. So, the people who just fall asleep while they're standing. Okay, there you go. Now it's coming back down. Went up to 21% move. Now it's 19%. Okay. And we can't be sure that it's done, but it's just taking good old legal coke. Eh? Well, legal here, not legal where you guys are. Well, I don't know. You got degens. If you're in South America somewhere, it's legal. Africa, it's legal. India, it's legal. Asia, it's legal. Europe and North America, it's not legal. Like everything else. Like pissing on the side of the roads is legal in our countries, right? Like, excuse me, sir, I have to pee. I'm going to pull over in a forest and, drain my main vein. It's a ticket in the rest of the world. How dare you pee? It's like, well, you want me to piss in the car? I'm sure you'd give me a ticket for that because my car smells like piss. Like, I'm not hurting anybody. I'm just gonna pee, man. I'm just gonna put some urea onto a plant. Like, I'm doing it a favor. No, ticket $400, $5,000, impounding car. Take your children. Why? Because he had his penis out in a public situation, in public indecency. Bro, we live in the most decent place on earth with extreme ethics, and peeing is totally cool. Totally cool. You know? Funny, we've been on trips sometimes and the ladies need to pee and there's nowhere to go. So then they're like, fuck, I have to do it here. So then like people will make like a circle around them facing away and then they'll be behind and then, you know, they get to their business. Okay, we're humans. We leak sometimes. All right, there we go. 21.25. It continues further. Bitcoin volatility, 29%. Ethereum volatility, 32. Still kind of similar-ish levels. Haven't made any significant moves per se. Bitcoin's at 60,800. This is going to propagate. This should propagate. By propagate, I mean it should spill over from the stock market into crypto at some point. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're moving this to the top. This is now something of the highest concern. Okay, then we're going to move all the crypto volatility to the top so I can have it right in the same spot. If I can move it. Right. Okay, 22%. Rocket ship time. Rocket ship time. Gabe, find out why it dropped to 1.8%. Please. I mean, now that I have you guys here, we can actually do that kind of shit. Otherwise, me as a person alone, I don't like to take my focus off of this, but you know, sleuth around a little bit. Go to Grok and just say, hey, what's going on? Like what just happened in the last so this says 4:30. What happened in the last hour and a half that moved the market like this? 22%. The good thing is the coffee kicks in first. Right? So kind of gives you a little pep in your step. Then the new pep kicks in and it's called new pep. It literally puts new pep in your step. Then the modafinil comes in and then, but this is one thing I'll tell you guys. Okay. If you ever see me be like super brutally rough and like way too direct about something, I probably took modafinil that day. Like you don't want to take it and have to deal with humans. Like your fuse becomes shorter, you're super hyper focused, like you know, your ability to take shit goes down a bit. So apologies if I get a little serious. Not apologies, I mean this is the fucking time to get serious, right? You can fuck around all you want in your life, but there are moments where it's just blinks make the difference. 23%. This is a move. Okay, now let's compare it to. Okay, this was the 1010. It went all the way up to 21. I mean, if you had to count the body, it went all the way up to 21. So let's put a level there. See if we are 1010ing it. We are chugging along towards that. Man, this is deja vu. This is like, I love this. I love a good deja vu. 23%. Let's make me tiny so it's in 23.33%. 1 minute chart. 1 minute's too quick on this one. 5 minute chart. Oh, time to take this jacket off. Yeshua. Yeshua. We heat it up now. Weather just changed. All this climate change over here, huh? What climate change going on? Let's go. 24.4. Let's go. We're accelerating. Bitcoin wall is standing still. Bitcoin is at 60,800. Silver is dropping. So now silver's making a move. That's a good sign for us. Gold is making a move. That's a good sign. 23.72% volatility. Bringing up the VIX as well, the VVIX. Global volatility. It's going up, but it's also going up because of the US. So at this point, that kind of a move would make it go up. Volatile, we don't even look at. China's fine, Japan's fine, Korea's fine, India's fine, Germany's fine. Nothing's happening there. This, commodities, goodbye, large caps, hype, and all you guys, goodbye. 24.6, baby. 24.6. Okay, this red line is the 21.64 on this VIX. Was 1010. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to pull up the trigger just to have it on my fingertips. Check this out. This is it. This is it. This line, this purple line is everything. Okay. No. Good. These are $1.10. Leave that open on the window. Yeah. This. Excuse me.
All right, you should be able to hear me better now. Okay. XRP is at $1.10. Let's go back to the 24.4. 61,000 Bitcoin. Vol is at 24.4. Taking a little bit of a breather. Okay, we're at 19. We got 2.5 more to go to get back to the 1010 fall levels. Seems the S&P dipped due to a synchronous dump of semiconductors, AI infrastructure stocks. I guess Wall Street is now starting the process of bleeding out all that profit that they made in there because they're ready to buy rockets with it. Dixie went up 100 plus. All indices around the world, ETFs are in red today. Okay. Where are we at with the Dixie? Dixie's the dollar. It's not when you see a dick. That's a whole different conversation. Yeah, it's had a pop. When the dollar goes up like this, that means somebody's buying the shit out of the dollar. Well, obviously, if they're dumping AI stocks and stuff, then they're buying the dollar, or they normally buy the dollar, especially when they need dollars. Okay, 22.5. Okay, so it's now, there you go. Now it's taking a little bit of a break. That could be a 5-minute blow off top candle, but 5 minutes is 5 minutes, doesn't mean much. On the 15, there's a little bit of a candle, but that needs 9 minutes to close. On the hourly, just looks like a normal candle. On the daily, we basically made half the move, almost exactly half the move of the 10-10 crash. Okay. Time for some push-ups. All right, come along for the push-ups here. How are we doing? Warriors. 320. One of the best neural enhancers is just getting the blood pumping. Okay. Trigger. Strong May jobs report. 172,000 new jobs, more than expected. Good news equals bad news for stocks. Strong labor market means the Fed won't cut rates. Maybe hikes, higher rates, lower stock value. Yeah. Well, the funny part is we could always see, okay, USD's up, same cause, higher US rates, expectations, pull capital into dollars, lifting the currency. Yeah, makes sense. If this is a news-based move, if it's a data-based move like that, then it's just a fake out. Then now I might just stay awake for the rest of everything by mistake. But I'd rather be prepared and not need it than the other way around. Thanks for checking on that, Gabe. I appreciate you. You're a fucking legend. Bitcoin vol looks like it's about to turn around. Ethereum vol looks similar. Bitcoin's at 61. ETH and them are still just Bitcoining it along. Yeah. Great. Yeah, everything's basically just moving in sync. Stock market. Big drop open. Of course, they get the news early. Dump the markets, but it's not really a dump. Like, that's what actually happened. Right? On the daily, it basically looks like nothing. But sure, it's a move. Wait a minute. I thought we had... Where the fuck did that go? Oh, okay, there we go. It's like I thought I had this here. Look at that. Our fortune cookie's fucking right on here. It's literally clockwork. I mean, I think the word literally is overused in the, especially in my language. See if I can align that a little bit better. That's good enough. I'm not gonna fuck with it. Wrong time. Okay. Fortune cookie looks so spot on. It's not even funny. Like literally today is this big candle move. This is those, you know, if you haven't seen this before, where have you been? But this is the .com crash in log layered on top of what's going on right now. And what it says is today should be a big old move. If this plays out exactly like this, I think we might have just cracked the next 3 years. Okay, well, we see. Obviously, like, you know, the candles are different sizes, but the movement is identical. Okay, VIX is calming down a bit. Yeah, there you go. The news is propagated into the markets. Oh my God, like this is a fear-based move because people have jobs. Wait, hold on for a second. Markets are freaking out because people have jobs. Okay. Yep. See, anybody who expects the rates to go to zero, I don't understand why anybody would expect the rates to go to zero. Because the long-term debt cycle tells you that the rates are not going to go to zero. And you're like, Sam, what the fuck is a long-term debt cycle? You know, it's that thing where you like don't pay off your credit card. It's this. This is the long-term debt cycle. This is Fed funds rate going all the way back to, let's say, 1950s. You can get more data, but you don't really need to. The world goes through cycles of debt. Yeah, VIX is slowing down, so I'm going to give you a little bit of a macro lesson. Bitcoin's at 61. Bitcoin volatility is dropping. ETH volatility is dropping. Okay, we're cooling down a little bit. So history lesson time. This is the interest rate from the Fed. This is how much money the Fed would pay you if you were to give them $1,000. They would pay you this percentage for however long you held the bond, right? Or however long you basically invested into them, whichever vehicle you used to invest into them. Humanity has a way of going through these waves. This, until, you know, since ancient history, it happens. Yes, it is a news event, but I'm expecting a correction on the S&P 500 in the next coming weeks. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we're all expecting that for sure. It's all in the data. But today, this move happening, this more feels like an anchor move. That this is like the beginning of that kind of, hey! Yeah, and when he's sleeping, yeah, it's okay, bro, go to sleep. Sorry to bug you. Never bug a big dog while he's sleeping. Humanity goes through waves. And the long-term debt cycle is about an 80-year process. For about 40 years, the interest rates go up. And for about 40 years, the interest rates go down. And then the next 40 years, they go up. And the next 40 years, they go down. It's just I'm not going to dive deep into all the details, but it's like, you can see, okay, back here in the 70s, in 71, right here, they disconnected the dollar from gold. And instantly, the markets went crazy, currencies went crazy, everything went crazy. Because of that, then they had to raise the rate to try to control the craziness. And it did a bit. And once it did, they lowered the rates and they got even crazier. So they had to raise the rate even more. They were paying at 1.19% to you. So if somebody took money and put it into this market, they got 19% per year. If you locked it up for 30 years, you got paid 19% per year for 30 years. And at the end of the 30 years, they still gave the initial money back. Right? Now, compound $1,000 at 19% per year for 30 years. How much does it end up being at the end? $184,000. $1,000 after 30 years turns into $184,000, and you could earn that by just giving it to the government, risk-free, basically. Yes, currency is hyperinflated. Yes, purchasing power went down, but it didn't go down 184x, right? So those were the good old days. We will get to these same good old days. The cycle reset for us basically in 2008. The debt cycle reset in 2008, which means 40 years after 2008. So let's say 2050, we should be back to these 20% levels. We will, right? Between the 80s until now, we had successive waves of the rates being raised and lowered, raised and lowered, raised and lowered. When you do this, that creates debt and growth. You're using debt to create growth, in simple terms. That creates insane prosperity, but that game runs out at some point because you can only lower it down to zero. And we got basically to zero in 2008. Close enough in 2008. And we stayed there for a long time. At that point, basically money becomes free. Institutions borrow all the money in the world. And that's why the markets ran off from that moment going forward. Right? 2008 was our 1929 collapse. People are now waiting for 1929 to happen. No, you're a little late. 1929 happened in 2008. Now we are headed to 1945. Like, we're in 1945 now. We're not in 1929. No, we're not in 1930. You know, that happened decades ago. We're now in 1945, which is World War II. Burning everything down, blowing everything up, completely resetting the system. Financial system resets. Power systems completely change. The currency changes. The organization of the world changes. The factions of the world changes. World power changes. Everything changes. Everything. Like how everything works, technology, how we travel, how we communicate, how we power ourselves, how we live, how we make money, how we are, what work is, what family is, what relationships are. Every single thing changed in 1945 in a very significant way, right? And death and murder at scales which in 1930 you could not convince somebody that it would happen. In the most developed countries of the world, in the most dominant empire of the time, was completely leveled, dismantled, and the whole country was rebuilt in 1945, right? We are in 1945 now. This long-term debt cycle told us that. When I really understood this because in 2008 is when I really started to go nuts watching this. Okay, VIX is at 21.7. Bitcoin volatility and Ethereum volatility is pretty stable. Bitcoin is at 61,000. No significant move. Things seem to be cooling down a bit. Nothing else has signaled anything else. Okay. When I started to understand this in 2008, that's because after 2008, I was like, what even happened? When you understand this lets you project when something's going to happen, when what's going to happen. The point we started with was you can see from this that we're not going to go back to zero again. Okay, let's look back here. We were near zero as far as this data goes. Then we went up, down. Then we went up, higher, low, up, higher, low, up, higher, low, right? So there's higher lows and higher highs. This is natural. This is natural enough price action or movement on the rates. This is artificial, not even artificial, like fully controlled rates here. That's why it makes these kind of digital. You see, this is analog. This is human. analog move. This is how humans move, kind of sporadic. This is how algorithms move. Right around 91, they took algorithmic control of the markets. And that allowed this perfect, precise. If you know signal processing, you know that this square movement is a digital signal. This sporadic movement is an analog signal. This was natural. Starting in the 90s, it became unnatural. It became perfectly controlled. Then it went to 0. Then it went up to 2.3%, and then it went to basically 0. That's the last time that it goes to 0. It should, this time around, we shouldn't go below 2%. They won't go below 2%, but they will cut. Long-term debt cycle says they will cut for some excuse, some world melting down, I don't know, whatever excuse to create. I'm not going to guess at that, but it'll probably go down to about 2%, lowest. In that drop, they will let hyperinflation happen, but not all of it. And then it'll go higher. They'll probably go up to like this 8%. And now inflation is going to probably go to 15% pretty soon. But you can see they're going to cut, but they're not going to cut down to 0. A lot of people that were, experts during this 0 timeline, they're still expecting 0. And it's like, you have recency bias. You can't look backwards and see the ebbs and flows of humanity. Now, this up part of the long-term debt cycle is where the new institutions are built and solidified, right? Especially at this beginning part. This rising phase, the peaking phase, is where those institutions effectively see their lifetime through, and then they reset again around that 71, 81 time horizon. That's when we changed from the Bretton Woods system to the current petrodollar system. So all the institutions changed, how money works changed, power structures changed, so many things changed around that. And then from there downwards, we go through the next prosperity leg. But that's pressing the gas while the engine's hot. Eventually it's going to blow up at some point. And in 80 years from 2008, we'll be back here again. Okay. VIX. Cooling down a bit, taking a bit of a break. But it ain't done until it's done. A lot of times what they do is they'll dump the markets when the data gets released, and some analyst out there will just say, hey, yeah, this is because of the data, and then the AIs pick it up and go, yeah, it's because of the data. And they send out all these bot tweets to say, yeah, it's because of the data, it's because of the data. But in the background, it's probably because they're actually dumping the markets to be able to take that money and go put somewhere else, or some other dynamic, right? They do that. They'll actually just make it look like it's because of the data, but actually it's because they're buying SpaceX. Like, it's not a secret right now. Wire SMH, there you go. There's your semiconductors dumping. Oh, yeah, baby. If the semiconductors waterfall, it's over. This is a blow off top, right? Maybe it goes a little further, but look at that. Do you think something can just keep going at this speed forever? That just did a move of 78% in 2 months, basically. Not even a stock, but a whole sector going up 78% in 2 months. This is crypto. Right? They're FOMOing people into these things from crypto. The degens are running away. They're chasing the semiconductors. They're chasing the Rigettis. They're chasing us stocks. And what they've done is they've taken money from a sovereign self-custody system and they put it into a system where they don't own it just to chase this. And of course, people are coming in at the wrong time. Many people are coming in at the wrong time. But they did pump it up 78%. So now they could go ahead and dump it from this new level, something like 43%, and it would still basically just go back to the bottom level. Like, let's just imagine it should, realistically should go there. Okay, they could dump it 35%, and it would just come back to its normal trend. Right? That's the game. And in this parabolic move is where the most amount of money gets taken from people. This is the finishing move. It's the finishing move. It's like you sit, you think you're making money, and then one day, holy shit, I just basically doubled what I had in there. In 2 months, I'm a genius. And they go, no, you're not, my son, because we're the ones taking your money. And they just then the violence of this move tells you somebody's dumping hard, right? In that dumping hard, they basically took something from 423 to 642, pumped it 78%, which means they suctioned 43% of somebody's assets, and then whoever takes it gets it, and whoever doesn't take it loses it. And in that move, in that single move, they just went and just took the money from people's bank accounts. This is the finishing move that also happens in crypto, that happens all over the place. If semiconductors are making this move, what's crypto going to do? If gold is making this move, if oil is making this move, if the biggest markets in the world are making this move, what do you think crypto is going to do? Now, when you expect it least. Right now, everybody expected it. Now people are giving up. Now people are walking away. So that means we are headed for a time where there's going to be, like, blow off top doesn't even cover it. Now, is Bitcoin going to do that? No. Nope. Bitcoin's not going to have a blow off top. That would be too easy. Bitcoin's going to have successive rounded tops that just keep people on the roller coaster and they never exit. Are the altcoins going to have blow off tops? Yes. So markets are the ocean. Debt markets have done what debt markets have done. Insane volatility happened in the debt markets a little while back, remember? The MOVE index pulled this move by end of March. Right at the same time, basically, semiconductors started their move. That volatility propagated into semiconductors, which is tech stocks. They made their move. What's after tech stocks? Crypto, right? Crypto already made its move early and the wave was pulling back. Now we're seeing that wave reach the semiconductors. Now the semiconductors are going to recede. The wave goes down there. We go back to the bonds. And now in this crash, people would probably rush to the safety of bonds. And the US really needs them to rush to the safety of the bonds. Yeah. Okay, VIX has slowed down, but it's still elevated, hanging out around the zone. It's not over until it's over. Bitcoin at 61. Bitcoin volatility hanging on in the same zone, finding support above its previous pivot points. Give it time. Give it time. Patience, everyone. 1.111. Look, waiting for this moment. Thank you, XRP. That means everything. It's all the signals. That's a divine signal. It means, look, 1111101. Oh my God. It means everything. Please put another one in there. Come on, just put another one in there. Let's go. 10-cent pump. 10-cent pump right now. Come on. Let's do it. No. We're back. Come on. Okay, no, fuck it. All right. We're focusing on the wrong thing. Relax. It's ADD. Okay, go back to this. Vix. Spaghetti-o. Roll. Might not be done. Okay. Yeah, exactly. It is like trying to watch that's such a classic thing, man. If you know what this means, I mean, all of our people know because we don't have any like stupid youngins, but not stupid youngins. I mean, like super youngins. So this is what I meant to say. But yeah, like that. It's like trying to figure like I've spent time with friends sitting in front of the thing waiting for it, and when it hit the corner, we cheered like it was like the World Cup, right? Like we nailed it. We cheersed each other that we finally got it. I mean, I love being a man. We can be entertained. No problem. 22.22. There's another divine signal, guys. VIX is at 22.22. Okay. This is actually, seriously, is one of the things that I use to know when I'm attuned with my soul. When I constantly get like divine number numerology, and I mean constantly. I mean, I'll wake up in the morning and it's like whatever 4:44. Like, okay, cool, thank you. And then 11 o'clock for no reason. I mean, I don't check the time. We don't really worry about time. Plus, you don't check the time 11 minutes after 11. You check the time at 10:50 to make sure your meeting's coming up. But it'll just randomly, I'll just be and I'll just pick up my phone 11:11. Okay, cool. Nighttime 22:22. One day I picked it up and it was 66:66, and I was like, whoa, what the fuck's going on? Kidding about that. But when I'm out of tune, when I feel dissonance, when I don't feel like I'm vibrating in the right, when I'm not attuned, then then the numbers don't show up at all. Like for months, like for weeks and months, no numbers, no. Like I check, and I'm not trying. I just naturally, I'm like, wow, nothing. Like I don't have any numbers for weeks, and I can feel within myself, yeah, I'm just not vibrating right. Something's off, So I'll go do some work with our shamans or whoever it is, and then reattune myself, and I can feel the reattunement, and then right away, just divine numerology all over the place, messages. Not like 22:22. What does it mean? What it means is attune. Like I don't know what it means. I'm not gonna. Especially, I'm not gonna go ask an AI. What does 22:22 mean, Overlord? And it'll be like, well, I know he wants me to say all this shit. So guess what? 22:22 means exactly what you want to say. AIs are the biggest sycophants. Like they'll just tell you exactly what you want to hear. They'll never whatever. Claude. I like Claude. Claude is the only AI that dares to tell me, Sim, you're a fucking retard. And I'm like, dude, calm down with the language. Gosh, darn it, I would never use language like that. Where did you learn that stuff, Claude? But you can also tune it, right? You can tell Claude, hey, my Claude says, question me, challenge me, tell me I'm wrong whenever I am. Don't just fucking tell me whatever. Tell me how to do it right? Show me how to do it right. Give me a better solution than what I'm thinking, and I will happy to go with the better solution. Yeah, this doesn't look like it's done. Okay. Evil. He's so evil. Bitcoin and Ethereum volatility still around the same zone, but Why does it feel like it's gonna go higher? 5 minute, that's a blow off top candle. The 5 minutes is 5 minutes. Not really a blow off top. Neither here nor there. 15. Okay, let's see. Patience. I'm 24, bro. Even I know what that means. Listen, you're a mature 24-year-old if you're hanging out with us, right? Most 24-year-olds that I know right now are like, they're not even capable of sitting down for any amount of time. So welcome. You're gonna go far. 11:11 has chased me my whole life. Yeah, man. That's how it is. Like, when you're tuned in and you're willing to see the signals, they're everywhere. But also, if you're looking for signals, you're fucking it up. Like, that's not how it works. You can't go around looking for 11:11. Then, of course, every time there's fucking 11:11, you'll see it. It's like it's like looking at your phone at 11:10 and then waiting a minute and then looking at it. It's like, yeah, that's just two numbers, right? That's not what we're talking about. It's complete serendipity again and again and again and again, where the probability is so undeniable that it's just happening coincidentally. And then, like, there's times when it doesn't happen, and then there's times when it does happen, right? That's a way better signal. We just have to listen to it. The universe is a video game, and there's a lot of cheat codes inside. Nature tries to tell you everything, but most people don't listen. Remember that bouncy ball? Went down, smashed the ice. The pick bounced off really hard. Had a big move, a smaller move, but it still hasn't gone down and hit it again. That means there's a ton of, support, buying level, or buyers here who are all waiting. We're all buying. But big move, smaller move, smaller move, smaller move. Then you keep hitting the buyers. Eventually, you run out of buyers. It goes lower. And at some point, it's going to come back and hit this again. Does it break the second time? Probably not. Then another bounce. Move. Third time? Probably not. Another move. So, that could take us all the way out to whatever. I got to change this to my time. Hong Kong. There we go. But it's going to take a minute. Hopefully you guys took your awakening drugs. I'm flattered you think highly of my maturity, but I was talking about the DVD in the corner. If you're even old enough to have witnessed DVDs, you're welcome. We're the last generation, man. We're the last generation that can talk about how the world really was with it before the AIs took over and the internet took over. I remember black and white TVs from the days before landlines. Black and white TVs with one channel on it. It's not a competition, but in India, I'm so glad I got to witness the life without a landline, with a black and white TV with only one channel, because that forced me to go play outside in the village and live life and da-da-da-da. Like, that's it. We're the final generation that got to do that. If you got to do that, especially if you're in your 20s and you got to do that, you're lucky. You must be you're either in a third world country or you're in a country where this infection didn't reach fast enough or whatever, but be blessed. You're the last one who knows how the real world works. Like, there's that quote, right? It says, a guy tells his son, he goes, "Son, did you know that back in the day we didn't have Wi-Fi?" And he's like, "Wow, Dad, that's crazy. How did you access the internet?" Right? And we'll tell stories like, we access the internet like this. Ma, I was downloading something. I'm sorry. I wanted to call your dad. Hang up the phone. That's how we access the internet. Okay? Forget about it. What do you know about the internet? Okay. All right. How much did we make today? Ooh, we just made another. No. Past 2 days, we made 1% purchasing power. Congratulations, Bali people. Always keeping an eye on that. All right. Bitcoin's below 61 now. All right. Time for this bounce, the ball to bounce all the way down. Yeah. Ooh, ee, ooh, ee, ah, ee, ah, I love it. Okay, well, VIX is, oh, there we go. Okay. Cool. Now we're heading towards cooling down. The momentum on the VIX started to slow down. You see that? The momentum picked up the top coming up quicker than the price did. The light blue, the dark blue is slow and light blue is fast momentum on this indicator, right? You could see the momentum started to peak around here at 12:20 hour time. At 12:20 hour time was right here. So there already you could start to see the slowdown and the turnaround. By the time we actually got to the actual price, you could, we had enough data to properly see, okay, momentum's actually slowing down, right? And now it's starting to slow down properly. So should it go up? No, not the way that things are looking right now. It should go down. This is on the 5-minute chart. Let's give it some time. Bro, if you're delirious, tell me about it. Fuck. I don't think any of that stuff is working. That'd be hilarious if I just pass out on you guys. You're like, is he fucking around? And just stay there for like 10 minutes. We were like, the fuck? I'm like, yeah, I'm out of cigarettes. When you like think you're out of cigarettes and you find that one golden cigarette in there? It's like back in the day when I used to run out of money. And I was like, man, this, speaking of like serendipity and God and all this stuff. One of the lowest points in my life was I was making $700 checks in Canada, which is well below the poverty line. And I had some kind of emergency thing to do that week. And so I had to spend all my money on it, all my excess money on it. And I barely got to the next week and the paycheck came in. But now I'm behind. Like now I'm managing bills and I'm behind, right? And I would never ask anybody for money. So like that week I had the option to go and buy $200 of food or continue to buy the high quality weed that I was buying, the medical weed I was buying, and buy $50 food. So of course, there's only one choice. Made that choice, but I ran out of food. When you're high and you don't have food, that really sucks. So I was like, okay, whatever. And I was like, wait a minute. Aren't there places where they give away food, like for people below the poverty line? And I looked up, oh yeah, there's
Churches.
No, churches. Yeah, it's kind of like that, but it's like donations. There's a place that for the people who are homeless or getting close. I used to donate to them before, so I was like, oh, cool. Like I'll go there, right? I go there. They just give me a big basket of food. They're like, here you go, man. I was like, this is crazy. Come back. They tied me over, right? Next paycheck, I was also out of money. Now I'm running even behind. Went back again. Next paycheck, I'm still behind pretty significantly, but it's getting a little better. I go back and they're like, we don't give it to you the third time. You have to wait a month and then you can come back. I was like, okay. And I had a week's worth of food, like noodles and stuff, and good weed, right? And I was like, fuck. And so that 1 week runs out, food runs, every single thing in the house runs out. And I was like, okay, well, we're going to fast for a week, I guess, right? Yeah. Unlimited faith, no questioning, no like, no, just okay, fine, dealing with it. Next day I wake up, no food. I was like, let me just check my bank account, right? Let me just see how many pennies I actually have. Because at that point, pennies go a very long way, right? Dollar store's like, it was right below me, actually. I lived above the dollar store. And I was like, let me check my account, how many pennies I have. I opened my account and there's $65 in there. And that's like, they're a millionaire. But I'm like, there's nobody who owes me $65. There's nobody who should have sent it. There's no place that this should come from. How did it arrive in my account? I check my bank and I go into the account and it just says transfer. I was like, that's weird. It doesn't even say who sent it. I call the bank, stay on the phone for like, whatever, an hour. I was like, who put this money in my account? And they're like, this is the first year the Canadian government has decided to give oil profits back to its citizens. So you get $65. And I just laughed. I was like, wow, there is a God. I just laughed. I was like, thank you. You always got me. And that $65 tied me over to the next month. And that was the lowest point in my entire life. Financially, in so many different levels, that was the lowest point in my entire life. Went down to zero. And then when I needed it, the $65 showed up. It's like Tony Robbins' story where he, gave away all of his money to some kid who had taken out his mom just because he was so moved, only to realize I literally do not have money anymore and I'm not going to have money for rent. And just had undying faith, went about his business, goes home, and a guy who was supposed to pay him $1,200 he thought he wasn't going to pay him, just randomly decided to mail him the check for the $1,200. He got the $1,200 in the mail. Message to him was, you give, you get. And that was the moment Tony Robbins turned around and became Tony Robbins. Like that is how it works, right? You will be tested. You'll be taken to the bottom. You'll get to a certain level. No idea how you're going to make it. No idea how you're going to get there. And the people who whine and cry at that point are the ones who actually, the universe goes, nah, you're not. You're clearly, this is who you really are. You fake it when things are good, but this is who you really are. You think, why me, why me, like then the universe is like, you're just not deserving of abundance the same way. But the people who are there and go, look, okay, thank you, happy, thank you, sad, thank you, fed, thank you, hungry, thank you, all this stuff, thank you. And they maintain that consistency through their life, especially in the bad times. The universe goes, I see you. This is who you really are. When I punch you in the gut, you're sweeter. You're arguably sweeter. You actually become more humble and more whatever version of that it is. And then it goes, now you're deserving of abundance. Now I'm going to bless people through your pockets. And how I'm sitting here, I have no fucking clue, man. I have no clue. Like, doesn't even make sense. And I was there. Not going to lie, I've been awake way too long as well, but this dump is more important. Exactly. I don't think it will happen today personally. Yeah. But I would be a fool not to be awake and miss it. Exactly. Like 1010 just taught me like, okay, what I expect to happen has nothing to do with it. I'm just stupid old Sim. Like what I expect has nothing to do with it. What the AI overlords are going to do is they're going to do it. And if we just miss even this moment, then what's the point, right? Then we might as well be playing the different game, the other game of, the other game. You want milk? No, I'm just putting it away so I don't knock it over. See, that's wisdom. Wisdom is knowing you're going to knock over the milk bottle, right? Intelligence is doing it still. Man, that's a story I can relate to. I've picked up 7-Eleven disposal after the end of the shift for a few months. We've seen life, bro. Fuck yeah, man. I started working when I was 15. And I have done, I lost count at 36 jobs. Everything. Like I started, my first job was, those like jacks that you ride in the warehouse, right? That was my first job. 12 hours as a 16-year-old. I had 15-year-old actually. I had a job at a warehouse, one of the only places I could get a job, and I would go in morning, get on this jack with this computer on my ear, and it's me and the computer, and she's telling me, go here, pick this up, pile it. And I just drive this jack over and just fucking lift pallets and build pallets. Done. Next. And 12 hours, just back to back to back to back to back. That was the first job, right? Construction, lumber, selling clothes, cell phones, call centers. Tell me a job. Probably done it. All right. Remember, I used to ride. Yeah, volatility slowing down. Now it's slowing down properly. So there you go. That news pump seems like it's cooling off. But still, how does it propagate into crypto, especially when it's at such a critical level? Let's see. I remember I used to, in Canada, which is like, I don't think you understand cold until you have Canadian cold, right? There's very few cultures that understand what I'm talking about when I say minus 30 degrees with like blizzarding sideways wind, right? Feels like minus 38 degrees. And at that point, if you're asking Fahrenheit or Celsius, it doesn't matter. It's the same. Minus 38, minus 45 degrees is where both of them line up, right? Minus 45 degrees is minus 45 in Celsius and in Fahrenheit. So you're basically close. We had minus 45 days. Like Edmonton one time hit minus 55. It was the second coldest place on Earth after Antarctica, right? At one point, just a little bit above Mars. And it's like, I'd wake up in the morning and you got to shovel the snow outside to even get to, this was before I had a car. So it's like I would shovel the snow outside just so that, because that was my job. And then come inside and like not die, right? And then put on your shit and walk out into the blizzard and walk to the bus and stand there at the bus stop. However long you need to. Usually like 10 minutes is hypothermic. Get on a bus, go to the train station, get off, wait at the train station, blizzarding. Get on the train, go downtown, get off, stand at the train station again. Get on another train, drive, go to another place, get off, wait again for another bus. Get on that bus, drive again, get off, wait for another bus. Get off, then walk to work. 3 hours of travel time to get to an 8-hour job and 3 hours back. And I remember sitting there. First of all, entire time learning, entire time finance, this, that, spirituality, feeding stuff in all the time, watching markets, watching charts, learning about 2000, everything. 3 hours of education on the way there, 3 hours of education on the way back, 6 hours of peaceful time to actually learn how to break out of the matrix. Day in, day out. And that was a lumberyard job. What a blessing. May you be blessed with the exhaustion you feel from doing the things that you wished you could always do. I did wood splitting, almost lost a few fingers several times. Straight the fuck up, brother. That's how it is. Got to pay the dues. You got to do what you got to do to survive in 1992. Doge got super close to that level. Everything's teetering on the edge. And this thing in the stock market might be the thing that actually knocks it below this level. Wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Might take just a minute to propagate. And by minute, I mean, you know what I mean? Exactly. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh no. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. MicroStrategy's at its dippity dip. It's right here. We got one more level left after that. If the stock market's taking a tumble and the semiconductors are pooping on themselves, What do you think the smart money thinks of crypto? They think it's a semiconductor stock. Yup. Where we are with the semis. First of all, isn't this hilarious? This is how the stock market works, okay? At the end of the day, it closes here, and the next day it opens here. It's like, who the fuck did that at nighttime? At the end of the day, it closes here, and the morning it opens here. It's like, wait, you can time travel? Like, you can price travel? How come I can't fucking do that? Can I trade on it? No. You can do it? Yeah. But we're in the same market? Wait, we're playing against each other, but you can play at nighttime. I can't. And in the morning, you're just going to move the price to a different place. Like, you know, a chart gets drawn. I'm like, cool, that reliably markets are closed. No, they're not. They're not closed. Somebody's fucking trading them. Right? This is not a fair game. It's a completely rigged game. And then it's like, okay, Friday, you're going to do something. Guess what it is? I mean, it's Saturday for us now, but guess what it is now? Friday. Guess when they cause the shit? Friday. And then they just leave you to deal with it on the weekend, and they come back on Monday, and it's like, price was here. No, price is over there now. Where'd it go? Over there. Who did it? I don't know. Markets were closed. What happened? It's Monday. Like, price was here. That was Friday. You're like, that doesn't make sense. It's like playing football against somebody, and they just pause you, and then they run to a different place, and they start the game again. You're like, the fuck, bro? You know? That's why they don't like crypto, because it equalizes the playing field a lot more. So at least we can see live price action. That's also why they don't like hype, because it allows us to play the game on the weekends, which they normally can't play otherwise, and they know how dangerous that is for them. Okay, there you go. VIX is slowing down. Bitcoin volatility is still elevated, but the fact that it's making this, it's looks like it should drop, or at least this pattern says it should drop. Let's see. Okay, wait. Bitcoin volatility. Yep, literally went up to that level. Okay. Oh, let's move the line to make it look cooler. Yep. So smart. But how the fuck did I pull that level in the first place? Like, did I do it on log or something?
Timelines.
I know. This is timelines, right? I'm like, I didn't. Is that where I drew that line? Why did I draw the line like that? I guess I was just connecting these points and these points. Well, yes, sure, okay, sure. That's so interesting. I thought I had drawn the line differently. Literally, right? Okay. All right, now we're watching this chart, not the Bitcoin chart. Now this is the most important chart. 5 minutes is too short. 15. That's hilarious. Just gap, 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 gap. Like, the fuck? Look at that. The fuck kind of price action is that? It's like we're missing time. All right. Let's put a line on this. Okay. Right at it. Right at it. And once that's done, we are pretty quick to get down here. And there's gonna be a pretty decent fight down here, though. Strategy has a lot of people backing it. But look at that. All these levels back here, Strategy's fighting them, and guess when the ETFs launched? Right here, right there. And we are going to make the full round trip back. Just how it goes. And between here and this level, MicroStrategy is going to have to unload some size. Because they were already sitting on $10 billion of losses, unrealized losses. They're probably sitting on a lot more now. Bitcoin goes below 60, goes below 50. They're sitting on some serious losses. And this is what I was saying. That like that lady, did you see the disdain in the lady's face when she was talking to Michael Saylor in that video? Did you see her face? How like these circles are very like culty. They remember him from the .com crash. She's like, "How are you going to refinance it, Michael?" And he's like, "Well, we'll just roll it over." Like, you think the banks are going to lend to you, Michael? She was kept saying Michael, like a child, like, Michael, what are you going to do, Michael? He's like, "Well, we'll just refinance it." You think banks are going to lend to you, Michael? And just has his lip raised. Go back and watch the video. Like, lip raised, just like, you don't even understand, you fool. You're back again. You remember what we did to you in .com? You were by far, we made an example of you. You got destroyed, demolished. You lost $10 billion. You're back again. And you're dumb enough to stand at the front and become the Messiah. And you're going to what? Take 1 million of the 21 million most valuable assets on earth that we want, and you're gonna hold it? Ay, Michael. You haven't learned, Mikey. We don't work like that. You're a sacrificial lamb. We sacrifice. That's what they say. They sacrifice fucking people. And they make examples of him. He's about to get Diddy'd. He's about to get Epstein'd. You can see it from coming from miles away. And all the people that are standing behind it, you guys just don't understand bankruptcy law. They're going to destroy that poor man. Not even that poor man. He's walked around like, "Oh, yeah, I'm the Messiah," all this stuff. It's like, bro, you know what happens to Messiahs, right? It's not a good track record. Right? Remember what they did to Do Kwon? SBF was their own. SBF did it on purpose. He didn't pay. SBF was a plant. But Do Kwon, they made an example out of him. If you don't know who Do Kwon is, he was the founder of Luna. They made an example out of him. They sacrificed him. That guy's in jail. Lost everything. They made sure they had videos of him laughing about other cloud projects collapsing. Like, you think they're going to burn down the entire world and they will let your companies live? And Stretch and Strike and all these things are leverage. They're leverage. Leverage by another name, but they're leverage. Leverage with debts. And when you take debt from the banks, they take over countries. Entire countries. And people can't stop them with debt. And Michael thinks he's going to be able to stop them from taking his company. Guys, I don't know what game we're playing here. Although I would expect them to use it for much longer. I wouldn't expect them to collapse it now. It would just be too early. It's like there's just not enough money in it. And, this is usually not the point where they actually do this. They'll probably let it continue until 2027, 2028. But that final countdown, guaranteed the leverage will get so insane that when they create the flush, MicroStrategy goes bankrupt. And then when they need to refinance the debt, the same bankers he'll call and they won't even pick up his phone. Ooh, we're right at it. Right at it. Okay. Yeah, VIX is coming down 17%. Bitcoin and Ethereum VIXs are pretty stable, hanging out in the same zone still. Bitcoin's at 60.6. Bouncing ball. Big bounce, small bounce, smaller bounce. What happens to a ball once it stops bouncing on the floor? It breaks through. Then it goes and bounces somewhere else. Let's let it bounce. I just had a Punjabi song playing in my head. Bounce below bounce all night long. Fuck, I haven't heard that song for so long. Bounce below bounce all night long. That's fucking so good. That was a banger back in the day when I used to be young. When I had my teeth. I remember the days when I used to dance to bounce below bounce. And I actually had a below to bounce. Yes. Go. Do it. Fucking do it. Bounce 1, 2. This is the third bounce. Level still strong. Yep. See, perfect bounce off that level. Fourth one, there's a higher probability of breaking. What does Garrett say? He says third one is a 50-50. Fourth one is like a 60-40 that it breaks. Fifth one is 70, something like that. So as it's bouncing, we're going down the levels. If this breaks on the third one, that if it's 50-50 and it breaks, that again tells you the weakness. Come on. There we go. Let's make this line a little thinner. There we go. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We have smashed that level with an ice pick the third time. Let's see how far the ice pick bounces. All right. While you're doing that, I got to take a piss. Where are we at? Still fighting, huh? 36 seconds left in this 5-minute candle. Battle continues. Just make sure I have it at the right level, though. Yep. That's the level. It's toying with it. Okay. Bitcoin's at 60.7 thousand. VIX is coming back down. Yeah, doesn't look like it's just taking a break. Looks like it's actually made a turn. That was a blow off top candle. Okay. Save this one. Last one left. Nothing like a silent stream, right? You know, when I shut the fuck up, that something's really fucking going on when I shut up. You know, like, and he's not saying anything. Is there my jacket? Oh, what's that? Strawberries.
Yeah.
Freeze dried strawberries.
Yeah.
Those are so good. Oh yeah, give me this. Guys ever try this? Freeze dried dragon fruit. That is fucking mana from the heavens. We're definitely we're gonna set up so many freeze drying facilities. I feel like freeze drying is how food should be kept. Wow. Right. Next line in the sand. Right there. Should chop around in this zone for some time. Third hit. It's breaking through, but it's not smashing through, right? It's just a pick going a certain depth into the ice and returning. Certain depth into the ice, returning. 50% chance that it goes same depth into the ice, returns again. Right now, it could go up or down. For real. Tweet that. Tweet it. Looks like it's getting cold out there. Yeah. It is 21 degrees. We're fucking freezing. So chilly. How much is 21 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit? It's 69 degrees Fahrenheit, guys. It's fucking chilly as fuck. So cold. We have jackets on. I literally have shoes, I have like full pants and jackets, and I'm looking for gloves. And it's 21 degrees. It's like as perfect as it could be. Hilarious. Seems like Japan is about to break. What's going on in Japan? Say more. What's going on in Japan? I don't see anything in Japan. Oh, okay, wait. I forgot. That VIX doesn't work anymore. My VIX stopped working for Japan. You guys have any good VIXs for Japan? What's the best VIX for Japan? VIX. Give me the ticker for TradingView. Yeah, I thought that's the one that I had. Okay. Yeah, this is just going to devolve into me talking to myself at this point, guys. So you guys should just be yourself. Don't change. All right, we got our VIX for Japan. Japan doesn't look like it's doing anything. No, I don't see it in the volatility. You probably mean bonds. What do you mean? Japan, Japanese bonds. Where the fuck did I put them again? Right here. Japanese 10-year. Oh, 2.65. Yeah, at some point, Japan's going to snap. Japan is probably the biggest risk to markets right now because the yen panic was just the prequel. When Japan's going to snap, and when Japan snap, like these bond yields, it's gone parabolic, right? Like Japan's bond yields have had a 1,000% increase in the past 5 years. That's crypto returns. But when the debt of a country that was standing still since 2016, at least, basically a negative, their interest rates went negative, where the government was paying you to borrow. The government was paying you 0.25% to borrow money. How much would you borrow if I was paying you money to borrow? That's how much they borrowed. And those guys are still getting paid that much money to borrow. What they did is they took all that money and they bought US dollars with it. And then if you're paying negative 2.25% to borrow, and then you can go and put it into a money market fund for a couple percent, you make the spread. If you put it into stock market and the stock market runs up in dollars, which the Japanese yen is going down against, you make bank. But the amount of money that has been taken and put into the stock market, especially tech stocks, has been insane. But then what happens is, imagine you're making a 3% spread, 4% spread on your assets, 5% spread if you're like amazing. And then all of a sudden, your debt servicing costs go up to 2.5%. What are you going to do? You're going to go sell those assets. You're going to get those dollars back. You're going to go back and pay the debt, because at that point, it's not a profitable trade. The further this gets, the more that gap closes, and the speed that this is happening at, when this snaps, it's going to snap. It's going to be like, oh, snap. Okay, on the weekly, it is making this bear flag or the bull flag. As soon as it breaks above, well, what the fuck am I looking at here? This is 10. This is the wrong one. Now, Japan's gonna break for sure. When? We don't know. Between now and the end of this year, very likely. You got used to Bali too fast after Canada. Yeah, of course. Look at my skin. I'm not meant to be in the cold. Do they call it Japanic? do now. We do now. You know, I love a brain that, what's it called? You know, when you take two words and you put them together, any brain that does that is a special brain. And any brain that does that really well is a special brain. You should get that checked out. The yen at critical levels. Yep. It is at critical levels. And any break below, yeah, it's literally teetering on the edge. Right there. Well, I mean, we could move it a little bit lower. Let's just put it there just to give Japan the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, below that is basically full-on meltdown mode. And the ball has been bouncing on that level. 1 bounce, 2 bounces. If you really wanted to be a stickler for it, 3 bounces. Oh, if Japan snaps right now, that's the katana. Japan goes right now, that is as katanas get. I mean, katanas are literally Japanese. Right? If it happens right now, we're calling it the Japanic katana for sure. It's officially the Japanic katana. You know? Trump crash, 10-10, Japanic. Wow. That's just such a good story. Yeah, it's like life is a book that we write. So, like, make it a good story. And if you're going to make a good story, like, make good names, make good moments, make, little pivot points that are great. Name them well. Yeah, this seems. Yeah. Don't speak too soon. That momentum waves looks a little too small. But you see, there's a green dot that just printed on the 5-minute. That means that's as far as the negative momentum wanted to go. It's already turning. That's a no bueno. Oh, that smells really good. But it's like you had negative, then you had a small positive wave, then you had a smaller negative wave, a bigger positive wave, an even smaller negative wave means we're still leaning towards positive. So don't discount the volatility index going further. Be patient. Be patient. Okay, crypto vol is going down, right? Well below this level, made this head and shoulders like the shampoo, and now it's gone negative. It's going more and more negative on the 5-minute, sure, but it's making a move. So we can leave that alone for a second. Ethereum doing the same thing. We can leave that alone for a second. But the stock vol, let's see how these waves play out. That's a really small wave. And the diminishing nature of these waves look at that beautiful line. Fucking professional. Okay. Let's just bam. Right? We got negative going down. We got positive momentum going up. Ish. Can't really say it's going up, but still more positive than negative. The bottoms are coming up at least. Bottoms up, up. We don't give a fuck. What? Come on. You gotta fucking play a song once in a while. I just got to start using all this stuff. All right, while we're waiting, let's just play some good music. Also, I said that guitar thing was going to get me a copyright thing. It wasn't a copyright infringement, but they copyrighted it, and they're going to start showing ads on their previous talk. So if you ever see ads, it's not me running ads ever. I would never fucking interrupt Gold with some bullshit. I have that turned off. So if you ever see an ad, that means I played a song that some freaking music producer out there owns, and then they run ads on my videos, right? It's not me. That's the sound of Michael Saylor. This is him sitting on a porch looking at his Bitcoin portfolio. I love instruments that cry. I don't like people that cry. I'm just kidding. I love people that cry. Just away from me. I'm just joking. I don't like people that cry. Men should never cry. Men should just take all of their problems, bottle them up like this, stuff them in, put a nice lid on it. Don't put it too tight. Make sure it's explodable. Put it right here and push it down. Just push it down. Okay? Next thing comes, push it down. Just keep pushing it down. Don't talk about it. Don't process it. Don't emote at all. Just be Russian. What happened? I'm Russian. Then why are you so slow? Why are you not rushing? Shut up. Right? Just keep piling it up. Keep piling it up. Keep until you cannot pile up more shit, and then go to your loved one and just explode on them. That's therapy. That's a man.
What are you waiting for her?
Yeah, exactly. That's therapy for you and her, for sure. You guys will definitely pay a big bill. See? There goes volatility again. There goes volatility again. 20%. Bitcoin's at 23. No, that's still, Bitcoin's probably still going to go down. Ethereum's probably still going to go down. But stock volatility, it's not done with us yet. Sorry. Bruv, I monetize myself. I'm going to demonetize YouTube. Plus, this is stolen from Instagram specifically, so they can't ban me. Yep, 20.2%. Remember, VIX is at 18.5. VIX is at 18.5. The level we're watching is 21.6. You can get there quick. All right. Stop depressing me so much. Jesus Christ. Everything's fine. We're in cash. Why are you crying so much, violin? It's not a violin. It's called a kamachek. Well, I think that's how you say it. Kamachek. Gabe, you were asking how long it takes to work. Now it's working. It's all working. Full power. 2 a.m. in the morning. Absolute focus. Fighter pilot mode. Bitcoin's at 60.5. Bouncy ball. Clearly has no more bounces left. Only goes one way from there. To the right. Yep. Dropping hard facts. Okay, there we go. There's the move. There's the movity move. There is the move. Please, 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 please blow up Japan. I know it's a country, but please, just blow it up. Again. Not that kind of blow it up. Whoa. Manifestation's the thing. Not that kind of blow it up. Financially blow it up. You know, Nagasaki wasn't supposed to be bombed. They were supposed to bomb another city, and the weather wasn't good enough. Some clouds. There was a guy. He was in Hiroshima, which I think Hiroshima was first. Yeah, he was in Hiroshima, and he saw the nuke go off. He was far enough that he saw the nuke go off, and he got hit. Didn't die. And he's like, holy shit, is burned in so many places, goes to Nagasaki, home to Nagasaki to be safe, and tells his wife what just happened. And she did not believe him. Nobody would believe that there's a bomb that could just level a whole city. And then she was outside playing with her kid, and he was inside. And boom. And they all made it again. They survived. He's the only man who survived 2 nuclear bombs blasts. And he died at like super late. I think late 80s or 90s or something. He lived a very long life. And close to the end of his life, he's like, I got to tell this story. I'm the only human in history that has experienced 2 nukes and lived to tell the story. It's a fucking harrowing story that he tells. $21.9%. Bitcoin's at 60.5. No major movements on the stock markets. If anything, a little move on the tech stocks, but that was at the beginning of the market open. Don't see anything in Japan. Still nothing in Europe. Hype is down 10%. Surprise, surprise. $22.35. Here we go. So look at that, right? This was a top that it made earlier. Now it's just pushing up towards that level without a care. It's not going in waves. It's not kind of stutter stepping its way up. It is going straight up. This wasn't just the news. This wasn't just the data. Because that's what they're telling us. That's what the AIs are telling us. This is how AIs lie. Not even that they lie, right? It's the AIs that are writing the news know what the AIs that are listening for. And the AIs that are listening for words from authority figures. So that means high-level analysts, Bloomberg, blah, 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 all these guys. and those especially Grok, it just goes and picks up the chatter from Twitter, and Twitter is like now it's been found that about 90% of the content on the internet is bots. Yeah, 90% of the content on the internet is bots. Basically, it's a dead internet. There's only about 10% of humans on there. So all those YouTube comments, all those Twitter comments, all those things that you read and you're like taking them as somebody's opinion, that's not even a person. That's some like Russian behind it. Russian farms behind it. Bot farms. It's not like there's a farmer, a Russian farmer who's just like, oh yeah, fuck you. What was it? Suka. He's just one guy just fucking commenting on everybody's post. He's just super active, you know. Everything anybody posts, he's the one talking shit. Just one farmer, you know what I mean? It's the guy. Like, he's the reason for all our problems. I love it. 22.22%. Now, do you understand why, like, I'd say I don't want stress, I don't want emotions, I don't want people around me that take up all this energy and stuff. My energy is spent on this. These guys know this. Everybody knows this. Like, I'm best when you just sit me in front of a chart or data or a video about finance or whatever. As long as I sit and I learned this the last bull run. I was like, well, you know, my problem was that I wanted a girlfriend, you know? And it was like, no, not at all. That's a distraction. Everything's a distraction. We always, you know, look for connection, especially somebody like me. And then I did work on that part of myself, and I went, dude, you know how you get connection? Get Wi-Fi. Not a wife. A Wi-Fi, right? And this is brutal truth. You know how you get connection as a man? Get rich as fuck. Then you got all the connection in the world. Everybody wants to be your friend then. When people are like, no, that's not how. Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it should be. Okay? A man should be a man. Either you have been serendipitously given the gift of meeting somebody at a point where, you know, in your life you met them and blah, blah, blah. Great. You're blessed. I just watched a thing today, and it's like, I even noted down all this data. What was it? 50%? Some ridiculous number. It's like there's some ridiculous number of people that have just given up on dating, given up on all this stuff. Good on you. Go do something better with your life. Go become worthy of attracting the partner rather than looking for it. Go sit in the jungle and watch candles at 5 a.m. in the morning. Do what you have to do. And on the other side is Valhalla. Oh, no. Please, no. Not a waifu. This is fucking happening everywhere. It's so sad. Everybody has a waifu now. That's worse than just suicide. Just hopping in now. Can you do quick catch-ups on the Left Behind? So much to pick up. Well, so there's this thing called waifu. People are having anime wives. There you go. You caught up? Well, what's happened is the volatility index is popping on the stock market. That's what we're paying attention to right now. It just went from standstill to this move, which looks small here, but it also has the characteristics of the 1010 crash. So we're sitting here watching the 5-minute chart of the VIX because Bitcoin is toying around with that 60K level. We're leaving it alone so it can play with itself. This VIX means something's going on. Turns out some data was released that there's people have too many jobs. So everybody got scared. That this is not a joke. It turns out people had too many jobs. So the market got terrified that too many people have jobs. So they started to dump tech stocks and semiconductors. This is how the market works. Too many people have jobs, so they dump the market. And we're all like, yeah, that's English. Right? That's logical. How dare fucking people have jobs? How dare 172,000 people out of 300 million get jobs this month in data that's going to be revised next month, probably down to 100,000. And by the end of the year, it'll be revised down to negative 100,000. You know? But they won't be scared if it gets revised to negative 100,000. They're just scared that there's 172,000 Americans who got jobs this month. What the fuck? What are we going to do? Blow it up. Blow it all up. Can't have that. How dare they? That's what we're doing. We're sitting here watching this. No, this is not AI. This track is an actual artist that's actually playing a beautiful instrument. His name is something. Basically, see, like now, this move is effectively exactly half the move of the katana catch from 10-10. We went from standstill to this move. That's clearly a big dog. Babe, look at this big dog. So we're watching the big dog. 24%. The dog is growing. Not you. That's hilarious. She's dreaming. There we go. Final little piece of the wick left. And then we're off to the races again. We're at 19. 21.6 is the critical level. Not critical level, but that's when we reach the same level as the 10-10 crash. The volatility on the VIX is going off on its own. Ooh, Bitcoin's starting to follow. There we go. We got some synchronicity going on. When everything moves at once, that's when the fun starts. As if we haven't been having fun the whole time. Silver. Where are we at? Silver. Okay, silver's dropping. Gold is dropping. Whatever's happening, somebody's dumping silver and gold because they need that money to do something else with it. Maybe it's going to SpaceX, but actually, usually these kind of moves, it's actually going to saving their asses because they're over leveraged. So this is the level for silver. Once silver breaks below this, we move this line down here, and then that's the final countdown. After that, silver goes biblical, pulls all the way back to 53, like we've been saying the whole time. Silver's going there at some point. Maybe it's tonight. If it's tonight, then we're going to have a great night. This will officially be the longest stream that I do yet. Gold, that's the level. Gold below 42.74 properly. That means gold goes all the way back to $3,500, right around here. Gold is going to go there at some point. Why not tonight? Tonight's as good of a night as any. Back to the VIX. Caught up yet? The VIX is the fear index of stocks. Fear in stocks is rising. You could think of the volatility index, these volatility indexes, Bitcoin and the Ethereum volatility indexes, as also the fear index. That's why everybody watches Fear and Greed. That's a survey. Like, you ask most people on any Tuesday, are you scared? Some will say yes, some will say no, right? And it shows up the next day. And it's kind of an AI combination of a bunch of different data. So it's not really a reliable signal per se, right? It takes very long to kind of flip one way or flip another way. And sometimes fear and greed is at 10. And you're like, wow, it's so low. And then it goes to 5, right? So like, that's not really fear. Now, it's not a true indicator of fear. The volatility indexes are true, actual money. Somebody's put their, money where their mouth is. Here, I gotta trim this. Just hold on. I keep feeling my own fucking beard. Hold on. Phew. Taking your sweet ass time. All right. Now that Bitcoin volatility is popping, Bitcoin is dropping. Right? Because Bitcoin volatility is the speed that Bitcoin is moving at relative to its previous price action. So as the Bitcoin volatility goes up, see 27%, 30%, it's rising. Obviously rising here. Bitcoin is dropping. Perfect timing, obviously. Ball bounced, smaller bounce, smaller bounce, smaller bounce. Of course. Now the pick is at the ice level. It's already been hit once pretty hard. It bounced pretty hard. Now we're going for the second hit. It'll probably bounce again. If it breaks on the second hit, then we're going to really love it. But it's likely that it goes down, wipes out the orders again, it goes up again. Hybrid indicator says, agrees with that thesis. Momentum is properly negative. We are having larger and larger positive waves. We're having smaller, arguably smaller negative waves. Let's see. Let's see where that goes. 23, 20, almost 24%. Now this is always a pivotal point, right? This is where you can start to paint yourself a picture of what this is going to happen, that's going to happen. But markets love to make a double top. Markets love to go back to the same level to make a double top. Bitcoin made a double top in 2020. It's made a 2021. It's made a double top in this previous pump. Things love to make a double top. So especially in this timeline, because they go up, they take people's money. If this was, like that, let's say they take people's money, and as they take profits, the markets dump. Now this person has a bunch of money here. They buy it way lower at a discount. That pumps up the markets. Then they get to take profits a second time, because now people think, holy shit, it's going to run away on me. I got to get in. They take profits a second time. They double their money. Then they dump it. Right. So that's something that I love, because it's very, very likely that this kind of behavior will give us multiple opportunity. Almost, there's no certainty, but very, very high likelihood that this kind of behavior will give us the opportunity a second time to exit close to the top, right? The katana catching, especially this is obviously the 5-minute chart, but the katana catching process will allow us to do that. Now, when we get close to the top, we ain't going to be katana catching with 100% of the account. Fuck no. Well before that, we will have bled the accounts. By the end, if we have 20% left in the markets, great. You take 20%, sell it close to the top, have it dump 20, 30%, buy it lower. Now you have 30% more assets of 20%. So you have 27% assets, and you run it up again, gives you another 30% pump. Now you have 30% more money than you put in, and you already had 30% more assets. Exit again, risk-free trade. House money. There we go. We are past the top level. Now we're off to the races. 24.76% on the VIX. Bitcoin volatility still chopping around. Bitcoin's right teetering on the edge at $60,200. But negative momentum slowing down. So now here, wouldn't be surprised if we go maybe a little bit lower, bounce off of this and go further. But we're going to have to wait for a few bounces to get through this thing. But whatever this is, tell it to drop harder for me, please. 1 sec. Hey, Bitcoin. All right. It's busy. Yeah, exactly. No time for girlfriends. Not girlfriend, girlfriends.
It's an AI baby.
Oh no, are you an AI? Fuck, we got a bot, guys. Shit. I knew this. You're a bot. We have a bot amongst us. $24.69%. Silver's teetering on the edge. Cool. Nothing going on in Japan. That's all it is. You see, I keep repeating the same cycle again and again. It's like, what's going on in the markets? Okay, watch the VIX. Okay, the VIX is moving. Is there any other signal that's proving why it's moving? No. Okay, go back and watch Bitcoin. Where's Bitcoin? Below 60K. It's exactly at 60K right now. Okay, well, let's go back and watch Bitcoin now. It's right at 60K. It's bouncing off of 60K. There you go. We have the second hit of the ice pick on the ice, and there you go. 59 goes right below 59. It goes right below 60. 59.9 something. Yeah. Bounce. Bunch of buying pressure. Bounce. Bounce below, bounce below, bounce. Vol is pumping. No, volatility pumping doesn't just mean it goes down. Volatility is just a speed of change of price. So even if Bitcoin bounces super hard from here, that still counts as volatility. That counts as elevated volatility. Like, look at the size of this dog, right? Look at the size of this candle. This was volatility increasing down to here. This is volatility increasing even faster because the candle's bigger. So even this bounce here could make the volatility go up. So it's not just vol. At one point, Bitcoin will have high volatility because it's pumping upwards, right? There comes a day where you see the volatility pop. It's rare, but like when you see the volatility pop, it's because Bitcoin just went straight up, right? So you have to read what the volatility is telling you. Look at that. We made a head and shoulders, and then it said, no, fuck you. I don't care if there's a pattern on the thing. Like, it's a probability thing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. MicroStrategy and ETH are dropping the hardest. Let's go back to see. Oh, shit, Sailor! Here we go, baby. Let's play Sailor's depression song again. Because he's... artist. This is us playing him a violin. My Bitcoin. What? Yep. We are below the first critical level, the first crucial level, not critical. And strategy is fighting from below on that crucial level. It's dropped 10%, Ethereum's dropped 11%, XRP's dropped 5.6, Sol's dropped 6, Doge has dropped 8. Yet the stock version of Bitcoin has dropped double what Bitcoin has dropped. Now Wall Street is dumping them. Wall Street is dumping strategy. If they're dumping strategy, and they're dumping gold, and they're dumping silver, why do you think they're doing that? And they're buying the fear index, which is going straight up. Why do you think they're doing that? What are they scared of? What do they know that I don't know? Well, where do we start? You know, all I know is somebody's liquidating right now. That means this move was not a data-driven move. There's something going on in the background that's driving this move, and they're dumping everything they can, including MicroStrategy. If I had to hallucinate, they need money to do something. And it ain't putting it into SpaceX. Because this is not how you put money into SpaceX. You don't do it by destabilizing one of the most important markets from the people who are actually going to be the degens who are going to lose all their money. You also don't dump semiconductors right before you're going to launch a, space data center company that is creating the biggest fab in the world. And no, that's not where you go to look fabulous. That's where you fabricate chips. Are they going to fuck Elon? Maybe they fuck Elon, guys. Now that I think about it, the bankers don't like Elon. They're on the other side. They're on the Epstein side. So a lot of the big ones. He's doing it through Goldman, but, JP Morgan, Goldman, just different names for the same snake. This will be interesting if they fuck Elon. If they dump the market right before the launch, that's going to be one big fuck you to him. So I don't know if I spoke to you guys about this. I do think they're going to fuck was it Sam Altman? They're going to fuck him. Framework just says they're going to fuck Sam Altman. They're going to fuck Saylor and Sam Altman. Like, nobody likes that guy. Nobody fucking likes that guy. But if they fuck over Elon, that would be hilarious. But it's not even that they fuck over Elon, right? Like, the money's already raised. Elon is unstoppable. Like, he touches anything, he asks for as much money as he wants, he'll just get it. Also, because his side of the billionaire crew has that kind of money. They're the old money. Maybe Wall Street's actually trying to play games with him or whatever. Maybe they're just pumping and dumping it to get the cash ready to buy that. But it's already getting pretty close. Like, they've locked in their amounts before. It's mainly retail that's going to come in at this point. Boom. 26% volatility today. Rise in volatility. We're at 19.39. We're 2 away from reaching the 1010 levels. Bitcoin. Look at that move. Still. Might just be another one of these bounces. Because if it snaps through at this time, I think I'm going to have to go take another one of these pills. I'm going to have to stay awake for the next 60 days. Yeah, that looks like a bounce. Bitcoin's bouncing from the top of the level. MicroStrategy's fighting from below. That shows weakness. MicroStrategy needs to go to the gym. It's not lifting enough. All right, Japan's moving. Yeah, that's a big dog. Japan's moving. I mean, I haven't even looked at this, but now, yeah, Japan's making now a big enough move to actually show up on my radar. Korea's moved, but it opened lower. But Japan's moving. Where are we at, Japan? What's going on with you? That's cascading. How much time we got left? 2 hours until market closes. Korea, not really. Japan's making a significant move. China, everybody else is chilling. Of course, Big Swell is going up. Huh. But no serious vol pop on it? That doesn't make sense. Oh, that's Kospi. Never mind. Not Cosby. Kospi. Those are two different things. This is Japan. Oh, the ball hasn't popped. The fuck? What do you mean the ball hasn't popped? It has popped. Hey, this is why I gotta. It's not the right. Oh, market closed. Okay. Of course, after the market closes, they're doing all the action. Not a surprise. Q, man. Snap. Are we accelerating? Yeah, we're accelerating. Oh, here we go. Big dog. Give me a big dog. You see how these candles are small. Now it's bigger. That's what she said. Bitcoin turned around, not even looking back. Bitcoin volatility turned around 32% now, 30% on Ethereum. Good. Bitcoin smashes through that 60K level. Let's fucking go. Let it be tonight. Come on, baby. Let it be tonight. You just go. Okay, no emotions. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We are entering no man's land. If volatility continues to pop, Bitcoin's going to continue to drop. Ethereum already wasn't having a good Friday. But here we go on Ethereum. 1383 is the next level. And those of you that have orders set there, I don't know. I wouldn't. Things could get much, much worse than we expect. That's what I've been told. My spidey senses have told me things could get much, much worse than you expect. I was like, thank you. Appreciate it. How? I don't know. Why? Not a question to ask. Always expect things to get much worse than you think, because we think simply according to our experiences. We are in a time where things are happening which we have not experienced. Therefore, what we think loses relevance. Because we're in a new paradigm, anything can happen. Like a 10-10 can happen tonight. And if Japan goes, that's going to be a 13-13. Japan doesn't look like it's going to turn, doesn't look like it's taking any kind of break. All right, Japan goes to the top of the list. Okay. Japan is melting the fuck down. Who called it? Who said it was going to be Japan? You're a genius. Please tell me you're the 24-year-old guy. Is there some specific level about Bitcoin volatility you would consider good enough for the katana? Yes. It's a lot. Remember, like, you know, you'll understand this. It's not the level. It's the speed of the move. There, because I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know if this is Ebola showing up in Japan and this is the next COVID, in which case it goes to COVID levels or beyond. Maybe it's fucking some collapse of the market, which goes to a certain level. Maybe it's a 10-10 crash, which goes whatever. Like, there's no level that I can set and go, here's where I'm going to buy. This is a felt thing. This isn't a set thing, right? If it was like that, I would have already told you guys the level. You know, I don't hide anything. I don't give a shit. But like, it's the speed of the move. It's the felt panic of it, right? So like now Japan is making this move on the daily. 4.6% dropping on Japan's market in one move, 2 hours before it closes. That's huge. That's a big dog, right? This is a big dog. This candle is clearly remarkably bigger than, arguably this is the closest candle, but still it's remarkably bigger. It's straight down. It's causing this destabilization in the world. The VIX is popping. We are almost at the levels of the 10-10 crash. We got another quarter to go. It's just going straight up. Bitcoin volatility is going straight up. 34% now, 32% on Ethereum. There's destabilization happening across the markets. Gold going straight down. Doesn't look big right now, but as soon as we break through this level, look out below. Silver making an 8% move in a day, significant. It's not this big dog. That's a 40% move in a day. So silver can make a 40% move in a day. Silver. Gold can make a 14% move in a day, or a 22% dump in 3 days. For gold, that's like unbelievable. That's like grandpa running a 100-meter sprint. Oil's chilling. That's not the story. MicroStrategy is fighting levels, but it's below. Bitcoin, okay, MicroStrategy is done. It's going down. Bitcoin's going down. It's the speed of the move. Like, you can clearly see the speed of the move, right? Like, I can't tell you a level, but I can tell you the speed of the move. You can feel it. You can also feel it. What's going on? You know, what's going on? Why is this happening over here? Why is that happening over there? Why is everything happening at the same time? 172,000 Americans getting jobs doesn't freak out Japan. All right, let's take semiconductors to the top as well. That's where the action is. Japan's move is getting more and more negative, worse and worse momentum. Money's bleeding out on the hourly. Semiconductors opened and instantly started to go negative. Last couple of days left of them pumping, and then now it looks like the release. VIX is strong up to the upside, still has a ways to go. Bitcoin volatility, here we go. There you go. This is that level that I drew earlier. Once we get past that, that's when the real fun starts. And the way we're approaching it, Bitcoin's going below 50. Yeah, there you go. It's below 60. If this rise in volatility continues, we just continue. Anything happening in the bond markets? Nope. Bond markets are chilling. At least U.S. bond markets, yeah. Japanese bond markets are fine. I mean, fine. They're at 2.65%. You call that fine? Yen is teetering on the edge. The yen's going to break. You know, has to snap at some point. Oh, if this is the yen snap, Katana, it's going to be one for the ages. That has been about 15 years in the making. 20, 25 years actually in the making. Back to the eyes on the prize. Glad to know it is universal humanity issue to have one hair right by the lip. It's crazy. Feels like somebody's rubbing my lips with feathers, which sounds really nice, but later, like not in the middle of the talk. BTC just dropped below February low again. Yep, let's fucking go. It's go time, right? It's go time, right? Back again? Yeah, well, we never left. I'm 44. Great. Thank you for telling me that. Pertinent information. At such a crucial time. Back talking about what level to buy at. Yep. What did you think I was going to do? Tell you about neuro enhancers and protein pumps or your potassium pumps? 59.3K BTC broke the ice with just 2 hits. Says a lot. Says a lot. If you smash through the ice in 2 hits, there we go. Smash through the ice in 2 hits, wasn't thick ice in the first place. And if the ice wasn't thick, guess who's going to drown? Bitcoin's going to drown. Yep, it's drowning. Okay. All right. Others BTC can be moved. You want some awaken support? I'm thinking of diving in again. Like, this has all the hallmarks of a 36-hour night. Can you make some coffee again, please? And thank you.
Give me the jar.
There was a glass one. This one. Because that one's plastic in the hot water. Fuck you. MicroStrategy. Yep. Well below its level. Strategy is the one who's going to take Bitcoin down. Should take Bitcoin down. Ethereum, there we go. Next leg of the free fall is here. XRP, yep, ready to go to 95. Solana, next stop, $59. Probably not even a stop. Free fall. Doge, 7 cents, finally breaks through its level. Fighting from below. Goodbye, Doge. NASDAQ down 5%. Ooh, boy. We got a waterfall happening globally, ladies and gentlemen. Get your ducks in a row. Log into your exchanges. Not if you're an excellency. Don't do shit if you're an excellency. Do not touch your exchange. Don't fuck it up. If you're not an excellency, log into your exchange. Continue to refresh. Tell me when you can't enter your exchange and when it gives you a technical issue. Blast it here. Blast it in the groups. I'm not checking my phone, but put it here if you guys are here. All right, let's move the Qs to the top. NASDAQ is going. Semiconductors, 8%, NASDAQ 4.3, Nikkei basically 4.9, let's say 5. NASDAQ 4.5, 8 on the semiconductors. Ooh, baby, NASDAQ is just straight down. Japan, straight down. Semis, straight enough. Bitcoin, not straight down, but getting there. 29%. Volatility. Bitcoin, here we go. Critical level. We get through that. We're in new territory at that point on Bitcoin volatility. ETH volatility following along. Bitcoin's more volatile. Front end is dropping. Nothing on silver yet. Gold is chilling. Well, chilling enough. 7-8% down on these things means a lot. ETH is down 12%. MicroStrategy's doing its best to stay alive. Okay, Germany just moved. 2%. Oh no, that's minus 2%. On volatility, that's good. That means nothing going on in Germany. It's never enough blood. Let the free fall continue. Exactly. So glad I'm sat in cash. Me too, bro. Me too. Love it when a plan comes together. Nikkei, 5%. NASDAQ has 2.5 hours to close. Nikkei has 2 hours to close. Nikkei is Japan. Look at the size of that dog. It's a big old candle. S&P hasn't made the same kind of move, but it is sure as fuck tracking along that. Has an hour to close. Okay. If we get this kind of drop within the next hour, I will be pleasantly surprised. But does that mean that everything just falls off of a cliff? No. It's like, bounce, bounce, bounce. Bounce, bounce, SpaceX launch. Down, bounce, bounce, Anthropic launch. Da-da-da-da, bounce, bounce, OpenAI launch somewhere. Dump giant, massive, multi-trillion-dollar AI companies on the public until the end of 2026. And then, once the theft is complete, send stocks into a multi-year bear market with worse and worse drops for all the retirees, all the people who think stocks are safe, bleed out, and then pull the great taking somewhere around here. Let's say 2029-ish. End of 2028 to 2029. Take everything, wipe them clean, reset the entire system. Guess where all that value goes? There's only one place to go. Only one escape valve from this shit show, and that's crypto. And when everybody rushes to the door, we'll be waiting on the other side. %30 up, 19.9. Bitcoin's well below, not well below, but fighting from underneath towards 60. Nikkei's at 5%. Okay, Japan is accelerating and it's, oh shit. Oh shit. Monday is going to be interesting. .1%. That is a waterfall, ladies and gentlemen. On the 5-minute, that's a waterfall. Wanted to know who pointed out Japan. Yeah, which one of you guys was it? Who pointed out Japan? How dare you? Stop it. Stop it. Thanks for telling BTC to dump powder. I appreciate the call. Anytime. Man, bad things have never happened in Germany. For sure. Okay, now closely watch the speed of this move. Can you see it accelerating in the candles? And the size of the candles increasing? This could be the Japanic. I'm glad we already named it. Okay, SMH 8.5% down. And still going. Thank you. Yes, it is the middle of the night in Japan. It's the middle of the night here. Japan's not too far away. Welcome back, Abe. It's the end of capitalism. It's the end of capitalism the way we know it. It's the rise of a new capitalism, where the capital is the human capital, robotic capital, is the value generating capital that actually becomes the value. And capital itself becomes energy and mass. I think energy, mass, and data become capital. They become money. 5.3% on Japan, down 8.6% on NASDAQ. And when energy becomes money, Bitcoin is energy. It naturally becomes money. When data becomes money, anything that captures data automatically becomes money. Like maybe sensors that you put in a field for FarmScent to generate the data and process it in a way that's functional and useful, and then generate the carbon credits from it. Semiconductors, 9% down, basically. Let's go. 5.3 on that. NASDAQ. Not gonna lie, I love a good pump and dump. Especially when it's not on me, right? Love watching it from the sidelines, telling people not to FOMO their way into things. Okay. That's a significant move on silver. Looks like everything is either falling off the cliff or it's at the edge, contemplating jumping. 59.2. Bitcoin's not even, it's not toying with its level. Didn't go back to 60 and try to even do anything yet. If we just keep going straight like this, tonight's a katana. How's the market there open now? I don't know, guy. Ask an AI, please. MicroStrategy is flowing the same ratio as last time. Bitcoin went to 58, 59K. Both Master and Coin are at the same levels as last time. Yeah, but this ain't last time. This is this time. Last time it didn't have the semiconductors dropping 8% and Japan dropping 5.5% now. Where's the yen? Nothing going on with the yen. Not yet. All right, the VIXs are all at the same level. Stocks 33% pump, Bitcoin 33% pump, Ethereum 33% pump. Now we got a synchronized move. And Bitcoin and Ethereum are moving even faster. That's how it should be. Almost at the 10-10 levels of volatility. Here we go with the silver. Silver. Doing his best to hold on. Ay. Need some more fighter juice, fighter brother juice. Can't blink now. Can't blink now. Stop blinking, people. Stop blinking. Did you blink? Oh, fuck. Thought you blinked for a second. But there's no acceleration to BTC dump yet. Will suck if it stops dumping while other markets keep dunking. I think we nuked though. Yeah. I don't worry about Bitcoin too much. Bitcoin's no longer where the game is played. It's just the magician's hand to convince people of a reality that doesn't exist behind it. Fucking 35% vol pump in a day. Today is a special day, ladies and gentlemen. I have no clue what's going on, but historically, today will be a special day. June 6th for us, June 5th for many of you. It is a special day. Make sure you write a journal or something. Because I am. Just written a 5-hour journal. One day, we will come back to these streams and watch them nostalgically, remembering how few problems we had and how wealthy we were and how aloof we were, where the world was just working, everything was okay. And our biggest problem was a red line that the green line was touching. Promise you that. These will be the good old days. They'll look black and white on the other side in the experiential internet. But more importantly, the decisions we make today will permeate through our generations. And when our grandkids ask us, how'd you do it, Grandpa? How'd you do it, Grandma? You'll be like, you want to watch? You want to see how? Listen to this guy talk about how much money he spent on weed. That's how we did it. Listen to the dick jokes, which are now officially illegal to even utter inside of society. That's how we did it. Lots of coffee and raw milk. All right, I'm gonna load up. Sure you don't want it? All the markings. 37% pop on the VIX. I guess the London Bridge is falling down, isn't it? The London Bridge is falling down. You know, it's serious when I turn my night light off at night and let the blue light keep me awake. That's a trick, by the way. If you want to go to sleep, obviously you should turn on your night light so that it makes it all red. Oops. But if you want to stay awake, turn it off and let the blue light control your mind. You know, it's not to be done all the time, but break in case of emergency. All right, we're almost at 10-10 levels, and this move is looking more 10-10-y than 10-10 to me. 10-10 didn't have all these markets doing what they're doing right now. Debating about taking some task loss harvest and buy back in now. Terrible idea. You're a little late to the party. Your plan is to sell when we're buying and buy it lower. You should sell when we're selling. I know, I'm just fucking with you. I know you're a real person, but you know you should. Now that you feel like selling is just the worst time to sell. Markets are crashing. We're nearing a local bottom, and your plan is to now sell and buy lower. I don't recommend anything. I have no idea who you are. I don't recommend anything. I've never met you before. Like, I don't even know if you're real, right? I don't know what I should. You recommend things to yourself. I recommend you recommend things to yourself. 10-10 was on the weekend. This is globally. Well, it's the weekend for me. Saturday already. I recommend going to church. I'm putting that on my list of responses. Yeah, I recommend going to church, you heathens. Repent for your sins. Repent for your sins. For the Lord has returned, and the rapture is upon us. And all those who have taken to violating the meek shall pay with more than their lives. They shall pay with their lineages. And he was right. The meek shall inherit the earth. They'll just be retarded along the way. But then again, who's not retarded, right? A little bit of retardism didn't never hurt anybody. Except for that one retard. It's the best, bro. Retard maxing has now, like, you know, I get it, retard maxing for somebody who just avoids doing work. You know, like, it has not done the introspection, is just running from introspection. For them, retard maxing, then you're an actual retard. But for like hyper successful people who are constantly self-evaluating, constantly growing, constantly working on themselves, trying to be better than yesterday, wake up, look in the mirror, and be the best version of yourself every single day. Retard maxing is the best. Sitting here reflecting on my mom did this, my dad did that, oh, that girl. What a waste of fucking time. Wake up and go, great. Look, I fucked up. I didn't process what happened in life. Good. Man, put it together, light it on fire, burn it, move on. All right. That's the fucking being you changing the world perspective. Like yesterday's gone. Why are you thinking about it? Did you process it? Okay, if you didn't process it, then process it. How about you process it at the end of the day? You get to the end of the day. What happened today? It was a fuck day. Okay, process it. Think about it, feel it. How did it go? What did you do? What went wrong? Okay, process it. Then burn it. Go to sleep in peace. Wake up in the morning. Fuck yesterday. Who am I today? Who woke up today? Is this the half cunt sim? Yeah. Today cunt sim woke up in the morning and just started firing bullets off. Right? Okay, I'm cunt sim today. I apologize for being cunty, but it's cunt sim today. What's cunt sim going to do today? I don't know. Let's see. I'm not trying to answer the question. Just go out and do it. How did the day go? Went well. Good. Another day done? Burn it. Tomorrow, wake up. Who's waking up tomorrow? Well, cunt sim never even went to sleep, right? Like, retard maxing is the best thing that I've actually found yet. All this dig through your traumas, fix being not enough. Please don't ever fix, men. Please don't ever fix not being enough. That is the entire thing that drives you. They tested thousands of hyper successful people, and they had 3 qualities. They had a superiority complex because they knew they were better, not better than everybody else. The healthy version is they just knew they'd work better, deserve better from life. They just are better at what they do because they do better. They deserve better because they do better. They could do the same thing for an extremely long period of time. And they have a crippling insecurity of not being enough. And that crippling insecurity, crippling fear, phobia of not being enough is the thing that drives them, is the thing that puts the wind in their sails, because nothing is ever enough. There's no enoughness, I'm enough. Okay, then, die. Right? You're enough. Nowhere to go now. Sit down. You're enough. Congratulations. Stay enough for the rest of your life. Told you cunt sim's going to wake up when I take this shit. Like, now you guys are going to get some facts. You're going to get some facty facts. Wow, you're posting way too many things. All right, seems like it's stabilizing around Japan at 5% drop. Well, stabilizing on the 5-minute chart. But it is seeing a decent little bounce here. Okay. Nasdaq's going the other way. It's going lower. Semiconductors doing the thing. Bitcoin 59.7. All right, momentum on the VIX. On the 5-minute chart, at least, is slowing down. On the 15, we got a topping tail. Momentum is slowing down. Momentum is actually making, looks like it's making a lower high. The red dot means it's turning around. This was a higher high. Price was lower here. Price is going the other way, which means it's very likely that's the top, at least the local top on the VIX. The VIX has 45 minutes to close. Of course. They always fucking do this. They just pump it, like dump it, freak you out, and close the markets. You know? And they're like, see you on Monday, motherfuckers. You're like, fuck, my life savings. And they're like, yeah, just hold on. We're going to go take it over the weekend, and then we'll show you what we did on Monday. And then the price action on Bitcoin plays out on the weekends. Yeah, that looks topping taily. That's not. It's not a topping tail, but it's not. Bitcoin vol went right to that level and came back. But this puppy is 24/7, so we got a long ways to go with it. Momentum is trending downwards here on the hourly. Ethereum vol is trending upwards. Looks like things should be turning around sometime soon on the volatility. Yeah, momentum on the volatility of Bitcoin is, it's not really a divergence because this is not higher. Ethereum, there is a divergence. Silver hasn't broken below. Gold hasn't broken below. Not much else going on anywhere else. Korea just had a drop at the beginning, but yeah, not some kind of violent move. Yeah, maybe the markets bounce on Monday. I'm more concerned about what happens on Saturday and Sunday. I don't care what the VIX does. When the VIX makes a move like this and then leaves the building, as of now, base case says this is the most true. This is where markets are going. Until it's wrong, it's right. Which means, bounce, down bounce, down bounce into middle of July on the stock market. But Bitcoin, who fucking knows? Crypto, it has a mind of its own. It has its own direction. Do I think on Monday this is just going to turn around? Everything's going to be great? No. I think on the weekend we should see some funsies. Yeah. ETH smashing levels. Of course, this strategy they're going to close above just to leave it there and then probably go burn down Bitcoin, and then strategy finishes everything off after Monday. Well, who knows? Who fucking knows? There we go. Solana's almost at $59. All right, that's about as far as these things look like they're gonna go. We still got an hour and a half left over here on Japan, and it's stabilizing. If they're gonna pull a fast one, they have an hour and a half left. It's not like it's going to happen right now, but wherever they leave us off in an hour and a half is the prelude. It's not that it's going to follow through on Monday. You're right, Gabriel. Everybody expects for it to drop on Monday, which means it'll pump, right? But this whole situation that's going on, this whole global bleed we got going on, this is a sign of something bigger happening right now, more systemic happening right now. Of course, markets just went vertical. They just had a blow off top. So, makes sense that it's just correcting on the other side. Does this mean this is the end of the world? No. This is just one blow off top. Semiconductors had it. Everybody had it. Look at this momentum. Isn't there something weird about that? Right? Like waves look like this. Random shapes, random sizes. They don't look like this. Right? Show me another wave where it's just red dots, green dots, back to back to back to back. Like here, sure, I guess there's a little bit there, but this is not natural. This is controlled price action. This is controlled momentum being kept at a certain level, not too high, not too low. This is a controlled bleed. Yep, everything's just bouncing around the same-ish zone. All right. It's a correction. Nothing more. Well, if you have the eyes to see, then you see. If you have the eyes to see, then you see. This is why I can't teach it. People are like, how do you do it? Like, it's right in front of you. If you can't see what I'm trying to put into words, the speed of the moves, the correlations, the synchronicities happening at the same time, the volatilities lining up. This isn't just a correction. This is the beginning of something major. A shift behind the scenes. Mainly we've tapped these levels. Yeah, this looks like just a correction to me. Hey. I love how in crypto we get used to these as corrections. Yeah, well, it's a correction. You're correct about that. I mean, because corrections do this, right? They just go, bam. Like, that is not a correction. Go up. This is a correction. This is a correction. This is a correction. This is the end of the financial world as far as many hedge funds are concerned. That's a correction. That's getting a little bit beyond a correction if you count the whole thing. Goes up. This is a correction. This is a correction. This is a wrong action. This is a correction. That's about as close to a correction as you get. This is not a correction. That philosophy needs correction upon itself. This is a waterfall sell-off. Corrections are a Tuesday. Waterfall sell-offs are a Friday. Oh, they're technically a Saturday. $35 minutes in the States left before we can stop staring at these fucking charts. 28 minutes on the S&P left. Qs have 18 minutes left. So at some point, the stock market coming back to here, 667, or at least this is on the Qs. NASDAQ, you know, it should fall at some point pretty significantly. There's a negative divergence here. Price is shooting up. Indicator shooting is not shooting down, but it's going down. I mean, look at this move. Like that's parabolic. At this point, beyond this, you can only go like more vertical. At some point, I wouldn't be surprised if we do go more vertical, but you can't just keep pushing the markets up and up and up and up. At some point, this thing's got to pull back. But could it go on for much, much longer? Yeah. It could be until the end of this year. We just keep chopping it in this top zone. That's how the .com collapse happened. Let's go. Come on. Push up. Touch this. Just do it. I know you want to do it. Bitcoin touched it perfectly. There goes silver. Oh, at least it's broken it. It's not that there goes silver, but silver just hit the ice pick the third time on the minutely chart, which is eat with a pound of salt, and it has broken through. Silver market closes in an hour and 15, hour and 16. Strategy saved its own ass. Needs to keep saving it for another 16 minutes. And Sailor gets to go to sleep on the weekend and dump on all of us. Ethereum is ready for 1300. Wow, that's a move and a half. Solana approaching 59, still hanging on the same spot. The dog, the strongest out of all of them. The dog. Oh Jesus! I think I'm just gonna become a Doge evangelist, man. I think like fuck XRP, Doge. It's all about Doge. Like what's his name? Alex. Doge. Everything's Doge. I mean. Right now, which boat do I want to be in? Do I want to be in Bitcoin or do I want to be in Doge? Doge, definitely. Way less downside risk left. It's at levels where it has decades of liquidity backing it. And it's the only one standing on top of its level in the middle of all these motherfuckers. Any turnarounds on the indicator on our index? Huh? Huh? Things are slowing down. That's good. That's good. Still got a ways to go there. Anything happening in the banking system? Nope. Okay. Good. All right. Well, what you do now is whatever you do now. But now is the time to patiently wait. Same story. VIX pops, 1010, no idea where it's coming from. Look around. Doesn't make sense. Stock market moved. Crypto's doing what crypto's doing. Nothing happens anywhere. And then there was a moment I was like, nothing's happened. I should just go to sleep. And Spidey sensors were like, the messages, no, make coffee. Like at nighttime? Like, yeah. Go make some coffee, sit down. Hours and hours and hours. And they're like, shh. Hang out. Stay right there. Okay. And then that's it. Instantaneous. Doge is a serious project. Doge is like the most serious project. Which project is going to fund your vending machine purchases on Mars? If I had to put money on it, it's not going to be Bitcoin. It's probably not even going to be XRP. It's probably going to be Doge. When I go to the moon, how am I going to pay? Doge, for sure. Just for the fun of it. Like, I'm on the moon. I'll be on the moon by like 2045. 2045 by like latest by 2045. It takes until I always say this, like when I say this stuff, I think it's going to happen by a certain date, and the universe goes, do you know what timeline you're in? And it just smashes it by a decade. It's 2045. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 2035. But by 2035, I'm not going to go to the moon. There's no way I get on those rocket ships. Let them blow up a bunch of times first. Like, get me the Starship 17, and then we'll go to the fucking moon. Da 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 da. SMA just coming down a bit. 10 minutes left. 10 minutes. NASDAQ, hour 40 left. Nikkei, hour 10 left. Okay, well. Let's just play some music or something. How do I not get copyright banned? I mean, it's called copyright. You know, I know. It's like, it's called copyright. I thought I was copying it right. I'm like, geez. All right. Well, listen to this. Well, how do I... Oh, okay. Let's see. My favorite song of all time. Let's listen to that.
Thank God it's a beautiful day. Thank God it's a beautiful day. Thank God for my health and my friends and my family. Thank God I got people that actually care for me. Thank God for my shelter and roof over my head. Thank God for the life that I got, I'm feeling blessed. Thank God I ain't homeless or starving or broke. And even if I was, I'd be grateful for the hope. Thank God for the sunshine and thank God for the rain. Thank God for the moments of happiness through the pain. Thank God for the love in my life that I've been given. And I thank God for life itself, I'm still living. Thank God for my ability to love others. I could be selfish, but I choose to love others. Thank God for my sanity and thank God for my health. And I thank God for the good I've done for someone else. And I thank God for the beauty in the world that I see. And I thank God for the peace in my soul, feeling free. Thank God I feel so free, like an eagle flying in the sky.
We're going to turn the place up right now. You guys have no idea what plan. You be on a dance.
Like an eagle, yeah, flying in the sky. No worries, oh Lord, I'm just chilling. Let's thank God for the world and the land that we're living on. Thank God for the people that are come and are gone, and are gone, and are gone, and are gone, and are gone. And the memories we have for the people we lost, we were thankful for them then. We were thankful now they're gone. We were thankful now they're gone. And we're thankful for the days that we wake up and we're smiling, and the people we surround ourselves with, to stay smiling, and the ability to give our thanks and our prayers, the ability to help other people with their cares. And thank God for the blessings I got in my life. Thank God for the pain that I had that was trite. Thank God for the friends that I had that was gone, and the ones that still with me now standing strong. Thank God for the music. Hey yo, where's your phone? I gotta show you this. Did you see? The algorithm knows me better than me. How is that possible? I don't even know, and I feel like it don't get better than me. All you gotta do is trust in me. Trust me.
Cause I'm feeling so free. Feeling so free. Feeling so free. Feeling so free. And I'm feeling so free. Feeling so free. Feeling so free.
You know you only got one life, so make it. One thing I learned from life is fake it till you make it. One thing I learned from life is everybody's naked. It's funny, right? Everybody's beautiful when they hating. A little compassion, a little patience, a little gratitude for what today is what I'm saying. And I got a question, baby. Can you blame me? Blame me. All you gotta do is trust in me.
Cause I'm feeling so free. 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 Feeling so free.
Hey yo, what's up? Can you feel it? Don't you be on me? And I'm free.
Oh,
Just like I said, one life, one love, one God, one energy.
Yeah.
And I'm free.
I can turn this off.
oh, free.
And I'm in love. You can find me in the back of the
Come to
park.
class
All you
at
gotta
night.
do is trust in me. I don't even know if they really get it. I don't even know if they really get it. I don't even know if they understand.
All you gotta do is trust in me.
Hey yo, feel it, I'm just being me.
Feeling so free. I feel it in my body. And you know what I'm like, baby. I know it. Feeling I'm so crazy. Don't time for that to it. You don't. All you gotta do is trust in me.
Hey yo, feel it, I'm just being me. Hey yo, where's your phone? I gotta show you this. Did you see? The algorithm knows me better than me. How is that possible? I don't even know. All you gotta do is trust in me. Trust me.
Cause I'm feeling so free. 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 Feeling so free.
You know you only got one life, so make it. One thing I learned from life, I fake it till you make it. One thing I learned from life is everybody's naked. It's funny, right? Everybody's beautiful when they hate, and a little compassion, a little patience, a little gratitude for what the day is, what I'm saying. And I got a question, baby. Can you blame me? All you gotta do is trust in me.
Cause I'm feeling so free. Feeling so free. Feeling so free. Feeling so free. And I'm feeling so free. Feeling so free. Feeling so free. Hey, 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 hey.
It's a beautiful day. Thank God it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Thank God it's a beautiful day. Thank God for my health and my friends and my family. Thank God I got people that actually care for me. God for my shelter and roof over my head. Thank God for the life that I got. I'm feeling blessed. Thank God I ain't homeless and starving and broken. Even if I was, I'd be grateful for the hope. Thank God for the sunshine that make up my bay. Thank God for the mornings of happy and still good bay. Thank God for the love of my land that I'm giving it a bang. God for that, cause I'm so feel like a thank God for my mountain and the mother God. Bottles at the B-cell, but I just falling at us. Thank God for the city and look out for my health. And I thank God for it that I think someone else. And I thank God to be, and I know I'm better see. And I thank God for the music and it's so free.
I feel so free.
Like an eagle, yeah, flying in the sky. No worries, oh Lord, I'm just chillin'. Yeah, yeah.
I feel so free.
Hey,
Like an eagle, yeah, flying in the sky.
hey,
No worries, oh Lord, I'm just chillin'.
hey.
Yeah, yeah. Just thank God for the world and another round and another round and they're gone and they're gone and they're gone. Thank God for the people that are coming and rolling and they're gone and they're gone and they're gone and they're gone. And the memories we have of the people we lost, we were thankful for, and then we're thankful now they're gone. And we're thankful now they're gone. And we're thankful for the days that we wake up and we're smiling, and the people we surround ourselves with, the stays smiling, the ability to give our thanks and our prayers, the ability to help other people with their cares. And I thank God for the blessings I got in my life. Thank God for the pain that I had that was tried. Thank God for the friends that I had that was gone, and the ones who are still with me now. Stand strong. Ooh,
Hey yo, what's your phone? I gotta show you this.
did you see?
Did you see? The algorithm knows me better than me. How is that possible?
Ooh,
I don't even know.
mm-hmm.
All you gotta do is trust in me.
Cause I'm feeling so free. 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 Free, 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 oh.
Whoo! Feeling so free, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you just gotta feel free. Most of the time, you gotta feel expensive. To be honest, everybody's out there trying to feel free. But it is. It's a beautiful day. Thank God it's a beautiful day. Thank God I have my breath. Thank God I have my friends. Thank God I have my family. Thank God I have love. Thank God I have people around me who care about me. Thank God I have the opportunity to sit here at such historic moments and be on the right side of what's happening. Thank God I'm blessed with the opportunity to have the eyes to see that which is invisible to the world. And not just see it, to bring it into reality
Act on it.
and act on it with the tip of this finger or the tip of this thumb. Actually, it's this thumb. See the tip of this nail, this part right here, changes the world. Right now, I'm using this part. I have a mouse, so I'm using my right hand, and this part is changing the world. I was told by who you would imagine to activate God's powers fully. If I can change the world with the tips of my nails, what are we doing with these? Got a bunch of other fingers. They're not just useful for simple things. These are God's hands. Put them to fucking work. Life is more than clicks. Life is a lot more than clicks. And if you truly realize that you are a divine being, the creator of the universe, what are you waiting for? Christmas? Create it right now. You don't need money to do it. You think we had money? This motherfucker came from the Ukrainian war. He was going into places that were bombed and people are dead or lost. And he was finding the Ukrainians and the Russians and helping both of them. And dealing with families whose loved ones are either blown to pieces, whatever. They're gone. And they would come to him. And when he showed up, he had a smile on his face. And I was like, is that a fake smile? No, it's a real smile. Still thankful for life, still alive, in the middle of... The rest of us would be fucking, I'm depressed. Yeah. Well, I get it. It's okay to be depressed in that situation. But to be a shining ball of light in the middle of that, listen, you just know how to be thankful for all that is rather than all that isn't. Good job. Has nothing to do with money. Has nothing to do with money. If you are not manifesting your best version today, once you get the money, you're going to be way shittier. That's why I'm so selective about the people who I make rich. Not I make rich. I get the privilege of helping on their journey, but I'm very careful about them. You better be gold first. Otherwise, you're not really going to turn a stone into gold. Doesn't make sense. $60,006. We're back to exactly where we started. 55 minutes until Nikkei is done. Another 0.5% drop. But it's slowing down in this drop. Of course, they got to leave some of the panic for the weekend. NASDAQ, hour and a half left and slowing down in its drop because, you can't let it drop too quick. Negative momentum has slowed down on the hourly, which is significant. Yeah, I think they're ready to close the markets at this point. Okay, SMH is already closed, but in post it's dropping. this is a little trick, right? The NASDAQ is the NASDAQ. When the NASDAQ closes, the NASDAQ closes. But the Qs is the futures of NASDAQ. They stay open longer. See? Like they open earlier and they usually stay open longer. Or close. They open earlier and stay open longer, yeah. So it's already closed, but in post it's dropping. This is how those gaps get made. But if you go look at the NASDAQ by itself, you can't see that, right? NASDAQ's open, it's hanging out. It's not dropping massively, but it's the futures market. It closed here and it's just not having a good Tuesday or Friday. These are the guys who actually create the gaps, the futures markets, which is the Fugazi bets. Even the equally weighted NASDAQ is dumping. See, if the NASDAQ dumps, then sure, it's tech stocks leading, blah, blah, blah. If the equally weighted NASDAQ dumps, then it's everything dumping. But also, you can see this coming from miles away, right? We just had all these insane pumps in the different stocks that make up the NASDAQ, the biggest stocks. And then all of them turned around a little while back, one by one. They were either teetering on the edge or they turned around. And now it's happened, right? So not a surprise. Come on, just go. You see, we're at 21.17 and the 10-10 top of the body at least was at 21.64. So come on, just go up and do it. Just do the exact same move, repeat history exactly. Right, Gabe, this is how it's not a correction, right? These candles are not a Tuesday. This is not normal. Look at the size of that dog, Ma. Find me the last dog that was that big. It was when all the people who think they're smarter than crypto got wiped off the planet. October 10th. That was the last time this happened. Okay, fine. Right here. Okay. This candle matches the size of this dog. It's a drop in volatility, but it matches the size. This candle, this dog could kind of play with this dog. That was the pump in volatility. But that wasn't a katana. But this candle is the last move upwards from standstill that we've had that matches. And so for me to assume that this is some kind of normal thing, I was there, bro. The most abnormal thing that's ever happened to me, ever in markets, was this candle. The most abnormal thing that's ever happened, ever yet. It'll happen again. 10-10 was nothing. Wait until you get to 13-13. It's going to be a whole different thing. 10-10 was just a prelude. It's going to look like a pimple by the end of it. But this move, hopefully you can see it. My, babe, that's a big dog, right? And the dog that wagged the tail of Japan, wagged the tail of NASDAQ, wagged the tail of the thing that was holding up the NASDAQ, semiconductors, while Bitcoin's collapsing, while Ethereum's collapsing, while everything's going down. Now that's a dog that, that's the tail that wags the dog. Meanwhile, still no major red flags anywhere else, except for Korea, but that's not really a significant move. It is 5% down, sure. But in the bigger picture of things, it's not exactly a thing. But Korea has also been elevated in volatility quite a bit. Yeah. This has been Korea the whole time. So they've been sitting at world melting volatility, never before seen in history volatility for some period of time. Still, we're teetering on the edge and nothing's really happened. There goes silver. Goodbye, Silva. It was nice knowing ye. Gold to follow. If silver's going, gold should go with it at some point too. All right. $53 silver coming up. Post haste. Post haste. Yeah. Let's put a line on that. Just for fun. Not like we'll ever buy it. 37% on the VIX. 38% on the VIX. In the day. All right. I love the sound of the cicadas in the background. It's funny. This is like my permanent background noise. I don't even hear them until you mention them. Right? Life is all about frequency, and they are serenading us. If you could truly hear everything that's going on in the background, there's a cacophony. It's not a cacophony. There's a symphony of harmonious frequencies going on all at once. I can hear the water running in the river. You know, the cicadas here. There's a bunch of crickets over there. There's a bunch of different species of them that you can hear. They just tune you into this like Zen place, right? That Zenness that like most people are missing in their lives. That's where you tune in. And what's that worth? Monu is an amplifier. What you are expands. I like that. Biddy back to 60. Lame. You are too concerned about that level. Who cares? Who cares? The market has now given us a signal, a massive, massive signal. It's like, you know, somebody pre-notifying you before an insanely great opportunity comes up, right? I'm not gonna look at it. Oh, it's at 60. Has it broken down? I wish it was quicker. No, I wish it takes as long as it wants to take. No problem. I have waited all my life. I have now waited 9 months patiently. Could have made a baby. I've waited a baby, right? And now today it's not going below 70, 60. It's okay. And as we say, tida apa, right? It'll go when it wants to go. The more I try to make it go, the less it will go. The less I try, the more it goes. I just got to zen the fuck out and watch the fireworks. $39% up on the VIX. Come on, baby. You know exactly where to go. You have 1 minute and 31 seconds left. Thank you. There's still a little gap. Just being honest. Look, if we're gonna do it, let's do it properly. Now, 1 minute left. Come on, give me a little bit more of a move. Just a little bit. It just makes a good story, to be honest. Like, you're already there, but it just makes a perfect story. Okay, relax. The story's fine. I said the story's fine. Okay? It's great. You're there, done your job, do whatever you want, right? I'm not gonna try. 40%. 40% move on the VIX in a day. 40% move in anything in a day should get you to go cancel all my appointments, cancel the hike tomorrow, cancel breakfast, cancel showers, cancel sleep. Something just moved 40% in a day, right? But when the volatility moves 40% in a day on the entire stock market of the US, yeah, cancel life for a second. Because when do you get a 40% move in the stock market in one day? Those days are rare. And that's why we live like this, right? These are the days that we wait for. Like next time you are wondering, should you buy or not? Is it today? Is it a day where it's like clear panic happening in the world? Is it the day the big dog comes? No, then don't buy it. Should you dump it right now and rebuy it? It's big dog day. That's not the day to do it, like sell and rebuy or whatever. Like that's just not. You're teaching your nervous system the wrong thing. On big green dog day, you either buy or you cancel appointments and you watch. And it doesn't happen tomorrow. Thank you. I'll watch again. Doesn't happen tomorrow. Thank you. I will watch again. And then one day, it's 100 milliseconds. And then you can go meditate all you want. Then we high. This and that. We have 6 months of just fucking chilling after that. 6 months you just hang out. What are we doing? Hanging out. What happened? It's up. Are we doing anything? No. Atreides has an exit. Right? And we take those 6 months to build the next stage of the universe. We've taken these previous 9 months to build out this universe that you're experiencing now. While everybody was like panicking and crying, we're building, right? Then 100 milliseconds, then a few days of focus, like really hyper focus, 100 milliseconds of calculated action, pre-planned action. And then on the other side is another 6 months of growth. And when you meet us every 6 months, you're meeting a whole different person. Like Sim from 6 months ago, that was an outdated model. That guy, what the fuck did he know? Bro, rocket ships. Where did the VIX go? Come on. Let's see it. 21.5. And the line's at 21.64. Thank you for doing your service to the cause. We appreciate you giving us the signal ahead of time. The ironic tragedy of life is that it can only be lived forward and only make sense backwards. So one day, it will make sense, what you are telling us. But today, thank you for telling us. Because this move, okay, let's measure it now. Let's measure what happened today. This move is 38.75% in one day. This move was 38.26%. We have officially had a bigger move than the 10-10 katana. What am I going to do now? I'm going to continue to stare at the screen until the sun comes up. And then I will continue to stare at the screen until the sun goes down. At least 24 hours. And if nothing happens, I'll sleep. Have one of these guys watch the screen. Then I'll watch the screen and then they'll sleep. You guys ready for a 24-hour stream? I tell a lot of jokes. If you think that's a joke, that's not a joke. I have learned my lesson from 1010. Ha! Seriously, I love this shit. It's a beautiful, beautiful game of patience. Yeah, brother. Thank you. It takes masterful levels of patience to catch a katana. One wrong move and you cut your own hands off. one right move, and you never have to fucking work ever again. You never even have to think about the idea of work. You never even have to ever go anywhere or meet anybody you don't want to meet. You achieve freedom at levels that you can't even understand. I wish it was this easy back in the day. Like, actually, I don't wish it was this easy. I'm so happy it was so difficult. I'd like, thank God, you know, I was honed in those days, but like, this is just stupendously easy. Like, life has never been easier. To make a fuck ton of money has never been easier in history. Never been easier. I know 12-year-olds that became millionaires. 12-year-olds. They just went into the AI and said, I want to be a millionaire. Show me how. And they said, okay. I said, okay. Cool. I like that one. Do it. I'm like, okay. Okay. Now, what? How else would I? Now do that. And they just kept doing that to an AI, and now they're millionaires. 12-year-olds. All right. Hopefully now you can understand. This is relatively easy. I mean, it's not easy, but it's relatively easy. Like 9 months ago, sell. Then don't do fuck all. Then now, watch. When it happens, click a button. And then 6 months, don't do fuck all. Again, in the markets. Right? And then sell again. Like, it's so easy that it's complicated. The issue is there are 1,000 signals screaming from the rooftop that contradict themselves, contradict each other, right? And finding the signal in the noise is the most difficult. That's why I'm not keen on adding more and more things to my life or my perspective. It's about removing things. And like, removing Real Vision was the greatest noise canceller in my head, because I'm like, oh shit, like now I'm not beholden to the noise of people. What's going on? No. It's like, no, just take that out, take the signal, listen to the signal. Everything else is pointless. Bitcoin went up, tapped that level. But let me just move this line just to look cool. There you go. Yeah. That was the level I always wanted to paint in the first place. Always meant to paint that. Right? Bitcoin went to right the level that because I'm such a genius. Right? I know how to put that line there. Of course. Ethereum. Oh, I got to move this line too. Look, it went to my line. So smart. Hey. Nikkei's at 6% down. Still continuing. Japan no look good. Japan is waterfalling. Smash through that level, smash through that level. I mean, on the hourly. This is the level left. Probably going to close within 35 minutes. Still, on the whole, this isn't some like crash or collapse or anything. It's a pretty decent sized correction. But the volatility, that's not normal. That's not just a normal move on it. Bonds did nothing. Yen didn't move. Their bond markets are pretty stable. So there is. Everything's like frozen. It's like everything is being held still. Interesting. Three waves on the hourly, but 3 waves with 3 waves inside. This is the finishing of the third wave. That's the anchor wave. I would not be surprised if things cool off for some time. And they let the market breathe for a second just to convince people everything is going to be just fine. It's going to be okay. Bitcoin fighting that level, chopping around. Now that the markets are closed, that should give it some time to breathe. We start to put in some kind of flag. Let's see. This is the big kahuna. When this goes, look out below. Not even look out below. Look out every single place on Earth. When this bond yield, the 10-year bond from the US, shoots straight up in an uncontrolled fashion and smashes through 4.8 and gets up to this 5 level, that is the financial nuke that melts down the entire world. And we are at 4.54. Like, if you can truly understand what that 5 level means, the world ends the moment this hits 5. And in an uncontrolled fashion, it goes well past 5. That's when the world ends. Like, in figurative sense, in a very literal sense, that is the end of the U.S. empire. That's the moment the U.S. empire ends. Like, if there's one moment, is that moment when this line right here on the 10-year bond goes parabolic and vertical straight up, and it goes up here in a way where, like, honey, look at the big dog, look at the speed of that move. It is all over. That is when I will put out the final signal to say you have some small period of time to hunker down wherever the fuck you are. Here it comes. Because that is the end of the financial system that we live in. Hands down, the end of the financial system that we live in.
Explain why.
The US's debt is teetering on the edge. There's this sweet spot where they can drop rates down to about, if this rate, the yield rate, went down to about 2%, the US would be great. The 10-year yield, but it hasn't been there for a very long period of time. Even if it was down at like this 3.5%, somewhere around there, wouldn't be bad. Like this 2-ish%, which has been 5 years since we've been there, this like 2-ish% right around there, that is where the US keeps running. Up here, it's too expensive to refinance their debt. They've tried to reduce rates, but the bond market doesn't give a fuck. Right? They reduce rates so that the bond market follows close enough. Like, look at this. But this time around, the bond market's like calling their bluff. And when that happens, that means the bond market doesn't trust the American government. And when trust in the American government melts down, that's the beginning of the end. But when the bond market just, not even trust goes down, the bond market just goes, I want more and more and more to even give you a single penny, everybody stops lending to the US. The only solution the US has at that point is to start printing money and buying their own bonds. It's called yield curve control. At the moment they do that, all trust in the risk-freeness of the US bond breaks down. And the moment the trust in the US bond breaks down, you know, that's literally the base layer of the entire world. It's the collateral that backs, that is the base layer of money, is the base layer of everything, right? Of sovereign wealth, everything. Trust that the American government will continue to pay its debts and can manage it, you know? So when that meltdown happens, that means all faith in that existence system collapses, which means the bond basically becomes like a Fugazi promise from the US, which they've broken all the time. And when that happens, everybody goes and dumps bonds and the entire financial system resets, right? Let's say this, like this is how it's supposed to work, right? That when bond yields are high, the Fed cuts their rates, the bond market responds, we have some kind of, you know, correlation, and that's how they control the yields. And this is what we have now. They lowered rates and the bond market didn't give a fuck. It's like, no, we know you're broke. And because you're broke, you got to pay me more to lend you money. And they'll drop rates further and the bond market still won't care. As a matter of fact, it'll go the other way. And when that happens, it's like, okay, now the US has lost control of the bond market, the biggest market in the world. And when you lose control of the bond market, it like distorts financial systems at levels that don't make sense. But then that's the kind of thing that it's also the excuse to print $200 trillion and dump it into the markets, shit like that. You know, that's when they go into hyper overdrive. Because if they're printing money and buying their own bonds, that's them putting money into the system. How many bonds can they buy? All of them. Right? They can then just print as much as they want. Okay, well, they're going to print the entire world's money supply again, which means they're going to take half the money from your wallet, which means you will riot, which means world war, which means martial law, which means which means a completely new financial system, right? Completely new arrangement in the financial system. And that's why our boy Donnie, he knows he's chosen. He's chosen to build the new financial system. He's chosen to bring the aliens in. He's chosen to fucking take over Cuba and take over Venezuela and Iran and whichever country fucking feels like it. He keeps telling people, I am chosen. He is chosen by the family. You know who the family is? Not yet, right? You guys know who the family is? Anybody know who the family is? Exactly. Trump is chosen by the family. And because of that, he can do whatever he wants because Jesus has chosen him. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go and search The Family. Watch the show The Family. This is how the world actually works. when people say they can't be running the world. Have you watched The Family? Come back to me after The Family. Okay, this is a documentary. It's facts. Please do your research. You know, and they have decided this is the moment when they and you know they are the day, and there's many days. They've all decided that this is the moment where humanity, like it's been for thousands of years, ends, and a new humanity rises, and they rise as gods. Like Peter Diamandis' book, "We Are as Gods." They're not. That's not a prose. That's not a cute thing to write. What they're saying is they truly, genuinely believe they are gods, and they're not wrong. I mean, we believe we're gods, right? People are like, oh, you think you're God? Well, a little piece of them, right? At least. Well, you're not? You're a fucking devil? They just decided that they're gods. And that's why they run the world. And that's why the reality is what it is. But the flip side of that is that they're like, we're gods and you're not. That's the problem. They're like, we're gods and you're just an ant. You're just for our entertainment, right? So
They are one of those 13 families.
the family, no, they're beyond 13 families. They're the family, right? They're the family. It's basically, this is what I was telling you, right? It's basically a group that uses Jesus's name to bring together world leaders who normally should not be hanging out together. It's like illegal for them to hang out together, like dictators and shit. Under the name of Jesus, they have a special Bible that just says Jesus, super thin. Took out all the stuff that, all the crap out of the Bible and kept the stuff that where Jesus said things like you're chosen and you get to do what you want. And they basically made their own Bible. They read that Bible. They get together and they go, we're having prayer breakfasts, which is, of course, tyrants and everybody getting together to pray to Jesus. Isn't it so sweet? You can't stop that, can you? They don't change with the governments. They don't have a 5-year term. They've been here since for a decent bit of time and blah, blah, blah. And of course, family, and there's a whole bunch of different organizations, but this is one of the most obvious ones that you can actually see that's black and white in front of you. But also the word, the chosen one, when he says, I'm chosen, you have to really listen to it. By who? Who chose you? What do you mean chosen? Yeah, we chose you. We voted for you. They're like, no. The chosen one. Right? And their idea is that the chosen one can do whatever he wants. Jesus does not judge the chosen one. Right? And they built Trump. It's been in the works for a very, very long period of time. And now finally it's coming to fruition. And before the end of his term, he will have completed the single greatest transition of humanity, according to their perspective, into the future system. It's slowly at first, then all of a sudden. And there will be a day. There will be a day in humanity where after that day, we will speak about that day. It'll be the day that humanity pivots around. And all of the human story will be based around what that day. It's the final day, right? The show in the post-apocalyptic movies, there's the event that all of society organizes around. Hunger Games, the event. Pick your fucking whichever movie you want. The event, and that there's the event coming. There's many events leading up to that, but there's a crescendo moment. And on the other side of that, humanity will be different. Before that, humanity will be different. And he he is the chosen one. I mean, come on, how much more chosen do you get? You get to bring in the aliens, bro. Come on now. It doesn't happen all the time, right? So, yeah. $61.1. Nikkei nearly at 6%. Great, great, great. Semiconductors is closed. Still dropping in post. Not massively, but still dropping a little bit. Let's see what happens on Monday. Would not be surprised if it's a bounce, for sure. This doesn't just waterfall off of a cliff. Shouldn't.
And now this falling is based on what? Since it's closed?
Futures.
Futures. Yeah.
No, like this is basically the futures are still open. Futures markets are still open. This is technically a futures. This is an ETF, right? So this is a derivative. So yeah, this is basically saying after the market is closed, there's still trading happening. It'll stop at some point. All right, VIX is done. It's not going to move anymore. Semis is basically done after this closes. Nikkei's got 18 minutes. Futures will be open a little bit longer. Then we can narrow our focus. MicroStrategy is pumping in post. Good on you, Sailor. You live another day. U.S. bond yields going up. Normally, when the market dumps, bond yields go down. Bonds go up because people go and buy bonds. So bond yields go down. Now the markets are crashing and bond yields are going up. That's telling you that whoever is selling is not buying U.S. bonds. They don't think U.S. bonds are safe. They're not running to the safety of the U.S. bonds. Some people are running to the safety of the dollar, clearly, because the dollar has gone up a little bit and made an equivalent move. That's somebody buying the dollar. Cool. That's logical enough. It's not like the dollar's, it's just the cleanest shirt in the dirty laundry basket, but still, some money went to the dollar. But it doesn't look like much money went to the bonds. Actually, money bled out of the bond market. Stocks crash, Japan crashes, all this stuff happens, and somebody's pulling in. On the whole, money was pulled out of the bond market. Then what's the financial system based on? If people aren't even trusting that the bond market is safe, the American bond market is safe, is the Japanese bond market safe? LOL. LOL. No. Japanese bond market's in meltdown mode. US bond market, you can try to protect it as much as you want, but
Who are the biggest players behind US bond market?
Japan,
Japan.
yeah,
China.
Japan, China, Saudi, Europe, UK, but they've all been dumping the whole time. But Japan is by far the biggest, like by far the biggest. And when Japan melts down, guess what they do, right? The people who borrowed from Japan came over and bought these bonds and bought these stocks. When they sell their stocks, they're selling their bonds too, and they're going back to the Japanese yen. They got to pay their debts, right? Because the yields are just going up. Eventually, it's not even profitable for them to do the trade. It's way too high risk, and that if you project that forward, it's at 3%, 4%, 5%. You're fucked. You're bankrupt at that point. So now it makes sense that they're dumping bonds, they're dumping stocks, they're dumping everything, and they're heavily in tech, all that stuff. So
That's why Japan is a key player to watch.
Japan matters even more than the US right now, because Japan has had its crash decades ago. Japan melted down as a country decades ago. It went into deflation. Prosperity just shut down. Japan's been suffering for at least over a decade, where there's no prosperity. The Japanese are really suffering. And now all of a sudden, prices start to shoot up, bond prices start to shoot up, inflation hits all of a sudden, like prosperity isn't going up. There's all this Fugazi debt that's creating it. And now we're having this move where the system needs to recalibrate.
And how did Japan become the biggest response?
They hyperinflated Japan back in the day. They at one point, the Japanese royal palace was worth more than all of California. All of California. That's where the bubble went to. Right? And from there, imagine how far you fall. Right? And it fell. And all the Japanese were like, invest. Like, if you want to learn what's happening in the US and what's going to happen, fucking invest. Not invest. Look at what Japan did. Look at how Japan invested. Everybody rushed in. What was it? Mrs. Miyazaki or whatever is the avatar of the person who did it. Every mom and pop was like investing and crushing it and just became like, yeah, markets always go up, right? And then one day they did not. And from then on, for decades, they did not, right? So basically, they bubbled up and blew up Japan well ahead of time. It's also to stabilize the financial system because somebody needs to buy the debt from the US, so Japan was buying the debt for a long time. But it's also to run a test of how do we collapse this thing? How do we collapse a country? How do we collapse the system? What happens to the people, right? And they did that. So we don't want the YouTube to ban the channel. Fuck them. Ban it already. I don't give a shit. Right? I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. They ban it. They ban it. If I die, I die. Thank you. Right? What's the point of power if you can't say what you want to say? And that's why I've curated everything to make sure there's only 12 of us listening. There's 16 people listening now. In the end, this video will be watched by maybe 250 people, maybe 500 people if it gets shared in Real Vision, maybe 600 people. If 600 people hear me speak the truth, and now this algorithm knows exactly who I am, knows not to take me out to anybody, knows not to present it out in the, basically to shadow ban me, what a gift. Gives me the freedom to say what I want to say, how I want to say it. And it's not like YouTube and Google don't know. I literally talk to their AI all day about this stuff, right? As a matter of fact, they know way, way more than you could imagine that they know. Yet I get to do what I want. It's not about saying what you want to say. It's about waking up the sheep. If you dare wake up the sheep, then the shepherd comes. But if you're just a dog, and you're just barking, and there's a bunch of dogs listening to you, nobody cares. Nobody cares about the wolves. You can talk to the wolves all you want. As a matter of fact, the wolves all know. One of the things Raul used to mention and he doesn't mention now is that the reason why he created his idea of creating a bank in the first place before he got to Bitcoin was because he knows the great taking. He specifically said, I found out that the derivatives were being backed by the collateral of everyone's stocks. And I realized, holy fuck, it's going to blow up and they're going to take everything. So I got to go make a bank where they can't take everything. And then tried that, didn't work, and found Bitcoin. He knows, everybody knows, but they don't talk about it because it's not good business to tell people the world's going to burn down. He goes, unfuck your future. From what? Why are you so sure my future's fucked? Can you specifically tell me? It's no, it's beyond 2030. We don't know how it's going to be. And da 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 da. Wait, do you know that they're going to burn down the entire world? No, mister, no. Like and subscribe, right? Nobody wants to talk about it out loud. But when it comes to private circles, everybody knows, everybody talks about it, everybody is planning for it, everybody's shifted capital, everybody's shifted their families. We can all feel it in the air. You have to be literally numb to the world to not feel it in the air that something is here. Not even that something's coming, something is here. Something is wrong, something's here. Somebody's pulling a fast one on us, right? Everybody knows that, especially the experts. But you're not allowed to say it to the sheep. And if you dare speak like that, you're a pariah, right? So we're going to say what we're going to say, you know? Yes, when it happened in Spain, he talked about it once or twice. Exactly. But, you know, his thesis is a bullish thesis. You can't be bearish in that thesis. You can't say the world's going to collapse. He doesn't think the world's going to collapse, but he knows the world's going to collapse, right? And nobody ever thinks their reality is going to collapse. Like, I wish I saved this video, right? That video I was telling you about. It was a video of a family in Poland, colorized, after Hitler had entered Poland on the other side of Poland. It's just a normal family hanging out, you know, a mother, a father, and a daughter. They're playing in their front yard, and he has a handheld camera, just exactly like us. More well-dressed than us, dressed like how you dress, right? Nice coat. It'd be just a beautiful, perfect family. When it's colorized, you realize, holy shit, that's us. But the devil was at the door. But their paradigm would not let them accept that their paradigm would be a meltdown. Like, no, everybody can't be murdered. No, countries can't just be bombed straight. No, like, what are you talking about? And I watched that and I was like, oh, like, that's us. That's us, where the devil is at the door, has already entered, is already burning places down in our homes and spreading. And still the mind goes, but not here. I'm in Australia. I'm in Canada. I'm in Switzerland. I'm in Sweden. I'm in UK. I'm in France. You know, like, you have this thing around, like, my country is. What's that quote the guy said? He's like, and this is from Brett Weinstein, one of the smartest people on earth. He's like, most people don't like it when I say this, but I tell them when they're like, we're moving to this place and moving to this place. He's like, it's over. That place is over. Miami's over. Nashville's over. France is over. Australia's over. And if, you know, I'm preaching to the choir, but it's all over already. Go to the places. Have you been? It's not. It's done. It's all done. We're just coming to terms with the fact that it's all done. And one day we will be forced to come to face it. But it's all done. There's a whole new world out there completely. And the world on the other side, it looks nothing like this world. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We have to burn down our old paradigm. We have to let go of every single thing we know. We have to stop. I mean, my perspective is, I stopped trying to be like, but I like it the way it used to be in the good old days. What does that serve? Oh, but I don't like it. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares if you like it. What you think does not matter at all. What I think does not matter at all. What is. Life is. I either get with what is, or I don't get with what is. Okay, I get with what is, I stay at the forefront. I don't get with what is, I get left behind. Okay, it's my choice, right? But like hoping and thinking and I wish this and that, but I was raised in a different time. Yeah, you were. And guess what? It's a different time. You were raised. There's other people raising now. They are raised in a different time. Like, get with the times, right? Not only just get with the times, like, this is such a fundamental paradigm shift in humanity that this has never happened like this before. We've never invented consciousness before. We've never invented a super intelligent intelligence before. We have never reinvented the rails of finance for a very long period of time. 200 something years, the rails of finance basically were the same, with like asset classes created along the way. But after derivatives, there hasn't been an asset class created for a long time. We haven't mined asteroids. We haven't lived infinitely. We haven't been able to modify DNA. There's just so many things that have showed up all at once. And all these things have converged in a way which it actually has not happened in all of humanity, all of humanity's history, at least back to 3,000 years, that we can track it in this kind of financial way. So this is a fundamental pivot point for humanity. This isn't sure there's the cycles happening, but this is a new 250-year cycle that's happening. So either enjoy it or don't, but it's going to happen anyway. And if we just make it alive to the other side, wow. If everyone here, if everyone in our communities makes it alive to the other side, wow, I'll be very surprised. Look to your left and look to your right. Probably one of you is dead. One of us is dead. Maybe I'm dead. Who knows? Like, totally brass tacks. Very normal, right? But to like think about that in your reality and go, no fucking way. Tell that to the Ukrainians. You know? Tell that to people from Dubai. Tell that to the people from Qatar, who could never, ever, ever, ever believe such a thing could happen. And it just started. Wait until they blow up the water facilities. That's 150 million casualties. Like that. 150 million casualties in one area like that. And you know how many of those triggers they've left everywhere? When it truly kicks off, that's how it's going to go down. And then people are going to go, but somebody should. There's no somebody left. There's nobody left. Only you. You should do something about that. The best thing we can do is to focus on what's in front of us. If we can just take care of ourselves, fine. If we can take care of our families, what a fucking blessing. And if we're gifted with the ability to be able to guide people further, sure, but this is not your average Tuesday. But on a positive note, if you're the chosen one, a chosen one, no matter what happens, it's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. There are many, many people whose lives will simply improve through this process. They'll have like a paradise-style magical experience. They'll somehow just be taken to wherever they're meant to be. They'll just be kept away from things. It'll be like you're like in a little bubble as you're watching all this stuff happening. You're like, well, I don't know what's going on. My reality is totally different, right? Many people are going to fucking really, really benefit from this. They're going to be us. We are going to be the one, if we let ourselves, we're going to be like sitting around like, holy shit, how is this even happening? How is it that I'm being blessed with everything that I'm being blessed with while all this is happening around me? Because we are also the chosen ones.
That Russian farmer will still be posting.
Exactly. That one Russian farmer who keeps fucking posting on everything is he's gonna survive. He's a chosen one. He's a fucking chosen one. Yeah. Yeah, I was watching this thing about like Russian bots. Bots in general, but specifically Russian bots. Bro, they're like, it completely changes your perspective on what the internet is. The internet of humans left a long time ago. Now they flooded everything with bots. One day they'll bring it to light. Hey, it's all bots. And then mutating AI cyber attack bots will start attacking people. And they go, now it's bad bots. Of course, Russian bots, Iranian bots. And then they go, now we got to give you that digital ID. Right now you need a digital ID to make sure that you're not a child. We need to protect the children. All of a sudden, you guys are protecting children now. I heard you guys were doing some other shit with the kids like 40 seconds ago. Now you're the protector as well. So sweet of you.
Stickers, how to wash your hands.
Exactly. At this point, we're all children. You have to put stickers in the bathroom of how to wash your hands. I wish there was, at this point, we need stickers of how to wipe my ass. Front to back, not back to front. You know what I mean? It's like, right? Bitcoin volatility is coming down. ETH volatility is coming down. VIX is VIX. It's locked in. Gold is hanging out. Silver is still standing strong. Next uptick is when oil might do its move. 3 taps. Nothing. Bounce. 4th tap. Probabilities change. And when oil pops from there, that would be the death knell. Or at the least, a destabilizing act big enough to be able to cause problems. Bond yields relatively stabilized at that level. Making a flag, though. Give that some time. Well, I'll give it 28 minutes. See, bond volatility is starting to pop now. Just a bit, but it's moving. Global VIX made a decent move. That's all US led. How did hype do? Yeah, hype is confirming below. Well, it depends on how you count confirmations. It's breaking below. Still not confirming below. Goodbye, Sui. Next level, 47-cent Sui. Then 36-cent Sui. Let's just put a dot on it. Just for funsies. There we go. That's the kind of cool down we're talking about. Once this starts to properly cool down, the volatility on Bitcoin properly starts to cool down. Then we're going to end this stream. Just needs to go below this level properly. ETH vol is coming down. Made a double top. Made a double top. Things just love to make double tops. Semi's still dropping in post. Where's the Qs? Oh, Jesus. Okay, so Monday will probably be a gap down and then a pump. That's classic move for these guys. Who knows how far it gaps down, but it should gap down and then a pump. SPX, SPY is the futures. Dropping in post, same thing. Gap down, pump up on the SPX or SPY. Same thing, spiders. Momentum is super positive on the daily. One wave, two waves, basically three waves. Takes us out into the end of the year. It's the first wave of momentum with three waves inside. Cool off. Three waves of momentum. Cool off. Three final waves of momentum. And then years and years of cooling off. If this perspective plays out, which at this point is the best reflection we have going forward. And if this works, we have the cheat code. It'll fuck up along the way, but we have a cheat code for some time. 58% of NASDAQ stocks are above their 200. 50% of the NASDAQ stocks are above their 50-day average. That means 50% of the stocks are below their 50-day average. This also means 42% of the stocks are below their 200-day moving average, which means they're in a bear market. Basically, 4 out of 10 stocks are in a bear market. So half the NASDAQ is basically already crashing. The other half is holding it up. And now we got semis was the last thing that was holding it up. That's a good buy. Software got demolished as a whole sector already. AI demolished software. AI as a sector, of course, now they're gonna keep it propped up for these launches. When are those launches actually? When is the IPO for Anthropic and OpenAI? They have not announced it. Motherfuckers. I knew it. Of course you're not going to tell us. Whenever it is. It's basically before end of Q3. So July, August, September, during that timeline. Lines up perfectly with the oil thesis. We're getting there. Oh, man. Another beautiful day lived, ladies and gentlemen. Life is nothing more and nothing less than now. There's no, we always chase massive moments of success and and we look to them as these achievements of gaining happiness by hitting some kind of milestone. Those are just momentary, fleeting endorphins. But actual life is just live day to day to day. It's how nice is life day to day? That determines a quality life lived. It's how was today? Then how's tomorrow? When it's today. And then how's the day after when it's today? You just go day by day by day. Step by step by step. There's no destination. There's no achievements. There's none of that stuff. The moment we wake up in the morning, we're successful. Sure, it's nice to nail katanas and build businesses or achieve things or create things. Sure, great. Most of the time, we don't even let ourselves enjoy it, right? We're so in the future that even when it happens, we're like, okay, cool, next thing. But how is the day to day? How was the morning? How was the afternoon? How was the evening? Did we do today to the best of our abilities what we could? Yes, check. Done. On to the next one. Some days I'm better, some days I'm not. The days I'm not, set a better baseline. It's easier to beat the next day. When I am, check. Fantastic. Let's try to beat it the next day. Why? No reason. Literally no reason. It's not to like get somewhere or like be better or like achieve this and that or like whatever. Nothing. Just because it's fun. It's a little game. Who am I playing against? Myself. There's no opponents. There's no competitors. That's why people are like, oh, you know, I jumped on a call with somebody and they're like, oh my God, this is so valuable. You gave me so much information. Send me the bill. I was like, what bill? What are you talking about, man? Like, he's like, yeah, everybody charges and they still don't help. And I'm like, if they have money, why are they charging in the first place? To talk to you. Right? If they have money, they wouldn't even talk to you. Or whatever. Right? And if they talk to you, they would just talk to you. Like, we're always stuck in the getting. The getting. I'm going to charge this for this. I'm going to charge this for that. I'll hide this from people. Hide that for people. I'll charge people. And say, no, bro. Give it all away. Give away the wisdom, charge for the implementation. Looking great. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Things are cooling off. I will continue to sit here, do my tang. Let's call it a day. If anything happens, you will hear about it first. But things are cooling off enough. Thank you for your most precious asset, your time. And then your second most precious asset, your energy. And then your third most precious asset, your attention. It's been a pleasure and a half. We live another day. And we are one step closer to Valhalla today. Thank you, Paul. Look, dude, I'm really looking forward to you guys being here. The cherish hugs. On the outro. Thanks, brother.